to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
In the air to left. Chaz pretty close to where he... Here comes a throw by Chaz. Here comes Morrell trying to score. The Rays win it 3-2 on the sac fly by Taylor Walls. A two-strike pitch at the top of the zone, not called a strike. And with the next pitch, Taylor Walls walks off the Houston Astros.
There you go. That was disappointing last night. That was the final play of the game. The Astros get walked off last night, 3-2 against the Tampa Bay Rays, a game where, man, Brandon Walter came in and did the job, man. 5 innings, 3 hits, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. He was their spot starter they brought up from the minor leagues yesterday. Did a great job. None of the prime bullpen guys available last night. That was clearly a decision they made going into the game last night. There would be no Brian King. There would be no Brian Abreu. There would be no Josh Hader. Instead, Okert and Caleb Ort come in, and they give up the 3 runs in the 8th and the 9th, Seth, and 3-2 the final score. How are you this morning, Mike?
Yeah, I'm good. Abreu and Hader did not pitch more than 2 games in a row all season long, and if your bats could manage to score 3 or more runs yet again, I can't sit here and get mad at the 2 O's there at the end of the game, just because the relief staff has been the strength of this team, and every now and then you're going to have to win a game that is with 3 or more runs.
Okert gave up 2 runs in a third of an inning, and his ERA is still 2.01. Like, he's been outstanding this year. Yeah,
he entered that game with a 1.55 whip.
Right.
So the bullpen's been very. The bullpen's got the second best ERA amongst relievers in baseball, and overall the Astros are 6th best ERA, but it's really anchored by how good the relievers are. Yeah,
and last night was just not their night. Okert giving up the 2 runs. Caleb Ort came in. And was able to get them out of the jam in the 8th, but then just couldn't get it done in the 9th inning. Now, Caleb Ort got kind of done in. There were runners on first and second. Of course, then the 2 of them proceeded to that was in the 8th inning where they proceeded to steal second and third and get in scoring position for the game-tying hit in the 8th. But last night, boy, Caleb Ort with that runner on third in the bottom of the 9th with less than 2 outs, he threw a pitch that looked like strike 3, and the umpire just didn't call it strike 3. That would have gotten him to 2 outs. So now you don't have to worry about the sac fly. You just got to focus on the hitter. Instead, it's called a ball. The very next swing was the sac fly to win the game. So the Astros got a little bit done in by the umpires in that instance. Like, every graphic they put up on Twitter after the game, every replay during the game showed that was strike 3.
Yeah.
Didn't get called that way. It's baseball. It's going to go against you. And then the very next pitch, sac fly, and game over. So, but you hit the nail on the head. Like, if you're going out and you're scoring 2 runs, this is what you leave yourself exposed to. It's just a bad offensive baseball.
They were really well. But they were 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position against them. Yeah. And just Paredes is on a bit of a heater right now. That's been good. He had a solo home run last night. Caratini. They've got to find a way to keep his bat in the lineup, I think, every day right now. You got plenty of flexibility with Yordan Alvarez not in there to use different guys at a DH. Yeah.
The Caratini can play a little first base for you, which I don't know if you've noticed, but they're getting nothing out of first base right now offensively. Christian Walker's average is back below 200 again.
He dipped down below it. He did. Yeah. He's our own personal Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. That's what you're tracking these days.
Is he over 200? Is he under 200?
Christian Walker's batting average. Yeah. So, Brandon Walter was really good last night. Here was Joe Espada after the game talking about tough ending. Got what we wanted out of Walter.
Yeah, it did. The walks and that hit by pitch, but I thought those guys, given us an opportunity to win games for, so just tough the way the game ended. But I thought, Walters threw the ball really, really well. Gave us 5 strong innings. And we were in the fight there to the end.
Yeah, he got a little lucky in the 4th where Jansen smoked 2 foul balls. He had
Twice.
1 foul ball. Well, one they had to review. It was so close for a home run. And then the very next pitch, or same at bat, he smokes one down the line that would have been, if it were fair, it would have been a double probably. It was foul. And then he strikes out. Like probably one of the most forceful strikeouts you'll see. Near home run, near double.
And everybody in that minor league ballpark was angry, but for no good reason. Because on the foul balls, it was just those were clearly fouls. But the ball carries so weirdly in that stadium that I think they really had a hard time seeing a lot of stuff out there. The ump, that ump was out of it. It feels like the last week has been miserable.
Yeah, it feels like they've been intentionally giving the worst umps to the Astros.
And it affects both sides. I think the Rangers got hosed just like last night. The Rays got hosed. It was Josh Lowe. Josh Lowe had the checked swing, and the ump made the call. Didn't in the third base ump. Said it was not a swing.
Yeah.
The ump called him out, and it's just been weirdness. And all kinds of weirdness.
Cash went crazy on that one. Someone's asking on the text page because the Astros not challenged that called ball. That was just in spring training. Someday they'll be able to, but that they were just workshopping that. The ability to challenge balls and strikes. They were just workshopping that during spring training. So no, you cannot challenge that.
Across baseball, there's about 1,000 missed calls a day on pitches and strikes.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't think that's much of an exaggeration. I think it is like it's the robo-ump. I don't care whatever little glitches and everything. The fact that it can be so much better than humans right now, it's a slam dunk for me. And if you've watched any of the games where they have the challenge in effect, and I know the people that watch the minor league know this, except on the MLB level, I think it'll be even more advanced. It's very quick and seamless.
Yeah.
There's just you make the challenge. You go, but I just at some point I want the robots to take over.
You and I saw
completely.
it. You and I saw it at spring training when the Astros visited the Mets. It was so easy. Like it was. It was. I mean, you barely noticed. It was that quick. So it's coming. It's coming, Texter, but just not last night. Could have used it last night for sure. But that's what my note in the bottom of the 9th, all caps, F word. That was strike 3. And then I said, geez, can we please do 2 things? 1, start up the electronic umps today. And 2, make sure that Chaz and his torpedo bunt stick and noodle arm never see the field ever again. That throw to home plate on the winning sack, that sack fly to win the game was in a spot in left field. Like someone with a decent arm at least makes a play of it at the plate.
Makes it interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it was fairly shallow. You got a chance to – I mean, we know Chaz was playing deep because on that double, the double in the 8th inning, Chaz wasn't even on the screen. So we know he's playing deep. So he's going to get a nice running start in and get some momentum behind the throw. And then they go, here comes Chaz, throw to the plate. And this thing is dribbling 10 feet to the right of home plate. I'm like, what is that? Chaz is tough to watch right now. 3 more strikeouts last night. That's it's tough to watch. But what are you going to do?
Exaggerated, Sean. There was a couple weeks ago where they missed 1,000 calls in a week. The umps missed 1,000 calls in a week.
1,000 balls and strikes.
Let's see. Back in 2018, they missed 34,294 pitch calls.
For the year?
That was with that technology back then. I'm guessing it's...
That's one of those things that's a big number. But, like, do you have a percentage of how many pitches? Yeah.
I just know that I bet the pitch computer would maybe miss, like, 7 or 8. That's all I know.
The pitch computer would be better. Even the good umps are in, even the bad umps are up in like the high 80, 90% range. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm not trying to stick up for the umps. 30.
I'll stick up for them because they're human beings.
Well, it's hard.
Right. We're like, okay, just go find me a human being to go, beat the steam shovel or something. Their time is gone.
The umps these days are not done any favors by the fact that there's now a box on the screen also that gets used to parse out every single pitch. For years there was no visual aid for viewers for a game to be able to see that.
I've said this a bunch of times before. I really am at the point where I would prefer just not even having the box there. As long as they're still using humans, then all right, then I can embrace the human side of it a little bit more, and it makes it a little bit more fun and a little bit more drama about like, oh, is he going to call his ball or a strike? I'm not really sure myself. Now we know for sure, and we're just waiting for him to be right or wrong.
What's the difference? I'm not disagreeing with you, Bob. What's the difference between that box and the yellow stripe for the first down? Do you like the yellow stripe for the first down?
I like the yellow stripe for the first down because it's usually it's not a point of contention every single
play. Yes, that's exactly right.
There's gonna be sketchy first down calls and whatnot, but it gives you such an easy visual. I think it's the frequency with which you're PO'd. That's what bothers me the most.
Yep, just that are close during a game. You know, like most first downs, it's just there's 2 or 3 times, and usually the measurement, people are satisfied with it.
So for me right now, for my viewing experience, it's kind of like if you go to a play or a movie, you don't necessarily want somebody in your ear every 15 seconds telling you, remember, this is all fiction. Hey, remember, this is real. You know, well, in actuality, that's not what firefighters do.
Right.
All right, let me suspend disbelief for a little bit here and watch a baseball game and just go back to the old days of there's a little bit of artistry and human element to this.
My big takeaway is that you went to see Backdraft with somebody really annoying back in the day.
Backdraft the musical. Yeah, it was on Broadway.
I would totally.
I was there
go
the
to
night
that.
Kurt Russell was the lead. Yeah,
I would totally go to that. All right, so the Astros. Let's get one more Espada in here. This was Espada on Brandon Walter's performance last night.
You know what? He's kind of funky. He gives you different looks, like the cutter against righties. Works well. Induces ground balls. Sweeper against lefties. I think his repertoire is actually pretty solid.
Yeah, the issue with this team has not been the injuries in the pitching staff. It's not been. Colton Gordon's gave him 2 winnables. They've won both his starts. Brandon Walter, they should have won. That was a winning performance last night. Like that's the back end. Pitching's not the issue right now. Offense still the major issue with this.
Yeah, the major issue. The starting pitching obviously was consumed. The starting pitching hasn't been as good as the bullpen.
Right.
But you see young guys and or rookies in 2 days, and your relievers start to get a little bit taxed. Then this could be better.
Yeah.
But for right now, in this stretch of 17 straight games, obviously a huge wild card is just McCullers, and where does he end up?
Yep, and getting Arrighetti back too would really, really help. All right, off and running on a Wednesday. Good to be with you guys. Astros lose last night. We'll circle back to that in headlines. Big day today at the league meetings. Big day, and the odds are out. Voting on the Tush push, voting on the playoff seeding. One of these odds surprised me a little bit. We'll tell you what the odds makers are saying is going to happen today with the voting on the 2 big rules issues at the league meetings. And they voted on one yesterday that is going to do something that we've never seen before. And we'll get to that coming up next.
Hey, this might be a surprise to see.
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ocho says, make sure you pour out some liquor for our dead homie George Wendt today. Don't worry, that's in headlines. And I would think George, who played Norm on Cheers, would want a cold beer poured out. Not a liquor guy. He was a beer guy. Big time beer guy.
I never realized until I was watching a little tribute to him that he was Jason Sudeikis' uncle.
I didn't know that till yesterday either. Yeah. I knew he was a dropout of the University of Notre Dame because that was a big story when I was there. This is the dorm that George Wendt lived in for the one semester that he was at Notre Dame.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Because that was like a number one. That was when Cheers was probably in its prime, right?
Yeah. I was a freshman in '87, so it was right. Yeah, smack dab in the middle of its prime.
Did he drop out to go do that improv theater in Chicago or wherever, one of those things?
I think he flunked out. So I think I think that was probably the improv theater, which he always said he wasn't very good at. It was kind of, I've seen some interviews with him, but I think that was sort of plan B, like once he got home and realized, like, okay, I got to find something to do. But, yeah, he flunked out of Notre Dame after one semester. So, yeah, 76 years old. I would have guessed older on George Wendt than 76 years old. I would have guessed older.
Yeah, well, he's one of those guys that they made probably look a lot older than he was on the show.
Yeah.
That must be, They used to play the diabetes actor. What's his name? Wilford Brimley.
Oh, yeah.
Wilford Brimley was like playing 60-year-olds when he was 40 years old.
He was like 10 years younger than I am right now when he was in Cocoon.
Right.
Like it was because he had that John McClane mustache going on. That always makes you look a little older. Ocho, don't worry. We'll get to him. We'll get to George Wendt. Big day today at the league meeting. So the league meeting started up yesterday. They voted in the flag football that the NFL players are allowed to participate in the 2028 Olympics in flag football. We'll get to that in just a second. But I think the big thing everybody's anticipating today, the tush push, Seth, of the two rules that everybody's waiting on today, the potential banning of the tush push and the potential rule where they change how you seed the playoffs, where you do it solely by record. 4 division champs, 3 wild cards, all still get in, but the seeding is done by record, whereas it's been done where the 4 division winners get the top 4 seeds. That's going to get
you wouldn't be able to if you couldn't be an 8 and 9 team hosting a playoff game.
Probably not. Probably not. So that's going to get voted on today too. If the odds makers know anything about this, the tush push will be banned by the time you and I come in tomorrow morning. Minus 400. Yes, the odds makers are saying that the tush push will be banned today, which means that when they proposed this at the league meetings back in March, the owners' league was literally split on this. There were 16 teams ready to vote it out. There were 16 teams that either were not or they were on the fence about it, so they tabled it till May. So this means that the Green Bay Packers found 8 more teams because you got to get 24 out of 32. Yeah.
I think this is an interesting one because with the owners voting on it, I can see why they would want it banned. I think a lot of the coaches, if they were the ones voting on it, I think they probably feel like me. Like, I really don't like that play, but I can't, for the life of me, I can't be yellow and basically say, hey, that's hard to stop, so ban it.
Yeah.
It rubs against my core constitution. If I'm an owner, same guy, Seth Payne, has gone from being a coach to an owner.
Yeah.
From my perspective as an owner, I feel like, I get it, but it's a boring play. And it's when the conference championship games heavily feature the tush push, the most boring play in all of football.
Yeah.
Not to mention all the reviews that come afterwards and whatnot. Let's get rid of it. So on the grounds of boringness, I would say it makes sense to get rid of it. On the grounds of just down in the muck, actual manliness, I feel awful about banning it.
Yeah. The thing about I want it banned because I've said this from the get-go. Is this a great reason to want it banned? No, but I'm a sports talk host. I'm not one of the 32 voters on this. So I have my reasons. I think it looks stupid. I just don't like it. I think it looks dumb. That's my big thing with it. As far as like the boring and it is boring, I guess my counter, if they start doing the tush push on 3rd and inches, they're probably going to hand it off to a fullback or a running back. Are those plays ones that really get you tingly in your loins down there?
They're not. It's in terms of what football fans like. Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons that it's like football took off, whereas rugby did not. Is the impact, the speed. There's almost there's more clarity a lot of times with a running back hitting the hole and either getting stuffed or not.
Yeah.
I think it's just aesthetically, it doesn't look like what football fans come to the game for.
Yep.
I think that's the biggest part of it.
Yeah, like I'm not even necessarily agreeing or disagreeing with my counterpoint because, like I said, I think it looks stupid, and that's why I want it out. So that part, I'm with you.
What are the other? I would actually have other plays banned before this one because these plays are even more boring. The first one that came up with football for me was just they should ban running on 3rd and long.
Like the give up play, you mean? Like third
you're just trying to get some field position and get a lecture. Maybe you break it for a first down, but almost zero chance. Just ban it altogether. No, let's just get rid of this because nothing cheeses off a fan base more anyway.
Yeah.
You're protecting coaches from themselves.
Yeah.
You know what? Nothing makes you angrier than when they give up on 3rd and long and they just run a draw. So we're doing this for you, Demeco. We're doing this for you, Liam Cohen.
Yeah.
You don't have to face the vitriol of your fan base for running on 3rd and long.
I like that. That's a boring play. Look, kneeling at the end of the games are boring plays. And the really boring parts of games, particularly basketball and football that are games with a clock where you're just kind of running out the clock. Like basketball, the last 2 minutes of a basketball game where the margin is more than one score, more than one basket, where it's like 4 points, 5 points, 6 points, something like that, is excruciating with all the fouling and everything. They should make the team that's ahead, just to make it more exciting, if you're up by more than 3 and you're getting fouled at the end of the game, they should blindfold the free throw shooters just to make it a little more exciting.
That makes sense. That makes more sense.
That's what I would do.
The stop and go part of it at the end of a game.
And all the time.
It's like a young Seth Payne back when he was in a romantic moment.
Yeah.
A whole lot of stop moving. Okay, let's go.
Easy.
Whoa. Stop. Hold up.
Okay, here.
All right, we're ready to go again. Let's go.
Here, put on this blindfold. Yeah.
Yeah. Stop flopping. All right. The other one, I want to bring back the returner cushion, the 2-yard cushion that they used to have to on punt returns.
Like the halo around them?
Yeah, they used to give that 2 yard. I want to increase the halo to 3 yards.
Okay.
And then make the fair catch illegal as well.
Okay.
Just get rid of the fair catch. And you're going to say, well, Seth, that sounds hard to enforce. Aha. Modern technology.
Yeah.
The returner wears a device on his head that puts a 3-yard.
Oh, I like that.
And you turn it off as soon as the ball touches his
Is this
hands.
a laser that creates a visual circle, or does it create like an electronic fence like that shocks your dog?
It actually does that, exactly.
Okay.
What you just said, that was my idea, not yours. Yeah, it actually creates a wall,
right?
A fence up, a virtual wall around them.
I would say that players getting electrocuted on the field would fly in the face of player safety, but if it's going to make the game more exciting, I'm kind of with you on this.
You're not getting electrocuted.
Well, in my world, you're getting electrocuted. Yeah, I don't know.
You want an actual force field?
Yes,
mine would just be a virtual.
No. I think every player on the return coverage teams should have a collar on, like the dogs do, that senses the electronic fence, and when they get near that returner, now the electronic fence, a half a second after the ball is secured by the return guy, goes down. They'll be able to make the tackle. But you just can't get inside that electronic fence beforehand. Yeah,
that would be fun.
Yeah,
just make punt returns more viable. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Just stick a big vat of alligators in the middle of the field in the fourth quarter. Let's just do that. Let's turn the whole thing into a miniature golf course. That would be great.
I feel like you're not taking my suggestions seriously.
Let's see.
So I know that's where I'm gonna be. You know how I am on this. I'm torn. I'm gonna be happy that the tush push is gone.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna feel a little bit like a wuss okay. Because my quarterback can't squat 600 pounds is at least a little part of why I don't want the.
You'll be fine. When the games roll around next year, that the game is actually slightly more enjoyable and easy to watch is all you're going to be thinking about. You'll be fine.
All right.
Are you surprised that for the playoff seeding proposal, the reseeding of the playoffs, where they seed by record and the division winners are not getting preferential treatment, that it is a heavy underdog to have that pass. It's
I don't understand why
4-1. 4-1 for yes on that one. That shocked me. Yes, that feels like one. That feels like more of a no-brainer than the tush push one.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering if from the owner's perspective, they're thinking, yes, it's better for television, et cetera, if the better teams are hosting the home games.
And there's more important games at the end of the year, too, if seeding is still open.
I wonder for owners, they're probably a little bit hesitant to anything that might be perceived as like taking one of the benefits that their fans might have for the season ticket holders. Yeah. Like, okay, well, all right, we won the division, we get a home playoff game. Yeah. They're just in disrupting that dynamic of it. I mean, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah, there's going to be the same amount of home games. Stoked. Yeah, it's not like they're doing away with it.
Yeah, no, that doesn't. You're right. That's a stupid idea, Seth Payne, owner. Because the home games are going to be better, more attended, and more exciting when it's the better team. Yeah.
You would think. Yeah, I'm not shocked it's the underdog, like according to the odds makers. I'm shocked it's this big of an underdog, that it's plus 425, which is slightly over 4-1, that's going to pass.
I mean, they're sitting here considering putting laser beams on their punt returners, and yet they don't have the gonads to actually.
That's you. So that vote will come today. That may come down during our show. They're in the same time zone as us up in Minneapolis. They're probably getting things started off with some bagels and danishes at 7:30 this morning, and we may have news on the tush push and the playoff reseeding during Payne and Pendergast today. So there you go.
That's the worst part of any kind of hotel event. This is the temptation of the danishes.
Oh, dude. Big trays.
That's why I'm always gangbusters at any kind of corporate meeting where there's danishes at the beginning. The first 2 hours, people are like, this is the guy that's going to lead us. That's the guy that had the laser beams on the returner's head.
Yep.
That's him. Yep. That's him right there. But then after the sugar coma starts kicking in, I'm done.
Drool. You got the Where's that guy that's going to lead us again? He's the one snoring in the back with drool running down his face.
He's not even. He didn't even raise his hand for the vote. Yeah.
Face covered in powdered sugar. So they voted yesterday. The last one on this league meeting, they passed the rule allowing players to participate in the Olympic flag football in 2028. Now the key rule here is that only one player per NFL team on each national team can participate. So, in other words, for like the U.S.
The teams aren't even that big. So
yeah.
Because these guys play. This is the other dynamic of this that I think people are sleeping on. Most of those guys play both ways, the wide receivers and defensive backs, as I understand it. Yeah. So it's like it's not so simple that hey, you just put a guy that's awesome as a receiver or as a defensive back out there.
Would have best chance of making the U.S. Olympic flag football team. I think it's an easy answer to me.
Yeah, because of that dynamic of having to play both sides of the ball. Yep. Derek Stingley.
Easily Derek Stingley Jr. And he should be on that team in 2028. Now, that said, with as many injuries as Stingley has dealt with throughout his career, not in 2024. He's fully healthy in 2024. I don't want to, and he's, by the way, he will, 2028 is still, by NFL contract standards, that's a ways off. We're talking 3 NFL seasons passing between now and then because it would be the summer of 2028 before the 2028 season. Stingley is one of the few Texans that will still be under contract to the Texans at that point because he signed that extension. I don't want him anywhere near, with the soft tissue injuries he's had, I don't want him anywhere near the flag football Olympics.
This is the whole thing about it is I think people are also underestimating the fact that these are two different sports. And that there's kind of a learning curve, no matter how good you are, to being good at A, playing both sides of the ball, but then B, the dynamic of it's a different type of elusiveness you have to have as a ball carrier or as a quarterback because you're not trying to avoid tackles, you're trying to avoid any and all, anybody getting close to your flag.
So
the guys that really commit, the NFL players who are actually committed to learning it over the next couple years, I think that's going to be a vital part of it.
So when you see tweets like I think Field Yates tweeted yesterday, he was tweeting Lamar Jackson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Justin Jefferson, U.S. rolls everybody, something like that. Yeah. So when you see stuff like that, because those are undeniably 5 great back, a run back, 3 wideouts, You side-eye that a little bit.
A little bit.
It's not as easy as just roll these guys out there.
I mean, it's not a direct. It's not like Olympic basketball versus U.S. basketball. Okay, U.S. produces the best basketball players, and yet once the international community started actually playing basketball,
it's even the field. Yeah,
it's a different game. That, it's just different enough. I feel like flag football is more different from contact football than Olympic basketball is from American basketball.
100%, yes.
But it's an effect. There is an effect in basketball. So I think in football, it's just, I'm not so quick to, like Pat Mahomes, I saw a lot of people say, Pat Mahomes versus Greg Ward Jr., right, is one of the flag football guys. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not convinced that Pat Mahomes is actually better than a lot of those flag football quarterbacks are incredibly elusive as runners.
Yep.
And I don't think it's a slam dunk.
All right. Payne and Pendergast.
But I also don't want a single Texan playing in this either.
No, I don't
World
either.
Baseball Classic BS.
This is the World Football Classic as far as I'm concerned. 100%. And maybe we're being spoiled sports. I'm curious how listeners feel. If you want to weigh in on the text page, 713-572-4610. Would you want Derek Stingley Jr., we'll just use him as the example. or any Texan, really, for that matter.
Derek Stingley Jr., who just had his first healthy season since he's been in the NFL.
Would you want him playing in the Olympics in flag football? We'll want to hear from you. 713-572-4610 on the text page. Headlines coming up next. Astros lose last night to the Rays. The NBA Conference Finals are underway. Headlines. Stay there. But first, let's get you guys a Carajillo in your hand. We went out to dinner last night. Carajillo? Yes.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
In the air to left, Chaz pretty close to where he was playing. Morrell's going to tag. Here comes a throw by Chaz. Here comes Morrell trying to score. The Rays win it 3-2 on the sac fly by Taylor Walls. A 2-strike pitch at the top of the zone, not called a strike. And with the next pitch, Taylor Walls walks off the Houston Astros.
Yeah, the rare bullpen implosion for the Astros. It was not their frontline guys last night. On a normal average in a vacuum everyday baseball game, that would have been Josh Hader in there in the 9th inning, and Brian Abreu would have been in the 8th, hopefully not giving up the lead. But Okert, Caleb Ort couldn't hold it down last night. The Astros went into the 8th inning up 2-0. They leave the field on a walk-off in the 9th inning, losing 3-2 to the Tampa Bay Rays. The biggest story out of this one, other than the final outcome of the game, was actually a positive. And Walter was really solid for 5 innings, for the 5 shutout innings for the Astros. The numbers are good. Gave up some hard contact in the 4th inning. They got a little bit lucky on, but that'll happen. But 5 shutout innings. Joe Espada said after the game that tough ending, happy with how Walter pitched.
Yeah, it did. The walks and that hit by pitch, but I thought those guys, given us an opportunity to win games for, just tough the way the game ended. But I thought, Walters threw the ball really, really well. Gave us 5 strong innings, and we were in the fight there to the end.
Yeah.
Walter's an interesting one just because he was going back and reading in Boston in 21 through 23. He was a really fast riser and ended up, playing in 2023 in relief. It just didn't play that well. But he had been kind of a very hot name in that organization, and then all of a sudden they just let him go. So the Astros picked him up, and unheralded, had to rehab for a year. But there's upside to him. Mm-hmm. At least a few years ago, at least before everything kind of went sideways for him, he was very highly regarded.
Yeah, man. I one of those guys, like you, again, the pitching car wash. You bring him in, you see what you got. Gave him what they needed last night. We'll see if he's earned another start along the way here. They sent Colton Gordon back to Sugar Land to make room for him. So there's going to be a lot of going back and forth between Sugar Land and Houston over these next few weeks until they get some guys back.
Reality TV series, audition for some of these guys.
Oh,
we'll
yeah,
just
man.
Throw them up in front of Simon Cowell and see if they stick.
That was a good one last night for Walter for sure, but the Astros lose 3-2. Back at it today. A noon start today. Hunter Brown on the mound today.
Noon start?
Noon start today. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I like that.
The only thing, my schedule.
The only thing better than the games being done at 8:30 is the games being done at 2:30.
Now it'll really feel like you're watching spring training. That's all I kept thinking last night was boy, this is the most exciting spring training game I've ever seen. Look at all the starters who are playing.
I wonder how that feels for players, especially guys who've been on other major league teams. I mean, the amenities can't be great.
For guys in Tampa.
Yeah, like the Tampa guys, I think about that. Is that affecting their headspace at all?
Luckily, Tampa never has too many high-paid guys on their roster.
Right. They're probably talking about 3 guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But for the A's or any of those,
Yeah,
Well, the Blue Jays, during the COVID year, the Blue Jays were playing in a minor league stadium, so that would probably be the most. They actually had name guys and big-time players.
I just wondered, you go on the road and you go to Yankee Stadium. Well, I'm guessing the clubhouses are beautiful and things like that. I
remember talking to an Astros player back in 2015. Oh, I can't. I want to say it was Lance, but I can't remember for sure. But Lance. Anyway, but back before everything turned, and it was just kind of like that dynamic of, I'm in the show, but I'm playing in front of nobody, and nobody knows who I am when I go to the mall.
And especially when you watch games on TV. Those guys are watching Sunday Night Baseball, and they're watching a game between the Dodgers and the Cardinals or something, and it's just it's packed. If it's in L.A., it's packed. If it's in St. Louis, it might not be. So the Astros lose. They're back at it today. NBA playoffs last night. OKC gets things started in the Western Conference. They blow out Minnesota. It's actually a close game in the third quarter, but 114 to 88. So OKC off to a 1-0 start. Vanessa Richardson is going to join us later on the show today at 9 a.m. She's covering the Western Conference Finals for ESPN's digital outlet. So she's in Oklahoma City. We won't go too deep on the Western Conference Finals. We will talk Rockets with her and chat with Vanessa Richardson at 9 o'clock today. And as a Rockets fan, just watching some of these games, man, I come away thinking the same thing. I'm like, they could be playing right. They can play with these teams right now. OKC was really good last night. But they beat OKC a couple times this year. So that's NBA playoffs. Eastern Conference Finals get started up here in a minute. Not literally a minute, but shortly, between Indiana and the New York Knicks. As we mentioned in the previous segment, today is the day. League meetings voting on playoff seeding and tush-push rules. Will the tush-push get banned? We'll know more possibly later on this morning. Will they vote on reseeding the playoffs where the division winners don't get preferential treatment in the seeding anymore? We may know more about that. Friend of the show, Thomas Dimitrov, Seth, leaving Sumer Sports to pursue other opportunities. I'm only mentioning that because he's a friend of the show. He joined us at the Super Bowl. Former Atlanta GM Thomas Dimitrov. Friend of the show, yeah. Friend of the show.
I don't know. I wonder maybe he's working for the Texans. He probably left to go work for a team, kind of on the down low.
Maybe.
So who knows? He's got a connection to Nick.
He and Nick are tight, man. They're good. Yeah. They're good buddies. Bill Belichick. This is another big thing here. Bill Belichick might be engaged. Might be.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah, according to an article in the New York Times, at least one person has indicated that they've been told by Jordan. At least one has been told by Jordan Hudson that the two are engaged. Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick. Which my big question here is: does Bill Belichick know he's engaged?
This might be one of those things where the crazy girl starts telling everybody she's your girlfriend.
I'm not even being
Bill
jokey
and I are
about
simpatico
this.
in this potentially.
Yeah, like I'm not even like this could have been something where they had some sort of conversation where he indicated he was leaning that direction, and she heard because she ain't wearing a ring. We know that if she was wearing a ring, then that would have already been that would have been covered, like a breaking news thing if she were wearing a ring. So Belichick might be engaged.
That happened to me in high school. A girl just started telling her friends that I was her boyfriend, and
why did you lead her on like that?
She was, but she was pretty, and I was kind of like, well, let's see how far it goes, and let's see how far I can go with
so
this.
You were cool with it, so she was putting it out there.
No, I wasn't cool with it. I gave her a trial period, and then I outed her.
Okay.
She was like, no, she's lying. She's not my girlfriend.
Did you ever confront her about the lying, or did you just kind of, did you ever say, hey, we were, honestly?
She's special kind of crazy. I just, I didn't,
gotcha.
There were no, so Belichick, I don't know, what are the odds? What do you think? Do you think what's more likely? Jordan Hudson claimed that she was engaged to Bill Belichick, or without him knowing it, or that she actually is engaged to Bill Belichick?
I think it's a slight favorite that she actually is engaged, but boy, it is a coin flip for me, because I could just see her taking a conversation they had about the possibility of it.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is not Jordan. This is not Jordan. We should point out this isn't Jordan Hudson telling the New York Times. This is Jordan Hudson telling somebody who told the New York Times.
Yeah.
So you never know with a game of telephone how it goes. So
unless it is her telling the New York Times.
At least one person.
She could be the source.
She is a person. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
At least,
and if she tells the New York Times that we're engaged, then that's
That's true. They did say at least one person.
If Jordan Hudson were the source, then they would say definitively that we have, that she's engaged. She says she's engaged.
R.I.P. George Wendt, mentioning it here because I promised Ocho I would. Cheers star and Notre Dame dropout. George Wendt dies at age 76. Kids out there, he played Norm in Cheers. If you're a 20-something out there and you wonder why you're at a bar sometimes and somebody walks in and people yell, Norm! That's why. George Wendt. He was a regular at the bar on Cheers, and he passed away yesterday at age 76. Pretty iconic character, Norm on Cheers. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's head into the 7 o'clock hour here. Demeco Ryans to season ticket holders earlier this week. We'll have that for you. And where does Demeco stack up on the head coach list in the NFL? A couple guys from the NFL Network did a head coach draft. Are you surprised where Demeco Ryans ends up on this and who he's ahead of on this list? We'll let you guys be the judge of that. We'll do that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys into a brand new luxury.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. Here is Demeco Ryans. Audio quality, decent, not great, but you can hear. This is courtesy of Aaron Wilson, who I guess was at the State of the Union, or at least had video from it on his timeline that the Texans did earlier this week. I believe on Monday they had the State of the Union where they had a bunch of season ticket holders. They did it at NRG on the floor of the stadium there. And they had a chance, gave some of the season ticket holders, Ryan and Nick Casario, who were up on stage together. Here was Demeco Ryans when asked about the plan on the offensive line for the Texans this offseason.
It's what I truly believe in as well. It's the offensive line is about being a cohesive unit. Right? It's about all those guys playing together, and it's not always about the offensive line as well. It's about, all right, the timing of the play, right? The depth, the timing of the play, the quarterback playing on time, running back stepping up and blocking, tight ends blocking. It's 11 guys working together. And I know we may have had some miscues on the offensive line last year, right, that didn't look so well, but I feel like we're in a really good place with where we are now, and I'm excited to see this group go and perform together.
Okay.
No, and, well, he's 100% correct. I think it's because the offensive line was such a glaring issue. When I started to lose patience with Bobby Slowick, and where I didn't really have any excuses for him, was that it was very evident in every position group that there were times when guys didn't know what the hell they were doing. A lot of those screens, as much as we hate the screens, a lot of the failed screens weren't on the offensive line. They were on wide receivers not knowing who they were supposed to block. They was on the ball carriers themselves at time. There was just, everything was so disjointed. And it just got to the point where it was so obvious that defenses were kind of baiting the Texans into doing what they wanted, that that Bobby Slowick was underperforming across the board. So Demeco saying that, I think a lot of people are looking, so it wasn't, the offensive line wasn't that bad. Well, no, they got rid of 3 of those offensive linemen.
Yeah.
They got rid of the offensive line coach isn't coming back. It was across the board. There were a lot of issues all over the place.
It's the only position group that had massive turnover this offseason on that side of the football. Like all the tight ends are the same. All the receivers are the same. They drafted a couple guys, brought in a couple new guys, but they weren't, I mean, that was a bloodletting on the offensive line in terms of letting guys go, or in the case of Kenyon Green and Laramie Tunsil, trading guys away.
I don't interpret that as Demeco saying that the offensive line wasn't that bad. I interpret it as no, actually, guys, it was really bad all over. It was, as we saw, I mean, the tight ends, the wide receivers, the offensive line, the running backs and pass protection. There were a lot of guys that just were not functioning at an NFL level, at a competitive NFL level.
There is the starting offensive line. I mean, 3 of the 5 guys that started week 1 are gone. So there's going to be at least 60% turnover and likely 80% turnover once you move Titus over to left guard and somebody else is playing right tackle. And so, just the behavior of the team in general would indicate that, it's an issue with everybody. It's a checklist. Guys, all the position groups, including quarterback, there's culpability for everybody in this. But, the offensive line, I get what Demeco's doing, too. I mean, he's stand in front of a bunch of season ticket holders and just solely blame the offensive line.
Right.
He's not going to do that.
I think that probably, even in Nick last year when he said it was a lazy narrative, the offensive line was so bad, I disagree with it being lazy, because it was, dude, I was sending stuff out to people just asking guys, O-line players and coaches, what the hell are they doing here? I don't get it. There was nothing lazy about it. I was trying to figure out what the hell they were doing, and I didn't know. But I think it's lazy if you ignore that there were a lot of issues elsewhere as well.
Yep. So that was Demeco at the State of the Union with the season ticket holders earlier this week. So Greg Rosenthal and JP Acosta, Greg Rosenthal of NFL.com, you've been on his podcast before, right, Seth?
Yeah, I've been. He has the NFL Daily. Yeah. And I've been on it after Texans games.
So two respected voices in the NFL. They did a draft of head coaches. And ultimately, this just turns into a power ranking of the head coaches. They're drafting back and forth. Demeco Ryans, ninth coach taken in the coaches draft by NFL Daily.
I'd love to get bent out of shape about this, except I might accuse both these guys of succumbing to the Peter Schrager. Peter Schrager dynamic. Can you pull up our Peter Schrager?
Texans are this fun young team.
Yeah, has Demeco really earned being above Mike Tomlin and Jim Harbaugh just yet?
Well, Nick Sirianni won the Super Bowl last year. He's 15th on the list.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
Yeah.
I would say even Dan Quinn right now for, given just how long his career has been and what he did last year.
Dan Quinn's been to a Super Bowl, and he got the Washington Commanders to the NFC title game last year.
Yeah, I think he's
14th, by the way.
This is an aura vote for Demeco, I think. Yeah. Demeco gets into the top 10 because of his aura, because of his energy, because of their anticipation for what he might do in the future.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously. I think he's a really good coach. I was a little surprised given the accomplishments of some of these guys. These are the names that are ahead of him. Andy Reid is one. That was easy. Sorry, Cataldi. Sean McVay is 2. Dan Campbell is 3. If someone had told you the day that Dan Campbell had his
the kneecap off
introductory press conference that in 4 years, I guess it was, he got hired in 2021, that he would be considered the 3rd best coach in the NFL?
I would, if you told me the day of, I would say no. But I went back because I got into it with some Lions fans about that whole thing because some joke I made. I went back and I watched the entire press conference. And so a week later, I thought, okay, no, there's some substance to this guy.
Yeah, day of is what I'm talking about,
Yeah, the day of. Oh, that's where I am with Liam Cohen, though, too. Liam Cohen, because it was one stupid Duval. I went back and watched that whole press. Yeah, I went back and watched the press conference. Okay, this guy, I actually like a lot of what he's saying.
Is Demeco the least viral coach in the NFL? He doesn't have any. He doesn't have any moments like the one Ben's been banging in there, like it's a jukebox.
Yeah,
Demeco,
do something notable and embarrassing.
Do something at a press conference, Demeco, to give us a hotkey. We needed Demeco. I mean,
okay, so Dan Campbell, I'm cool with that.
Dan Campbell 3. Kevin O'Connell is 4 on this list.
I'd have to say, based on results so far and then head-to-head performance, I'd have to
head-to-head performance, but ahead of Demeco. But I'm in general that Kevin O'Connell is 4th on this. What's the furthest the Vikings have gotten with Kevin O'Connell as the head coach?
He gets a little bit of the nerd vote from these guys, I think. I think he's still perceived as this guy that's just he's like a more gentle-mannered Kyle Shanahan.
Well, and turning Sam Darnold into what everybody thought Sam Darnold was supposed to be when he was drafted in 2018 probably carries a lot of weight with
or at
these
least
guys.
A closer version to it.
Well, I mean, he got paid decent franchise quarterback money by a team. Seattle signed him to be their guy.
But then he puts him up. See, I can't have Kevin O'Connell above Kyle Shanahan.
That's what I'm saying.
For everything Kyle Shanahan has accomplished, I feel like he's losing out because it looks like he's in a bad situation right now.
Yeah, there may be some
San Francisco might have missed their window. But somehow Kyle Shanahan's less of a coach because of it.
Yeah, I think Kevin O'Connell's a really good coach. If Kevin O'Connell were the coach of my football team, I would be excited about having him. Now I like Demeco Ryans, but Kevin O'Connell hasn't won a playoff game yet. He's been the coach there for 3 years in Minnesota. 2022, 2023, 2024. Now he's gone 13-4. He went 7-10 when he had a bunch of injuries at quarterback. That was the year Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles. And then he's been the years that he's had healthy quarterbacks, he's been excellent in the regular season. He's lost in the wild card round in both of those seasons. Kevin O'Connell.
And one of those was the Daniel Jones, the guy that he's getting so much credit for.
Yes.
So, that's the one I'm offended by so far, Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connell yet to win a playoff game, and he's
all right, I'm officially offended.
I'm not as much offended about Demeco as I am just the rest of Kyle Shanahan's, John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh, Sean Payton is at number 7, and Matt LaFleur is at number 8.
Yeah, any of these, Matt LaFleur, okay, whatever, but Sean Payton, John Harbaugh, especially those are championship head coaches. And I know that the Ravens, they had a period there where they had, they went into the abyss there before they got Lamar Jackson, and now they got Lamar. and they're considered one of the 5 or 6 best teams in football every year. Sean Payton, who we criticized when he took the Denver job, that it was a cash grab. I know I did, at least, that was a cash grab, and Sean Payton's he's not into it, and he's done a good job in Denver so far. Like I think the O'Connell one feels way more aura-like than Demeco Ryans right now, to me,
Yeah. An odd one, too, is they put Vrabel back at the back end of it. Vrabel's 18th, and Mike McDonald is 19th. And I feel like, okay, well, Mike McDonald in his first year of at least had a competitive football team.
Yeah.
It's a futures bet with Mike Vrabel, I think.
Well, Vrabel's gotten to an AFC title game with Tennessee.
Oh, that's right. You know what? I'm correct. Okay,
and he was a head coach before.
I completely am discounting everything that he did, which was actually really impressive in Tennessee.
Yeah,
you're exactly right.
The first time head coaches are not eligible for this draft. So people wondering, where's Liam Cohen? Where's this guy?
Yeah.
Where's that guy? They're not eligible for this draft. So there's 27. There's 27 guys on here right now.
The guys, the 4 last place guys feel very much like hot seat guys. It's Zach Taylor, Brian Daboll, Raheem Morris, and Brian Callahan.
Yes.
Callahan's probably not actually on the hot seat, but I wouldn't be surprised if he turned up.
He would be on the hot seat. You know what will get him on the hot seat? It will be if Cam Ward just looks completely flummoxed as a rookie.
If he botches it within it, because then you got to say, well, all right, well, we got to bring in a coach that maybe can't get something out of him.
Yeah, got to. If Cam Ward just looks like he ain't getting it, they ain't cutting Cam Ward. Put it that way. They're like Brian Callahan. So I think hot seat is appropriate for him, and definitely those other guys. They're of the coaches that have won Super Bowls on this list. Again, this is the NFL Daily's head coaches draft. Demeco Ryans is 9th on here. The Super Bowl winners that are on this list. There's 7 existing head coaches in the NFL that have won a Super Bowl, which makes you realize how many Belichick won. Like, only 7? Yeah, Belichick won like 6 of them in the last 25 years. Andy Reid 1, Sean McVay 2. We mentioned that. John Harbaugh is 6. Sean Payton is 7. Mike Tomlin is 10th. So Demeco Ryans is ahead of Mike Tomlin on this list. Demeco Ryans is ahead of 3 Super Bowl winning head coaches. Mike Tomlin 10th, and Nick Sirianni, who won last year's Super Bowl, 15th on the list.
I'll say, with Tomlin's an interesting one, because so for Demeco to be right ahead of Tomlin was a defensive-minded head coach who stepped into just an incredible situation, because he already had Dick LeBeau as his defensive coordinator. So he retained Dick LeBeau, who was already a Hall of Fame caliber defensive coordinator. And then he also had Ben Roethlisberger. And then he hired Bruce Arians, I believe, if I remember correctly. He hired Bruce Arians, so that was a really, really smart thing that he did.
Yeah.
If it was his decision. But that's where, I guess, the difference in just judging the first couple of years, it's kind of apples and oranges. Demeco came into a situation much, much worse than Tomlin had.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Mike Tomlin...
But obviously, having said all that, Tomlin should be ahead of Demeco Ryans right now in the head coach rating.
Tomlin's calling card right now is it feels like he can take whatever gets dealt to him, in Pittsburgh, and turn it into something that is at least a respectable product. They've never been bad with Mike Tomlin. Literally never been sub 500 with Mike Tomlin as a head coach. The issue is they haven't won a playoff game since 2016. You are living in purgatory in Pittsburgh right now. Like you're in, that's the worst spot to be in. Just, hey, we're 10-7 every year and we lose in the first round of the playoffs.
This ranking is depressing me, Sean, as I'm looking at all these coaches. That's because it just reminds you of how brief and fleeting actual respect in the NFL is. It's so much what have you done for me late 13th,
man.
A decade ago, Pete Carroll would have been right up there, top 3 or so. Now this is who you would hire today.
Yeah.
So you got to take that into account.
Yeah.
But no amount of vivaciousness and youthful enthusiasm will rescue him from the fact that he's 73 years old when it comes to drafting a coach for the future.
Kevin Stefanski's been the head coach of the year.
Yeah.
2 of the last 5 seasons. He's 16th on this list. You're right, man. It is. Brian Daboll was coach of the year 3 years ago. He's 25th. He's 25th. That just goes to show you, man. Like you get dealt a bad hand at quarterback. Like Brian Daboll stepped in and actually made Daniel Jones a respectable quarterback for a year. Which led to them extending him, which led to Brian Daboll having to continue to coach him and waste a couple more years.
Well in a year where they probably should have won 3 games.
If Brian Daboll just comes in and Daniel Jones just does what he had done the previous 3 years, the Giants might have C.J. Stroud right now. The year Daniel Jones was good was the year leading into the Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud draft, you know?
I feel like Daboll, after watching the offseason Hard Knocks last year, Daboll seems like a guy that is content to just let the GM call the shots for the most part. And if he were paired with the right GM, it might be a completely different scenario. But I don't think Joe Shane's a good GM. So he's just kind of – so Daboll, you're going to get the goofiest version of Daboll because he's just letting the GM be a bad GM.
Yeah. Man, Demeco ahead of Sean McDermott, who's been to an AFC title game or two. It's Demeco Ryan's 9th on this head coach's draft list out of the 27 head coaches that are eligible for it. No first-timers. How you feeling about that? 713-572-4610. Text message, Raheem Morris was just hired last year. How is he on the hot seat? Well, A, it's the NFL. You can get on the hot seat anytime. I would say, B, that Raheem Morris has been a head coach in a couple of places now. He's got a bit of a retread vibe. And they've got Michael Penix Jr., I think similar to the Brian Callahan dynamic. You know, you draft a young quarterback. If that young quarterback is failing, it's going to fall on the head coach.
Well, yeah, and the whole thing with the Raheem Morris, with the Falcons, it's honestly way more about there's a dynamic there where it feels like there's some kind of internal struggle about the hiring of Raheem Morris. The process that it came to, it didn't feel like he was as much of their genuine choice as an organization. And they've got like the battle between some of the executives in the front office and the owner, and like trying to get Arthur Blank's favor on your side. It seems like a murky mess over there.
Yeah.
The whole way they've handled their quarterback situation in paying Kirk Cousins and then drafting Michael Penix, it feels like there's a few too many Chiefs in the room. And that's where the stories that came out about interviewing Belichick and the drama that was unfolding within the organization, it doesn't feel like a safe place for anybody in Atlanta.
Did you we'll talk about Belichick and this story about him maybe being engaged later, but as long as you bring up Atlanta, Jordan Hudson apparently was this New York Times article that said she was wearing some sort of shirt that was throwing shade at the Falcons, like a T-shirt. It had it had either the score of the game or it was a Super Bowl 51 T-shirt. That was a Super Bowl that was here in Houston where the Falcons blew the lead. She's loyal to that degree, I guess, you know?
I guess. I mean, if you're that's like, okay, what about the 31 other teams that didn't even interview him? She wants to penalize the Falcons for at least actually giving her boyfriend a chance.
I would say give her time.
Yeah.
She'll find, shade at 31 other teams. I think she's got it in her.
Honestly, I feel like when her images first surfaced a year or two ago, and I thought, oh, that's a pretty young lady.
Yeah.
And now, over the course of a year or two, it feels like every picture I see of her
Crazy
or
eyes.
video or anything, she's got the crazy eyes.
Crazy eyes. Yeah,
she looks like she all of a sudden seems like a 37-year-old, really disgruntled, like psychotic wife.
She does not look 24. I will say that.
Right.
She got an older look to her for sure.
And not like in an aging, she's got crow's feet or anything, just kind of the look in her eyes.
Yeah.
She's had enough. She's and she's not going to take it anymore.
Yep. All right, so text in your take. Where Demeco stacks up on this head coach list. All right, so Seth, I was in the course of just, reading things and doing stuff for the show yesterday. I came across a few, really the last couple days, because a couple of these have been in the holster. But, we do Take a Mania on Friday. If you missed it yesterday, we had a good segment with Ross Tucker at 9 o'clock yesterday. It was a fun segment where it felt good as the genesis of our bad take segment that we do every Friday, Take a Mania. That was a good idea by you to let Ross know. We're friends with him. We got to be honest with him. So we told him that his take on giving bad reviews to restaurants so it's easier to get reservations was the genesis of Take-A-Mania, our bad take segment. He was happy to hear that he was unseated after 1 week by Angelo Cataldi, a good friend of his in the Philadelphia radio community, who then held the title for a couple of months for his take on Andy Reid. So we do that segment every Friday at 9 a.m., so stay tuned for that this Friday. I found a few candidates for Take-A-Mania, and you don't need to, we don't need to adjudicate how bad it is or whether this will win. But I just want to put this out there so people maybe know, and Seth, what's coming up on Friday.
Whet my appetite.
Yeah, whet your appetite. That's right. This is a bit of an appetizer. Boogie Cousins, former NBA player, at one time thought to be one of the 5 or 10 best players in the league, and then his Achilles tendons went out on him, and yada, yada, yada. He was a member of one of the worst Rocket teams ever in 2021. But he was on podcast yesterday. It was the one that Chandler Parsons does with Michelle Beadle and them. And he was on there, and he had one of the worst trade proposals that I think I've ever heard.
Does Nico keep that pick? Does he keep that pick or what? What you think?
Okay, you can package that. PJ, some other guys, Gafford.
Hang on, pause,
Milwaukee.
man. I set that up poorly. The trade proposal involves Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks. The Nico they're talking about is Nico Harrison. Cooper Flagg for ...
Does Nico keep that pick? Does he keep that pick or what? What you think?
Okay, you can package that. PJ, some other guys, Gafford to Milwaukee.
Cooper's the unknown technically.
Now we got Giannis back in play.
So you,
Done.
I mean,
This is a Price is Right moment.
Kevin Durant wouldn't be a bad move there either with that number 1 pick. So,
But would you would get rid of a young Cooper Flagg for Kevin Durant? No, because I get because he's young.
Nico's already on record saying it's a 3-year window as far as winning the championship.
True, he
so
did.
Cooper Flagg doesn't fit that window.
No,
Kevin Durant does. So I absolutely think he'll trade that number 1 pick. I think that's an option for him.
That doesn't mean, because the window is the next 3 years, doesn't mean that you just go all get guys who are only going to play for another 3 years.
We're only going to have 3 years, and then I'm planning on retiring after we win the championship or whatever. Yeah.
There's a chance that Cooper Flagg comes in and is a more productive player than a 37-year-old Kevin Durant. And you've got him for the next however many years. Like if Cooper Flagg is all that, he could be an all-star next year.
Yeah, the one host agreed with him emphatically. Like, nope, he's not in that 3-year window. Nope, Cooper Flagg wouldn't be a part of that 3-year window. Like,
can you imagine trading Cooper Flagg? There's certain levels of number 1 overall pick in any sport.
Yeah.
But there's a line that's drawn where you go, okay, this guy's special. And Cooper Flagg is viewed as special. I don't know, he's not viewed as Wemby, but he certainly isn't viewed as like one of the French guys that got picked last year, number 1 overall.
Right, yeah, and that's not the same Durant or anything. It's just that when you have a young prospect
19
like that,
yeah.
Yes, who's that good that you just I can't imagine there's hardly any GM in the league that would make that.
They're all
player
laughing at that.
Trade.
If there is a GM who would make that trade, it would be Nico Harrison. He did trade Luka for a bucket of balls and Anthony Davis, so there is that. So that we may be hearing that one again a little later on this week. And then there's a couple takes related to this. To the Caitlin Clark Angel Reese thing. And we're not going to dip into the racial part of this thing, which that fire continues to burn 2 and 3 days later here on the internet. This was Ryan Clark. This was the one part of the Ryan Clark 3 or 4 minute take on RG3, and RG3 being married to a white woman. This is the one part that has nothing to do with RG3 that I thought was just a really off-base take.
I think Asia Wilson is the face of the league. Asia Wilson is the best player in the league. Caitlin Clark is the most important player in the WNBA.
Okay, it's a short take, but like when we make these distinctions, like so-and-so is the most valuable. Like the one take I hate is when people go, this guy over here is the most valuable player. He may not be the most valuable player of the league, but he's most valuable to his team. You
get into the MVP discussions, and it always becomes an argument about the definition of valuable. It's not even. There's 29 different types of MVPs that people want to.
Yes, but the part of this that I'm adjudicating here is the whole face of the league thing. It's inarguable NBA.
Right. Whether it's should or not, it doesn't mean she's right. It's whether she should be based on basketball or anything else, you can argue about that, or on track, like all of that. But in terms of the actual public front-facing WNBA, like people associate to a much greater degree the Caitlin Clark right now. Like it's bringing people to the sport in a way, or it's bringing people to the league.
Especially because Ryan Clark chased it with with Caitlin Clark is the most important player in the league.
Right.
That's what made it so weird. Like no, and Caitlin Clark's really good. By the way, Caitlin Clark last night. How about this for a number? tied the career record. She's been in the league for a year and like a week. She has now tied the career record for 20-point, 10-assist games in the WNBA after 42 games. She's played a full season in 2 games, has tied the career record. She's tied with Courtney Vandersloot, who did it in 430 games. So she is now tied for being the career leader in 2010 games in WNBA history. 2 games into her sophomore year in the league. That's wild.
Reminds me of Caitlin Clark. Reminds me of that movie that came out with Timothée Chalamet about Bob Dylan. Mm-hmm. The Bob Dylan movie there. Yeah. He was one of the big points in Bob Dylan's career was when he went to the Newport Folk Festival and decided to play electric, and that's when all the folk music people started hating him. Yeah. But like they were talking at the folk festival, there's this one scene where Pete Seeger is explaining to Bob Dylan, like, look, was just a little thing, and nobody really paid much attention to it, and we were going along all right, and then you showed up, and all of a sudden it blew up into like this Newport Folk Festival and folk music in general just being huge. Yeah. And it was all because Bob Dylan was on the scene. Yep. I feel like that's where the WNBA is a little bit with Caitlin Clark, where it doesn't matter whether you can argue about who's a better player or anything else like that, but it's undeniable that she is bringing so much attention to the league. So Bob Dylan became the face of folk music, above and beyond all of these other all-time great folk singers because, yes, that's it. He brought eyeballs to it,
no
or
question.
Eardrums to it in that case.
Yeah, like she is undoubtedly the face of the league. I'm not here to argue A'ja Wilson versus Caitlin Clark, who's the better player, because I'll be honest with you, don't watch a lot of A'ja Wilson games. I do watch some Caitlin Clark games. She's very good.
Michael Jordan in the early 80s, was despite all the great players he was playing with, or in the mid 80s, became just the face of the league.
Absolutely. That's a really good example right there. Yes, he was the face of the league. The other one here, the other take, Monica McNutt is an analyst on ESPN, and she was giving takes on this Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese thing, and had this to say on Get Up a couple of days ago.
Anytime something happens with the two of them, one is automatically put as a victim and one is automatically put as someone who needs to be saved, when in reality, both are excellent competitors. They both said this was a basketball play. Now, Greeny, let's be honest. If this was the other way around, it would have gone.
Okay, the implication there, if this were the other way around, if this were Angel Reese decking Caitlin Clark, imagine what the conversation
would be.
Well,
it wasn't decking, it was a hard foul.
Yeah. Well, I say that only because Angel Reese has legitimately decked Caitlin Clark a few times. Right. No, that's what there have been multiple instances of that. That's my point.
Yeah, there's no imagining about it.
That's my point. Monica, go to the internet. There are sizzle reels everywhere right now of Caitlin Clark getting shoved by Angel Reese. So, your take is, imagine if it were the other way around. We can. Yeah. I get your point, and I'm not saying that there aren't, black people who don't like Caitlin Clark and white people that don't like Angel Reese. That exists. I understand that out there. But it's happened before. You can go find it. Yeah.
It's really, honestly, though, the Angel Reese being despised or stood up for, and whatever feud, because there's no actual basketball feud between the two. Caitlin Clark's a much better basketball player so far in the WNBA than Reese. But that's another dynamic. There's like a boxing element to this
for sure,
where people are picking sides and paying attention.
Look, my take on this whole thing, not the whole thing it's blown up into, but just the foul itself and the aftermath. And the conflict between the two, this is just the latest chapter in a saga that goes back to college with these two, is that from a basketball standpoint, I like it. I like that these two don't like each other, and I'm cool. Like, Caitlin Clark's a much better player than Angel Reese. Is Caitlin Clark somehow elevating Angel Reese's kerfuffle together? Maybe. However, I like conflict. I like this stuff. It makes it interesting. It makes it exciting. Now, I don't want them to get into a fist fight or anything, but the fact that we like having some sports hate in our sports. At least I know that I do, and that's why I said yesterday, Seth, when we did Pettycast, I'm like, why can't this just be a hard foul between two basketball players?
Well, because this is what happens in this situation, especially, is it becomes if you're the true basketball fans or the true WNBA fans, they're now put in a situation where they say, I really like Caitlin Clark, but then on social media, and the experience that so many people have with it, is that then all of a sudden, the people that like Angel Clark or hate, or that like Caitlin Clark or hate Angel Reese, for all the wrong reasons, and vice versa, they join the fray.
Yeah.
And it becomes impossible because so many people just take in so much social media now, it's impossible to just be a fan of it without a bunch of other people chiming in.
Yep.
And that's what makes it a miserable experience for people.
Right.
Where before social media, that same element was there with Magic Johnson versus Larry Bird, but you didn't have to hear about it. And by saying you really liked Larry Bird, all of a sudden some hillbilly wasn't hopping on right behind you and saying like, yeah, and I got some feelings about segregation too.
Yeah, well, yeah. And the debate shows throw kerosene on the fires. Well, we didn't have those back in the day either. You know, they throw kerosene on the fire. So there's that as well. So I say all this to say you might be hearing those takes again on Friday at 9:00. I don't know if this is take a minute yesterday. Joe Burrow. Okay, would I want C.J. Stroud saying these things that Joe Burrow was saying about the Bengals' schedule yesterday?
Playing in Baltimore for the fourth straight primetime year isn't ideal. Maybe we could get one of those in Cincinnati next year, please. Maybe an international game next year, too. I think, part of the reason I wanted to do the quarterback show, I wanted to help grow the game internationally, and so to not have a stage like that is a little disappointing because I feel like I've consciously worked hard to try to grow the game internationally over the last 18 months or so. So hopefully at some point in my career we can go over there.
So the question, he was asked about the schedule, and so I don't. He's being asked a question about the schedule. So I always hesitate, Seth, to when someone's being forthcoming to criticize them for being forthcoming. The first part of that where he's talking about, well, we're prime time against the Ravens in Baltimore again for the fourth straight year. A part of me's like, yeah, okay, deal with it. It's the schedule. Like your schedule's never going to be perfect.
Right. I think he's saying there, like, the first thought was like, oh, you sound scared of the Ravens, but I think it's more. I think he was coming at it more from like, yeah, I'd like our home fans to have a primetime game versus the Ravens.
Maybe,
I think that's how he meant it. He was almost talking. I took more umbrage with like him being the guy that's growing the game internationally.
That was fun. Hey, I was on the quarterback series on Netflix.
Yeah, I know. I didn't realize he had this initiative to grow the game internationally. Sounds to me like he wants to be an international icon. That's what bothers me about it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh,
I want people at Fashion Week to know who I am.
He is one of those guys too.
Yeah.
He is one of those fashionistas that shows up on the red carpet at a lot of stuff, Joe.
Yeah.
He was at the
I've been
Met
trying
Gala.
to grow the game. No, Joe, you've been trying to score in foreign countries with different.
Right.
You've got a bucket list, and that's what it helps you to go travel.
He makes it sound like he's walking through the Congo with a football and all these kids running after him. Like everybody barefoot running through. Yeah.
Yeah. What's he been like setting up youth camps internationally?
Yeah.
You've taken a few trips that were paid for. That you got paid for.
He's up there in a parka with a bunch of Eskimos in the Arctic Circle, sitting there teaching him the game of football. No. Yeah. Not happening. So there you go, Joe Burrow. Yeah, I'll accept your excuse for him on the Baltimore thing. That's a good one.
A lot of people last year had they were almost retroactively upset with CJ doing so many podcasts last year.
Yeah.
And he's been very, very quiet this last offseason. The one thing that genuinely kind of worried me was how much time he spent overseas in Asia with Micah Parsons and the sumo wrestling. He didn't sumo wrestle. He was wearing the outfit, but Micah Parsons actually sumo wrestled a little bit. That's the kind of stuff I don't know. That was a bit much for me.
Yeah.
I need to stay at home.
No, 2025 CJ has been delightful so far. Not that I don't like hearing him talk or seeing him, but like as far as As far as feeling like he's locked and loaded and ready for this season, I feel pretty good about it.
I think for CJ, he's also I feel like he feels obligated to do the right thing in a lot of situations. And when you're a famous quarterback, a lot of that includes people asking, not demanding, but asking for things for you to do nice things or be at this event or do that. And you got to learn how to say no at some point, because it'll run you ragged. If you're trying to always be a good guy and help somebody out, there is an inexhaustible supply of people that are going to be asking you for those things.
Learning to say no.
Knowing when to put the wall up is a tough thing for somebody that's a conscientious young person.
Learning to say no is a skill. There's no doubt about it. You gotta learn how to do that, or else you're gonna have everybody coming after you for sure.
Especially when people are just asking you, like, "Hey, can you come to this charity event? Can you come to that charity event?" It's not just the podcast. It's a lot, and you end up saying no a lot.
That's a whole day, man. Like it's absolutely not that charity events aren't good things to do, but like someone like CJ probably gets asked to do dozens of them.
It's a Superman conundrum, Sean. Yeah. At some point I need to take a break. Yeah. I gotta let a bus full of old nuns go off the bridge every now and then.
Sorry about it. Yeah.
Superman needs a Z's. Okay.
Yep. Heading up to the Fortress of Solitude. Deuces. Yeah. I'm out of here for a week. Drive safe, everybody. I can't rescue you off the cliff. With you. Someone says NGL. That stands for not going to lie. Burrow's game does back it up, though. No, Joe Burrow's an excellent football player. I just the cut in unto itself in a vacuum was interesting to me. It will not wind up in Take-A-Mania. It was not a bad take. All right, back to the Astros we go. The Astros lose last night. Scouting report on Jose Altuve from a Houston icon. How did this person do giving a scouting report on a baseball broadcast about Jose Altuve? We will judge coming up next. Academy Sports and
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Astros lose last night 3-2. I guess there's a couple ways to look at this game. They were up 2-0 in the eighth inning, and the bullpen comes in. Not the frontline bullpen guys, although Okert's been very good this year. But Okert and Caleb Ort give up the 3 runs to the Rays in the eighth and the ninth inning. The Astros get walked off on a sacrifice fly. 3-2 the final score. And I guess there's 2 ways to look at this. One is this is yet another game where the offense doesn't pick you up. They had opportunities. They only scored 2 runs. The other thing is, I guess from a bullpen standpoint, Seth, is in this day and age when everybody's watching load management and pitch counts and things like that, is that when you're on a stretch of 17 straight days, when you're in the 12th game of a stretch of 17 straight games, there is going to be a game or 2 in there where you just don't have Josh Hader and Brian Abreu available to you. You're going to rest them.
Yeah, right. If this wouldn't be as big of a concern if they actually had healthy pitchers. Yeah. You've got a rookie and now a guy that you picked up off the street last summer with an injury showing up and pitching in games that you didn't expect to have them pitch. Yep. That's the hard part. So it's really, really hard for me to get upset at the bullpen last night when the bullpen has been the absolute best thing on this baseball team as a platoon. Yeah, no, I wish it hadn't happened. It hurts, no doubt, but I'm not angry. I'm not angry with the bullpen. I think the positive story from this game was Brandon Walter last night. You know, Brandon Walter, who's kicked around the minor leagues in the Red Sox system for about 4 or 5 years, was viewed as a rising prospect by them, eventually made it to the big leagues for about 9 games with the Red Sox 2 years ago, didn't pitch very well, was out of baseball with an injury last year. The Astros pick him up in August of last year, and he comes in yesterday for his first appearance as an Astro, and he throws 5 shutout innings in a big spot for this team. Here was Joe Espada last night after the game talking about Brandon Walter's performance.
You know what? He's kind of funky. He gives you different looks, like the cutter against righties. Works well, induces ground balls. Sweeper against lefties. I think his repertoire is actually pretty solid.
Okay.
He's funky.
He's funky.
I like having a funky pitcher.
Funky like a monkey. Yeah.
He's it's the kind of competition for 5th starter or guy that who are you going to rely on at the end of the season if another injury or what have you. I mean, there's Spencer Arrighetti's rehab. There's Lance McCullers. What the hell is he? Colton Gordon. Okay, see you back in the minors. And now you add Brandon Walter to the mix, and I'm missing somebody there in terms of the Gusto. Gusto, yeah. What the hell is a Gusto anyway?
These guys like Colton Gordon, and especially, a guy like Brandon Walter, who's 28 years old now. So he's, he's getting down to it. You're a minor leaguer and you're in your late 20s. Like, the clock is ticking as to what you are. There is a spot open right now with the Astros. Like, when everybody's healthy, it's going to be Hunter Brown, who pitches today, by the way. Must see. Long lunch today, everybody. Noon start. Take a long lunch. Watch Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Spencer Arrighetti, Rinel Blanco. I'm putting Lance in there as well. Just I'll put an asterisk next to Lance that we're still not quite sure where he's at. But let's say Lance progresses and that he gets gets the velocity up and things like that. That last spot's open right now. That was supposed to be Hayden Wisniewski. He's done for the year. So if I'm a guy like Brandon Walter, Seth, or Colton Gordon, or Ryan Gusto, who's been on the staff all year, I'm looking at this like American Idol right now. Like, every start is an audition for me to possibly be that 6th guy right now. There is a spot for an arm on this team.
They're just like Christian Walker is auditioning to be somebody that I'm happy is on this baseball team. I can't get mad at the bullpen in a game that they lose because they can't score more than 2 runs.
Oh my God.
So, and I don't need Christian Walker almost getting ejected arguing about balls and strikes. On strikes, as long as he continues to strike out. So on average, I'm going to side with the ump. I can't get upset with you.
No. First base for the Astros since Hughley left has just been a death spot, man. That's depressing to watch. Christian Walker falls below 200, his batting average last night, in case you didn't know. Struck out a couple of times. All right, so Bun B, Houston icon, was on a a podcast where they were kind of doing an adjacent conversation to an MLB game going on, and it was interesting. I don't know if this is something they regularly do. The two hosts were Dexter Fowler, former Astro outfielder at the worst of times with the Astros. I believe he was their starting center fielder on opening day in 2013. And Jamal Crawford, who, of course, played in the NBA for a number of years. And Bun B was on with the two of them. And they're just kind of chit-chatting about baseball and music while there's a game going on adjacent to them. And I guess they're sort of chiming in on that. I only saw this clip, so I don't know the whole dynamic of the entire conversation. But they asked Bun B about Jose Altuve. Seth, I want to play Bun B's scouting report on Jose Altuve, and you tell me how you think Bun B did in his assessment of Astros great Jose Altuve.
If you think about how quickly that bat comes around, right? If you think about his center of gravity, right? And you look at his eye for the ball, you can't really ask for better qualities in a hitter with a frame like that. You know what I'm saying? He's hard
100%.
to pitch against. So if you throw your best at him, he can and will take a yard. You know what I'm saying? He's quick to the mouth. There's so many different advantages that Jose Altuve gives to being a good baseball player. I dare say great baseball player. He carries all of those qualities, and he's a great teammate. He's a guy that doesn't get, he doesn't let the game get him down quickly. He'll go through the cycles. He'll keep working until he gets that pitch that he's looking for. He keeps his guys engaged, and everybody knows that if we're in a pinch and we need to get a guy on base, we can count on Jose to do that. And if we need to potentially knock one out and walk off or something, he can do that too. I mean, there's so many things that he can do, and he's a great defensive player too. Like, he's not just a hitter. He's a great defensive player too, man. All around, perfect Astro, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, I agree with that last part. He is an all-around perfect Astro.
He's describing the career of Jose Altuve to somebody who's not an Astros fan.
Okay, there you go.
And always with the outside, and always when you're describing Jose Altuve, you know that the follow-up question at some point is going to be, yeah, but didn't he wear a buzzer? I saw Pat McAfee say that he wore a buzzer. That's where I get my news.
He was the one apologizing for the cheating scandal. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The first thing he touched on, I think, is the part about his bat speed or his hand speed specifically. That's where Altuve has turned a weakness into a strength. Okay, he's short. Yeah, all right. You know what? Those are smaller levers that he's got swinging the bat. You can get the bat around a lot more quickly.
Yep.
And then also his ability to hit outside the zone, even though sometimes he overestimates his ability to but his to just play beyond where a pitcher probably feels like a hittable ball is for him is one of his biggest threats. And that Jose Altuve still exists, as we saw evidence of last night, Sean.
He's the two things. I think you're right. I think it was more of an overall description because he isn't as quick to the base as he used to be. That's just his speed is down. He's 35 years old, and I think the defensive part. Definitely a career description.
Except then he's looked like a 19-year-old Jose Altuve at second base the last couple days.
Did you see the catch on the pop-up last night that he had? Kind of run back to the home plate. You're right. Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm the bad scout. I liked it. Good job, Bun B. I thought overall not a bad job there on that podcast, given a description of Jose Altuve. And the part, all caps I put, great teammate. He is a great teammate. Mm-hmm. He took the bullets for that being better than everybody else scandal. Took all the bullets for it. All right.
I didn't like hearing about Brendan Rodgers, who was getting a break the last couple days, just not being a fan of the heat and humidity in Houston. I'm like, all right, yeah, that's great. I don't.
What, driving to the ballpark?
You're lucky to be on a baseball team, damn it.
You play indoors.
Yeah.
It's not even like you've got to stand out there in the heat and humidity and do your job.
I mean, I understood exactly where he's coming from. He's played in Colorado forever. That's just got to be. I mean, look at that. Look at his career numbers, and the fact that they're way better than they should be just because he played in that altitude. But then that crisp, dry air, being out there and you don't even realize.
Nice, No, I lived there 3 years. It's great. As someone who coaches text messages, someone who coaches a little baseball from time to time, Jose Altuve is obviously a great player, but you would never teach a child to bat like he does.
Right, yeah. He does everything he does defies explanation or expectation. That's just what he does.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. All right.
He's really the Travis Hunter of previous generation. Sean.
He's changing the game of baseball.
Yeah.
It's going to be all 5'6" people once Jose retires. All right. Graphic I saw showing the best players in the NFL under 25, under the age of 25 at each position. I think there's 3 Texans in the conversation. Did any of them make the cut? And if they didn't, are they better than the guys that did? We will hit that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. I mentioned this text earlier.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. We have a texter that said they're angry with Joe Espada for not putting in a pinch runner for Cam Smith in the ninth and being more aggressive on the base paths. Cam Smith is one of the fastest players in baseball on the base paths. You don't pinch run for Cam Smith in that situation. Whoever you're putting in there to pinch run is not going to be faster than he is. So there's that. Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 8 o'clock hour. Vanessa Richardson of Space City Home Network. She's covering the Western Conference Finals for ESPN on their digital platform. She and former Rocket Iman Shumpert covering the Western Conference Finals. So she's going to join us at 9 a.m. We'll get a little playoff talk in, certainly some Rockets talk in with our good friend Vanessa Richardson in about an hour from now. So Pro Football Focus put out a graphic yesterday, Seth. The best player under the age of 25 at each position in the NFL. So there's about 10 players here at each position. That would be in the argument for this, I double-checked, and they're all under the age of 25. I think the three players that would be in the argument to be on a graphic like this would be C.J. Stroud at quarterback, Will Anderson Jr. at edge rusher, and Derek Stingley Jr. at cornerback. I think it's inarguable that they are in the argument for something like this.
Yeah.
Pro Football Focus feels that none of those three, though, deserve to actually be on the graphic in the end. None of the three made the cut to be on the all-under-25 team on Pro Football Focus.
The one that this was surprising to me, just that Jared Verse is the guy that they put for edge rusher.
Yeah.
And Jared Verse was very, very good this year. I don't think that he necessarily showed that he was definitively better than Will Anderson. And I don't want to go by just sack numbers because that doesn't nearly tell the whole story. He was very, very effective and played well against the run, really good as a pass rusher. But I would still have to give Will Anderson the nod over Jared Verse on this one.
I'm with you on Will Anderson. I think Stingley versus Trent McDuffie also. I can't imagine a corner having a better season than Stingley had last year, either statistically or if you just watch the film of Derek Stingley Jr. and the big plays that he made throughout the season. Like the numbers for what Derek Stingley Jr. allows in man-to-man coverage are eye-popping in terms of completion percentage and passer rating allowed.
I think with McDuffie, probably part of it is because he was on they replaced a cornerback that had left in free agency and were such a good team defensively and so locked down that he gets the nod over him. I suppose. I'm not.
I mean, McDuffie's a good player. I'm not angry.
Yeah. So Derek Stingley could totally be argued that he should be on this list. Yeah.
Do you think CJ is wired in a way where he's looking at all the love Jaden Daniels gets this offseason and it's fueling him in any way? Because Jaden Daniels is the all-under-25 quarterback on here. I would say deservedly so if we're basing it off of last season. Jaden Daniels was awesome last season, and he led the Commanders to the NFC title game last year.
He broke a lot of CJ's records from just 1 year prior.
Correct.
And then we saw, it doesn't always just go automatically to the next year. So we'll see with Jaden Daniels now. No, I can't fault them for putting Jaden Daniels on there. I don't think CJ's wired that way when it comes to quarterback versus quarterback stuff. I think that this year especially, he's probably really trying to not be affected by that stuff and just keep radio silence on a lot of the stupid talk show stuff, like the stuff we talk about. So, he's good friends with Jaden Daniels, too.
Yeah, he is, I know. Well, publicly, that's what I was going to say. Like, if he were asked that question publicly about Jaden Daniels' season, he will have nothing but praise for Jaden Daniels. Right. He'll point out that he's a Cali kid, too. Right?
Yeah. No, they're both Inland Empire.
Yeah.
They've known each other forever.
Yeah. So he'll bring that up more so than that fueling him. Although I would guess he'd acknowledge a healthy. Nakua is the wide receiver.
I don't want him, man. I don't want my quarterback even knowing what an all under 25 team is. In an ideal world, yeah, you want just the appropriate size chip on your shoulder, and maybe your goal is to become known as the best of all time or the best of your generation or something like that.
Yeah.
Like when you get into the minor league lists, like all under 25 team, because then you've got an infinite number of various lists that you are or not a part of.
I wonder how many teams are mad at themselves that they didn't draft Jalen Carter back in 2023, that they let him slip to 9 and the Eagles move up and get Jalen Carter and took the chance on him. He, by the way, is the interior defender on this graphic here.
Hughley, Ron Hughley texted us, and Ron Hughley, who's watched a whole lot of Trent McDuffie, says he can't put McDuffie over Derek Stingley.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah.
So there's someone.
All right, I'm outraged. I can't believe that this website. Who is it? PFF. Damn you.
Yeah.
Damn you SOBs.
Yeah.
Disrespect.
What the hell?
You know what PFF is, Sean?
What are they?
They're still put out that we fired Bobby Slowick. So Bobby Slowick, PFF
alum.
Yeah, PFF, Pro Football Focus, is where Bobby Slowick worked for a couple years while he was on hiatus from professional football.
Yeah.
And I think PFF, they liked having to be able to walk around and be like, yep, that's right. We're a springboard to success amongst coaches. That we're not just a bunch of football nerds. And the Texans go ahead and fire Bobby Slowick, and this is retribution.
Fire him. They're going to put PFF out of business. Like CJ put the S2 test out of business.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody heard of the S2 test since CJ Stroud got drafted? Nope. Derwin suggesting on the text page maybe injuries for Will Anderson hurt him. He only missed a couple of games each year, and then he sat in Week 18. I don't know. I mean, Jared Verse had a really good season. He was he was a defensive rookie of the year. Jared Verse is a really good football player. But Will Anderson, Seth, I took the segment we did yesterday where we were talking about Houston sports body parts that we get nervous about getting injured all the time, and you added Will Anderson's ankle to the list, appropriately so. I turned that into an article for the Houston Press yesterday, and I went and looked up the injuries because I had C.J. Stroud's one concussion that he's had, but I'm always nervous anytime my quarterback goes to the ground and hits his head. I'm always, especially if you've had a concussion. The CJ concussion and both Will Anderson Jr. ankle injuries, MetLife. All those injuries happened. Now, the one this past season with Will, Neville Hewitt rolled his ankle, so it's hard to blame that on the turf. But the first one, his rookie year, he just walked away from limped away from MetLife with an ankle injury. And CJ's head getting slammed down on that concrete turf.
I mean, that turf in general, not known as the best turf in the world already. And then the Texans were, going into that game last year, a lot of people just still had PTSD.
Yeah, so the injuries, both injuries to Will Anderson and CJ, all at the Jets. Yeah,
they didn't have PTSD; they had actual post-concussion syndrome. As a fan,
someone says, "Didn't Stingley just make the All-Pro team?" Yes, he did.
No, but PFF they have to go by their grades and everything and show this, that, and all the others. So so Jared Verse graded out higher on PFF than Will.
That's
Anderson,
probably what it was. Yeah, I guess that had to be what it is. The other thing, I guess, like how many players for the Texans do you think are in the top 10 at their position conversation? I think all three guys that we just mentioned there are in. As we look at the Texans' overall talent level,
not on the under 25,
not under 20, just overall. I would put Danielle Hunter in this category. Danielle Hunter's 30. I think he and Will are both top 10, or at least in the conversation. I haven't power ranked them or anything like that, but just in trying to get a grasp for what's this team's core talent level. How well spread out is it, too?
Well, that's where I think when you talk about the money positions are the ones that are most important.
Yeah.
The edge rushers and the defensive backs, or the cornerbacks on defense. I think they're in really good shape at edge rusher. I think that Derek Stingley, obviously top 10. Kamari Lassiter not there, but potential to be. So Derek Stingley, Danielle Hunter. I wouldn't put Will Anderson quite yet at top 10. I think he's very capable of it. And then Nico when he's healthy. If he plays 17 games, 100%.
Yeah. Is he in the conversation for top 10 running back?
I don't think so. Not anymore, right?
No. I don't know. Here's the thing.
Top 10 is
There's, like with running back, there's so few guys that get the workload anymore where you'd call him a top 10 running back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking maybe Mixon's in that conversation. So maybe Mixon, Seth, behind a better offensive line is in that conversation. Like Joe Mixon did what he did last year largely on his own. He made that offensive line look better at times. Where is C.J. Stroud, do you think, in this conversation right now?
Stroud he's right on that fringe he's been in that area of like, hey, I don't think he's quite top 10 based on last year's performance. I mean, based on last year's performance, with all the excuses, and legitimate explanations for it. He wasn't a top 10 quarterback last year. So I would say he's probably, without going through the actual names, I would put him somewhere objectively 11 through 15.
Yeah, I think the upper end of 11 through 15 is what it feels like right now with him.
Yeah.
When you think of all the guys that made it to his stage of the playoffs that he got knocked out at last year, like Mahomes definitely ahead. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, like he might be he might be 6th or 7th in the AFC right now. Before you've even talked about Jalen Hurts and Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford and guys like that over in the NFC.
I mean, when you get down to if just go by QBR, just whatever, randomly we'll pick that one. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Can't put him up. Daniel's debatable, very debatable, but then Jordan. This is where the arguments get interesting. You got Jordan Love, then Jared Goff. So I still can't put CJ above Jared Goff right now.
No.
Jared Goff's in a really good situation, but still he's also just flat out producing. I would still argue about Jordan Love. Then you go down to Brock Purdy, Pat Mahomes, Kyler Murray. Like those guys, other than Mahomes, they're Purdy, Murray, Jordan Love, Justin Herbert.
Herbert was
Baker
on a top.
Mayfield.
Herbert was on a top 8 quarterbacks graphic from PFF yesterday, and I got so mad. I'm like, did Justin Herbert? No, I don't know of a quarterback. Maybe Trevor Lawrence, just based on how much he got paid by Jacksonville. But outside of Trevor Lawrence, I don't know that there's been a quarterback who's gotten more latitude over what he's viewed as a quarterback, juxtaposed to what he has actually accomplished as a quarterback. Justin Herbert.
With CJ, I think I'm going to be – it's probably somewhere more between 7 and 10.
Yeah.
Just because there is a big old muck of viable but unexciting quarterbacks out there these days. And I feel like he's at the
so he might be
if
top
you look
10.
at his first 2 years, And I'll take into account the level of difficulty for some of the really good stuff he did do last year.
Yeah.
So he's inside the top 10.
I know I'd rather have, like, you can debate, like, what it's looked like for the first 2 years on a lot of those guys with CJ. I just know I'd rather have CJ than all of those guys you just named.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Justin Herbert, Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd rather have CJ than all those guys, especially at age 23 right now. So that's and that's a different argument than is he a top 10? Is he a top 10 quarterback moving forward that you'd want to have is different than is he top 10 right now? I get that, but he might be top 10 right now. I think there's an argument to be made.
I feel like you've had it up to here with Justin Herbert.
Here, and here. Yeah, dude. It's been that way for 2 years.
Because you've been out there, you're the quarterback. I don't want my quarterback to act like you. You've been out there scouring these power rankings, and you're just getting sick and tired of Justin Herbert being ranked above C.J. Stroud.
I would make a terrible quarterback because I would be looking at these rankings all the time.
Yeah.
I'd be bringing them up in press conferences, like Laramie Tunsil does. I would be side-eyeing on Twitter all the PFF rankings and things like that. You would hate me if I were a quarterback. You would destroy me on the radio.
Guys, he's mentally weak.
You would destroy me. Be obsessed
Justin
with
Herbert. Justin Herbert, honestly, I kind of stuck up for Justin Herbert before the Texans played them in the playoffs I mean, as I was sticking up for him, I kept realizing, man, Sean's right. Like, you gotta go out of your way to explain that, no, it was actually really good that he actually wasn't pushing the ball downfield because he was being smarter with the ball. And it's all of these sawed-off, castrated opinions about why he's genuinely an elite quarterback.
Yes,
and it's starting to annoy me, Sean.
It was good. I'm glad you're getting on my level when it comes to the Justin Herbert annoyance. It was Jim Harbaugh. Like, Jim Harbaugh was, they made him a more careful quarterback. So much was made about the 3 interceptions that he threw all year. He threw 4 against the playoff team here at NRG Stadium. He's done nothing. He got blown out by the Texans in the playoffs. He was a quarterback of a team that coughed up a 27-0 lead to Trevor Lawrence, who's the only other quarterback that can get on that same level of overratedness to me. It's I see Justin Herbert still in the top 8, and I'm like, oh God, when is this gonna stop? CJ over everyone, someone says. Well, good for you, Texter. I don't know if that's the case, CJ over everyone, but we're pro CJ Stroud here. I agree with Sean. A Texter says, I'm not sure why Justin Herbert gets all the praise. How is he that much better or any different than Trevor Lawrence? The only thing I'd say about that is that He's
way better than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. You know what? Here's
the biggest thing is,
the biggest thing he's better than with Trevor Lawrence is just being better at football. How's that? Trevor Lawrence. Well, you just look at the performance. Trevor Lawrence has been the starting quarterback now in 4 years in Jacksonville. He's twice been the starting quarterback for a team picking in the top 5. Those teams, Trevor Lawrence has been the quarterback on some really bad Jacksonville teams. So Justin Herbert is another Phillip Rivers underachiever in big games. That would be on brand for the Chargers. That would be the type of quarterback they would have.
Yeah.
Someone who just underperforms in big games.
Well, and that's where Jim Harbaugh might be the best coach, is a coach who sometimes just wants to take the ball out of the quarterback's hands.
Yes.
Become a complete team that does it with more than just the quarterback.
They drafted a running back in the first round this year. They drafted the Hampton kid from North Carolina in the first round this year. Could have been in the passing game. They got a running back instead. All right, 713-572.
To be fair to that texter, though, I would say that, I think there is a lot of Trevor Lawrence to Justin Herbert that goes, for whatever reason, uncriticized or unnoticed.
It's weird.
It's well, because he's had some good, like with Trevor Lawrence. You know what? It's a fair comparison, only that Justin Herbert is a lot better at being Trevor Lawrence than Trevor Lawrence is.
Yeah.
For one, his touchdown production is way better than Trevor Lawrence, but he does throw he's thrown about the exact same number of interceptions with a good number, a few more attempts, but he's not that much better than Trevor Lawrence.
I feel like Josh Allen gets criticized more for not beating the Chiefs than either of those guys do for not doing anything. Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. All right, the latest on Bill Belichick. Does Bill Belichick know that he's engaged? Because that news, at least a report of it, dropped that he might be engaged to Jordan Hudson yesterday. And I got a little game of Family Feud that I want to play with Seth based on keywords and phrases that are being used to describe Jordan Hudson on the interwebs. See if Seth can guess a few of these. That is coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This New York Times story about Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick, there's a rumor they're engaged, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's some other stuff in here, man, but if you haven't seen the news or heard the news, or if you're not keeping up with this, I know some of you are. I know some of you are. I find it fascinating. Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson, his 24-year-old girlfriend. Jordan Hudson apparently, as Seth told at least one person, that's a quote from the article in the New York Times, that they're engaged, the two of them. Which means if it's just one person she's told, then she knows who the mole is that's squawking to the New York Times. And I pray for mercy on that person's soul. Jordan Hudson.
I saw it interpreted that way. I think that her telling at least one person just means that the writer has talked to one person.
Right.
That doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that Jordan Hudson has only told one person.
No, I'm just kind of joking around.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, I'm just joking around. If it's one person, I'm not parsing that part out.
If she did only just tell one person, then she would know.
Yeah,
I'm guessing she's squawking it to anybody and everybody. It's just there just happened to be one person that told Diana Rossini.
Yeah, that told the New York. Well, it's New York Times that wrote it. It wasn't Diana Rossini. Yeah, Diana Rossini. So there's that. Which there is a non-zero chance that Belichick is finding out about this from the New York Times, right? That he's engaged. Like, there is a chance that she might have misinterpreted any conversations they've had about their future as them being actually engaged right now.
Yeah, Diana Rossman is who wrote this.
Okay.
There's a chance that maybe she had a conversation with Belichick where he talked about the possibility of getting married or something, and then she told a friend, like, we're basically engaged.
Yeah.
And then the weirdest thing of this, I just assumed that internet rumors or what have you, that she had amassed an $8 million real estate portfolio Jordan Hudson had, except that it's right here in this article as just stated as a fact.
Yes.
I kind of had just ignored that part of it because I figured that seems like the classic kind of thing that's found out to be bogus.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't putting much weight to it. But how the hell did this 24-year-old get an $8 million real estate
not a 24-year-old like worked at a hedge fund or anything. Like 24-year-old cosmetologist school graduate.
Yes.
And then went to undergrad to Bridgewater State and didn't get her degree. She got an $8 million real estate fortune.
Is like chief operating officer of Belichick Productions or whatever it's called.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a lot of money for a 24-year-old to have when they haven't been drafted high in the NFL draft.
That might be the scariest thing. If I'm a relative of Belichick, or more importantly, a future heir of Belichick, that might be the thing that scares me more than any of these things she's trying to trademark. Like, she's trying. The stories in this article are incredible. The Hard Knocks series that they wanted to do, spotlighting the North Carolina football program, which would have been awesome for the school and probably for Belichick himself. That is an infomercial for your college football program where marketing is more important now than it's ever been because of the transfer portal and everything else. Supposedly, all the parties involved in that deep-sixed it because Jordan Hudson wanted, quote, content approval and partial ownership of the show, end quote.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, she pulled Michael Jordan on it.
Yeah.
She was like, it's not enough that we just want to pull off Nike, some kind of coup or something.
I mean,
I don't know how you...
Does that mean, okay, that's what my question is. Does that mean like literal, like fiscal ownership, or is this more of a metaphorical ownership? Like you own, you metaphorically, you own that show, like you're a big part of it. Either way, neither's good. Neither is good. She's applied for trademarks, Jordan Hudson has. She tried to for no days off and do your job, among other things. But these are phrases that Bill Belichick used when he was the head coach of the Patriots. But the Patriots had already trademarked those things. So she's doing the Taylor Swift thing where Taylor Swift is going back and kind of re-getting the rights to a lot of her stuff that she didn't have by attaching, in parentheses, Taylor's version to it. So she's trying to trademark no days off, parentheses, Bill's version. Do your job, parentheses, Bill's version. She's got like 5 other trademarks that she's trying to get.
She's fighting the man. She's like Amy Adams Strunk in this regard. She's going to fight for her intellectual property rights.
By attaching Bill's version to it, which isn't annoying at all. So there's that. Apparently, this is the funniest part. According to this story in the New York Times, by 2023, Jordan Hudson was around Foxborough all the time. The two of them met back in 2021 and obviously kept in touch, but Bill Belichick was in a relationship at the time. By 2023, that relationship that he was in had fizzled, and now all of a sudden Jordan Hudson is showing up in Foxborough all the time during the season, where oftentimes she actually stayed at the team hotel with Belichick on game weekends. Like the team would go stay at a hotel. Even at home games, they go stay at a hotel. Fourth team that season.
He was distracted,
the season that Belichick had a 23-year-old Tomcat in his room.
It's like a lot of young men. It's all of a sudden they discover girls.
Yeah, man.
And they lose focus. They get distracted.
Belichick, they start every 72-year-old. Yep. 4 and 13. Mm-hmm.
Man, I can't get over this $8 million. Is this what the rich and powerful? If you want a girlfriend in this day and age, and you're a rich and powerful man, is $8 million just like no big deal?
$8 million.
Maybe I'm out of whack here, and I don't know what the going rate is these days to have a girlfriend.
Good to be off the market.
Feels like that's a lot.
Good to be off the market. Yeah, I don't have that kind of money. If I had to get into another relationship, I don't have that kind of money. I don't have the $8 million. We could buy like a brick outside one of the stadiums.
It's not like Belichick, I'm guessing, unless he's done really well with some investments, it's not like he's super rich. He's not one of these guys that's, like billionaire rich. He's not
No, he's definitely not billionaire. I mean, but he was making $20 million a year, though.
No, he's really, really rich. Yeah. I'm saying he's not like mega rich.
No.
He's not billionaire rich.
Right.
But he's very, very rich.
Yeah.
$8 million, if that $8 million came from Belichick, that seems like a lot for your
That's
girlfriend.
A big chunk. Like that is like that's not the percentage of that, I would imagine, for his net worth.
Yeah.
Starts with a number to the left of the decimal point, is not all to the right of the decimal point. That's not, that's 0.034 of his net worth. Like, no, $8 million is probably like a fairly significant, like a decent integer.
Still playing. Both his sons work for him now.
Yeah.
They're probably making like below average.
Oh, yeah.
You
gotta
you haven't really
way.
proved that you earned this salary yet. Yeah.
Who's your daddy? Me. Okay. So I've got this bar graph here. Top keywords and phrases used on Twitter for Jordan Hudson in the last 30 days. This is courtesy of betonline.ag.
Right. This is me guessing how cool people can be. This is not me and what I'm saying.
Yep.
I'm going to guess what people have said about her.
There's probably, Seth, about 20 words on here. Some of them are nouns. Some of them are adjectives. Okay. Some of them are nouns that may not be describing her, but describing something going on in the relationship, that kind of thing. So there's a decent amount of latitude.
All right. I think the first Gold Digger is going to be up there.
Gold Digger is on there. Gold Digger is about it's number 12 answer. Gold Digger is definitely on the list. Good job, Seth.
Oh, boy. I'm going to be bad at this. I'm going to be a really, really bad...
Top 18 answers on the board. Here's the question.
I know.
Aside from Gold Digger, what are the words used to describe Jordan Hudson?
Is opportunistic on there? That's a dumb guess.
Opportunistic, not on there. Yeah. Good guess, though. That's a good guess.
Yeah, but I try to put myself in the minds of the average person being snarky on social media.
Yeah.
Is the B word on there?
The B word? No. Now, I'll say this. We're not going to give a ding or a buzz. These are all phrases that are friendly for the radio. So
sketchy?
Sketchy is not on there. No, sketchy is not on there. You got 2 strikes. Keep it alive, Seth. Come on, let's go.
I'm horrible at this.
Some of them are just very basic adjectives to describe the relationship. You know what I mean?
Pretty. Oh, pretty? I don't know.
No, pretty's not on there. No.
All right, I'm out.
You're out.
Give me. What was number 1?
Number 1, weird.
Weird. All right.
Yeah.
That's a simple and easy enough.
Panel flips
it's a weird relationship.
The panel flips over, and you're like, like I'm.
Wait. So are these words used to describe her, or in when writing about her?
It just says top keywords and phrases for Jordan Hudson. So I think these are all in tweets that are about Jordan Hudson.
All right. I was thinking about people insulting her, but people saying it's a weird scenario.
Weird.
That makes sense.
These are the top 5 answers.
I'll tell you whether they're accurate or not. Weird. Okay. Yes.
Weird. Number 2, controversy.
Yeah, certainly a controversy.
Controversy is number 2 on the list. Number 3.
I was never going to get these.
Number 3. I think you would have gotten, ironically, I think the further down the list, you would have gotten a few of them. Like you said, pretty. Hot is on the list. I should have given that one to you. You know what I mean?
I don't think she's hot. I think she's pretty.
That's true. There's a difference. There's a whole episode of The Office about that. Is Hillary Swank hot? Number 3, drama. Drama is the number 3 word on there.
Yeah, I was way off. I was going the completely wrong direction on this. Okay. There is a lot of drama.
A lot of drama, no question. Number 4, age gap. Age gap. But we could have been here forever. I wouldn't have guessed that one.
The insults directed at her.
Okay, how about this one? Strange.
Yeah, that goes weird. Yeah. Okay. How many of these are just synonyms of weird?
Okay, here are the ones that I think fit under what you were looking for, like insults. Yeah. How's that? We'll do this. Is inappropriate an insult at all?
No, it's not an insult, but
it's a value judgment, I guess.
Yeah.
Gross.
Gross. Okay.
That's an insult to the relationship, probably.
That's a relation. That's more directed at Belichick, probably than her. Yeah.
Manipulation. I don't know if it's an insult, but it's a very negative term.
Well, it's interesting, too, because it's, I think classically you think, well, this older man's taking advantage of this younger woman, where it feels exactly the opposite. It feels like she's duping this old doofus into something, into a bad situation.
Funny you say that, because one of the words towards the bottom of the list is victim. And I would be curious who they're referring to in these tweets as the victim in this. If it's her, because remember Belichick early on, before we knew what her total vibe was? He's a predator. Look at him going after this poor little 24-year-old. Then you find out, like, she's a Tasmanian devil.
And pulling the strings and everything.
I think victim is probably more Belichick in these tweets than her, I would think.
I wouldn't call it victim at this point, at that age. Like, you either know better or you don't. Yeah. And if this ends up being a disaster for him, like, you should have known better.
Okay, here's just the ones that could be construed as negative. Disgusting. Definitely negative. But that's, again, more the relationship. I don't think you can look at her, unless you find her act disgusting. Like, I don't think you can look at her empirically say she's gross. She's very...
Right. They're talking about the...
Fake. Fake is in here.
That's towards her.
Yeah.
That's definitely towards her.
Exploit.
Yeah, that's towards Bill.
Disturbing. That's towards the whole thing, I think.
That's more towards Bill, too, I guess.
Yeah. But, 18 words, man.
I would guess, is there anybody you think in either of their personal lives who are super enthused about it? I feel like if she were my daughter, I wouldn't be super enthused about this. And if Bill were my dad, I wouldn't be super enthused about this.
I think there's you're right. It's hard to pick which side has, I don't think either side is enthused. Which side has any semblance of enthusiasm going on? I don't know her parents enough to say that it wouldn't be them. You know what I mean? They may be like, hey, this guy, he's 70. We don't have to worry about our daughter anymore. As long as she gets the right attorney, she's going to be fine,
Until another 21-year-old sits next to him on a plane.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know what their binding contract is right now. Apparently, according to the New York Times article, her old man was sitting next to Belichick at the pageant last week, the Miss Maine pageant.
Oh, yeah, so they get along well.
Well, they're enough to sit next to each other.
Arthritis medicine tips and everything.
This guy's like he's like a fisherman from Maine. He's probably thrilled that his daughter's dating Belichick,
Yeah.
Yeah. I got access to the guy who won 6 Super Bowl rings. I bet that guy loves it. All right.
I don't know. Who are your heroes that you wouldn't want your daughter to date? Well, you're into wrestling.
Yeah, almost all of them.
Pro wrestling. No,
and again, I'd probably be more like her. Like I'm portraying her old man. I'm like, oh yeah, Judy, you should.
You'd have to call her. You'd have to listen. Do you know where to find painkillers on the black market?
Yes,
because he's going to need some.
Cody Rhodes is going to need his painkillers. Yes,
Judy, don't be asking him all kinds of questions when he comes in at 5 a.m. From a night out with his wrestling
That's
buddies.
Right.
Okay?
My coaching would
Just
be so
let him
bad.
Be.
My coaching would be so bad. All right. The Astros can't hit right now. Is it that bad? Because the last time they won the World Series looks a whole lot similar to this. We'll dig into the numbers coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. I go there every Friday.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, I thought that we did a really good job. We got them up to 90 pitches early, and when we did that, I thought we could get in the bullpen and capitalize. But just one of those games, things didn't go our way.
All right, that was Joe Espada. I'm at the vortex of Astro depression here right now, Seth. I just listened to Joe, a 3-2 loss where the bullpen blew the lead. The TV in our studio here, it's in the 9th inning on the replay of the game right now. So Caleb Ort is on the mound, and he's about to give up a walk-off sac fly. That Chas McCormick's throw was a dribbler. He may as well have bowling rolled it back into the infield. And then during the break, there's this article on MLB.com, 7 players who could win their first MVP this season. Mm-hmm. And 2 of the 7 are guys the Astros let go this offseason. Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. This is like it's coming at me from every angle right here. Like they're blowing the game on TV. I'm being reminded of Tucker and Bregman on my computer. I probably go look at my phone. There's a picture of George Springer that just popped up or something like that.
George Springer having a year for the ages.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Bregman and Tucker both in this article here. Ay, ay, ay.
You know what? Tucker at least has come back down to earth in the last month.
Not enough to be out of articles about MVP conversations.
He started off so hot.
He was
going to have to come down. It's not like he's been awful, but at least he's been an above-average baseball player. Over the last month, he's in the high 700s for OPS.
Okay,
he's human. He's not looking like the best baseball player who ever lived.
OPS plus, when I looked yesterday, was 148. So you're right. He was on a tear to start the season, no question about that. So that was Joe Espada. Does this make you feel any better, Seth? Does this make me feel any better either? This is through 47 games. Michael Schwab posted this on his Twitter account. Offensively, between the Astros 2022 team that went on to win the World Series and the 2025 Astros teams that feels like it can't hit their way out of a paper bag right now, the 2022 World Series champs, through 47 games, had a .231 batting average. This version of the Astros actually has a .246 batting average, higher batting average. Yeah.
You suck, 2022 Astros.
Yeah. Suck on that trophy.
That stat that nobody cares as much about anymore. Yes.
Oh, power number's a little higher. Now, this all matches the eye test, man. That team had 59 home runs through 47 games. This team has 41 home runs through 18 less home runs through 47 games. And as a result, higher batting average, less power. As a result, the OPS higher, but not by much, higher for the 2022 team, 707 OPS, 693 OPS for this team. They've scored about the same amount of runs, 191 to 189. The big difference with this team, and I think this is where I'll give the 2025 team credit, especially lately, last night notwithstanding, they have shown some pluck, some resiliency when they've gotten behind in games. They've been pretty good late in games, this version of the Astros. And, in terms of winning some close games in the end, this version of the Astros has 13 come-from-behind wins, which is saying something because they've only won, I think, 25 games all year. 13 of them they've come from behind in right now. So I say all this to say that the team that went on to win the World Series in 2022 was very similar offensively, maybe a little more pop, ability to generate runs.
Yeah.
Was almost identical to this team in its ability to generate runs. This team, we feel so bad. Do we feel like this is an offense that eventually has the potential of an offense that back in 2022 had a healthy Jordan, Alex Bregman, Yuli Gurriel?
I think that, as
Kyle
of late,
Tucker. Obviously Kyle Tucker.
As of late, Paredes is really coming on, and especially in that ballpark at Dyken Park. I almost said the other word. At Dyken Park, I think I've said Minute Maid like 29 times more than I've said Dyken so far.
I said it twice this morning doing my hit on the ball,
So, so Paredes, yes, possible, very good upside there. Does Christian Walker stop being a horrible batter? Sure. Is he going to be Yuli at his peak? It's hard for me to believe it right now.
2022 Yuli is very attainable. He won the batting title the year before. 2022 is last season. He wasn't great offensively.
Yeah. And then Altuve and Jordan, you're going to get a better version of both of those guys.
I hope so.
Over the last 2/3 of the season. You just have to.
Yeah.
Unless Altuve is just completely gone off a cliff.
Yep.
It's very unlikely that both those guys don't play better in the second 2/3 of the season.
I think the other things, too, if I'm trying to be optimistic about 2025, like Walker is the big one. Jordan's going to hit. Altuve, I'm not to the level where I feel he's washed. I'm concerned. The risk of Patrick Creighton calling me asinine. I'm concerned about Altuve. But I think the things that I look at, they're not going to anything in the outfield that resembles what Kyle Tucker was. They just won't. Maybe Cam Smith hits a groove the second half of the year, but you can't count on that.
They can get, they won't have the hitting production out of an outfielder. I guess the actual work in the outfield. I think Cam Smith might very soon end up being a better defender than Kyle Tucker, just because Kyle Tucker's been kind of lazy on defense.
Yeah, the strictly offensively is what I'm talking about. Jeremy Pena, okay, is this the real Jeremy Pena? Like this Jeremy Pena, I think the two biggest things where this team can make up a little bit of ground outside of the Christian Walker, outside of the guys who've been good, getting back to what their level is, Altuve, Walker, Jordan, I think the things that maybe we look at and go, okay, wasn't counting on this, is Jeremy Pena turning into a very, very, maybe not elite, but very, very good offensive shortstop. And this team, either with Yiner or Caratini or some combination of them, are going to get way more offensively out of catcher than that 2022 team did.
And then also, I think something you already have, I think Lance McCullers has already shown that he could have a horrible performance in the World Series. Like this is, there are a lot of similarities.
Hand injury for Jordan?
Team. Yes, yes. Jordan had hand injuries that whole season and was on the IL stint for one of them, but also was put in a very good year. It wasn't like a down Jordan year. He wasn't struggling with it like he has this year.
Yeah, this is I don't know he's ever had a down year. Like he's been great. I mean, he's having a down year right now for sure. But he's on, I'm out for 20 games and I got to come back. He usually comes back. Typically, he comes back from an injury and he rakes right away. Like Jordan, it's like riding a bike, man. Okay, I'm feeling a little bit better. About
it's very, very, very possible.
Yeah.
There's so many ifs involved with it, though. That's what makes it uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And at least with that golden era of Astros, you had the guys that you knew and that you felt good about, and that if people were slumping, then whatever, they're going to come out of it. It just feels, everything feels, aside from so many faces being gone, the really uncomfortable part of this year has been Altuve and Jordan playing the way they've played.
Yeah.
Altuve is bouncing back and forth between second base and left field and everything else that goes with it. It feels a lot worse than 2022.
Yeah, no question. And it's just, the lack of familiar faces. Like that 2022 team was still, by and large, the core that had gotten you to 3 World Series in the last 5 years before that. You know what I mean? Like that was like, oh, we've seen these guys. It's slow start. We've seen Bregman hit before. We've seen this guy hit before. We've seen it with our own eyes. That kind of stuff.
This season, the Astros are making me dumber by the day, though. I think I'm spending too much time now just trying to figure out ways to give myself a pep talk about the Astros that I got too many numbers floating around in the head for somebody who's kind of hard of thinking. Now I feel about them. So I'm just grasping for straws.
Yeah,
I'm stupid.
I hear you. That's the curse of the optimist, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Vanessa Richardson, sideline reporter.
That's what they always say about me.
Yeah.
He's cursed with optimism.
Cursed for the Astros, you are right now. I think you are. You were the one saying that last week. You were the one talking me off the ledge.
I was trying to talk you into this.
You're like, they scored 9 runs and 6 runs.
Power hitting offense, yeah.
And I'm like,
John, if there's one thing I know about baseball is that 6 games means a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, okay? That's what I'm telling you. That's what it's made me stupid.
Yeah.
I am. I'm like, well, but look at how Rodgers has done over the course of the last 17 innings.
And I'm like, Seth, they just don't hit the ball very hard.
I'm out there. I get onto Baseball Savant, and I'm a man with a fork eating a bowl of soup. I don't know what I'm doing. and I'm not finding anything good. It's just.
Oh, my God. All right, Vanessa Richardson, sideline reporter for the Houston Rockets. She's covering the Western Conference Finals for ESPN on their digital platform. So she covered the game last night. We'll talk a little conference finals. We'll talk some Rockets hoops as well with our good friend Vanessa Richardson. That is coming up next.
Yes, it certainly is, Vanessa.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the conference finals are underway in the NBA playoffs. Western Conference Finals. They tipped off last night. Oklahoma City off to a good start, 114-88 over the Minnesota Timberwolves. Eastern Conference Finals tip off tonight in New York. Pacers and the Knicks. Joining us right now on the hotline. You know her best as the sideline reporter for the Houston Rockets on Space City Home Network. Does a great job there. She is doing a great job now for ESPN on their digital platforms for the Western Conference Finals. Vanessa Richardson joining us. Vanessa, how we doing? How's OKC treating you?
It's good. Hey, guys. Yeah, I actually don't hate OKC. It's very calm. The weather's been really nice. Very walkable city. So, yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Is it true that I heard a national show talking about this? Is it true that Oklahoma City, though, does have a distinct smell to it because there's a Purina factory there?
This is interesting. I had not noticed that, but now I will have to keep a note.
For the distinct smell. They have, like, South Bend had that. There was an ethanol plant like 5 miles from Notre Dame, and every night it would blow towards the campus, and it would smell like corn alcohol at night.
They should have put that Purina factory in Indianapolis because it could feed the local women as well.
Oh, look at
so
you.
Wow. Already. The very first thing Seth says to me, we're off to a great start.
Wow.
Indiana native. Hey, seriously, why does Peyton Manning never go back for Pacers games?
So I don't know. I mean, I know he lives in Denver and he's raising his family in Denver. And I don't know. I mean, the way things ended with the Colts, I'm not sure that he's bitter, but he didn't really get to write it off on his terms. So I don't know. We might have lost that one. Hopefully not. But
hey, and to be clear to the listeners, Vanessa's not from Indianapolis. I would never obviously try to make that joke about.
Terre Haute. Yeah.
Even better.
Terre Haute.
Is that...
Vanessa Richardson joining us on the program. All right, so Vanessa, the walkability of OKC and the Purina factory aside, the game last night was a close game until the third quarter, and then OKC kind of ran away with this thing in the third quarter and the fourth quarter. How nervous should we be, especially as Rocket fans, that we are about to be in a world where OKC is the next big thing in the West? This is a young team, man. Like the Western Conference, they may be to the Western Conference what Golden State was a decade ago to the Western Conference.
I think I have so much of our young guys with the Rockets and what they're going to be able to do. But the Western Conference in general is a bloodbath. And the funny thing is that everybody knew that going into this season. And then on April 13th, which was the final day of the regular season, when every team plays, the scenario for like OKC had locked up the 1 seed, Rockets had locked up the 2 seed. If I'm not mistaken, it was like 3 through 8, which is the play-in tournament, were up for grabs. And it was like the Clippers were playing the Warriors, the Rockets were going to, it's just bananas. So from a broad perspective, the Western Conference for the next few years is going to be insane because you've got the teams like OKC that are established, but then you have the Rockets that are up and coming. The Clippers randomly, when Kawhi Leonard got healthy, all of a sudden looked really good, and Golden State still does what they do. So it's going to be very, very competitive over the next few years and much different over in the Eastern Conference, it feels like.
Yeah, no question about that. Vanessa Richardson joining us. Let's circle over to the Rockets for a second. Having watched, I know you're still watching all the playoffs. Obviously, you're covering this series, and you've been covering other series too as well. Do you get the same feeling I do where the Rockets got knocked out in the first round, but I'm watching the rest of these teams in both conferences, and you see Cleveland get knocked out, you see OKC get taken to the brink. How do you think, if the Rockets had been able to get through that Game 7, what do you think the ceiling would have been for this team if they've been able to win that series?
I've talked, it makes me feel like people maybe think that I'm biased. Okay, yeah, I probably am. But when I'm watching some of these other teams, I'm like, the Rockets beat these teams, and like these teams are not that much better than the Rockets. And so one thing that I think is very true, and this is what I'm actually posting at Space City Home Network. We did postseason interviews with Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka. And they both talked about how, the guys got that experience that they needed in the playoffs. Playoffs are different. They just are. And so it is one of the things that's almost a little bit painful covering the playoffs is I feel like the team that I love and that I cover full-time during the year, that they could have beat some of these teams. And that's that. But that's how the playoffs go. So
you should do that.
Yeah, definitely. I have a lot of faith in our guys for sure.
Yeah, you're doing this now that you're doing it more from a national purview. You should just be very unprofessional and just sneak the Rockets into any and every discussion.
Yeah, every analogy.
Be that really annoying person, like, oh, here comes Vanessa again.
Yeah,
she's gonna be talking about Şengün nonstop.
No, listen, Chet Holmgren here reminds me a lot of what Jock Lawndale did in January. You should just go pick to the back end of the bench and stuff like that.
And speaking of Şengün, in terms of, let's say, a trade for Antetokounmpo, it seemed by the public comments of Rafael Stone at the end of the year that they're going to play it very close to the vest and they're not necessarily eager for a trade. The Rockets are and how aggressive they might be for a guy like Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, I mean, the short and very, very unsexy answer would be that I don't know. But people that maybe aren't as dialed into the Rockets situation might not know the details of the fact that the Rockets are just really set up for whatever they want to do. Like, the Rockets have an incredible young core of guys that are developing month by month, but then they've also got a ton of draft picks. And then something that can't be understated is that NBA players want to live in Houston. There are athletes, you guys know, NFL players and NBA players that aren't even from Houston and that are not playing for the Texans or Rockets, but they make their off-season home in Houston. Part of that's probably the no state income tax. I think that's possible as well. And so then you look at all the relationships that head coach Ime Udoka and his coaching staff have with superstars around the league, because Ime was under Greg Popovich with Team USA, so he knows all these guys. And so the Rockets are in a really good position to do whatever they want. And that means if they want to continue to develop all of the young guys and run it back, they're in a great position to do that. That means if they do decide, to go for a quote-unquote superstar, they have the means to do it. And the city that people, the NBA is a players' league, right? So the guy, and that they want to play for Ime Udoka. So the Rockets are in prime position to do whatever they want, and not a lot of teams can say that.
You can also, the owner also owns a bunch of casinos too. Triple Landry points does not show that does not show up on the salary cap. The triple Landry's
points. It doesn't, but it's there.
It's there. It's a perk. Everybody loves their Landry's points. Absolutely. Vanessa Richardson, sideline reporter for the Rockets, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. I think one of the interesting players as we head into the offseason, because we know who the core guys are. All these trades get floated around, all these hypothetical trades, and it's a whole lot of fun to parse them out and whatnot. Where is the team with Reed Sheppard right now? Because I feel like, A, he gets thrown into a lot of these things, but B, he was the 3rd overall pick last year, and C, he actually has a skill that this team could really use if he could ever get on the floor.
Yeah, they love Reed, and they really believe in Reed. And I think, Reed, people have to remember, Reed got drafted to a team that was up and coming and ended up being the 2 seed. Like, Reed didn't get drafted to the Charlotte Hornets or the Washington Wizards, or a team where he would be playing significant minutes every night. And that's just part of being on a deep team. At the beginning of the year, I remember the coaching staff saying that the word sacrifice was going to have to be a common theme for everybody this year, because the depth was just crazy of this team. And I think that that's part of Reed getting drafted to a deep team, is that when he went down to the G League for 3 games, he looked sensational, and he got some of that confidence back. I remember him telling me that it was really good for him physically, and they very much believe in Reed Sheppard for sure.
He scored 49 when he went down there.
You're
not getting any playing time. He goes down there. Reed Sheppard scored 49 for Rio Grande last night. That was That was wild. What was it in your mind, Vanessa? What was the biggest development this season, either an individual as a player or for this, other than obviously winning more games and getting the 2 seed? But as far as things go, maybe individually on this team that you can take moving forward into next year that this team can build on. What was the biggest thing for you as you watch this team throughout the year?
Yeah, I think the growth of each guy, and every guy has to grow in a different way, and every guy has certain things to work on, whether it's footwork or needing to get a little bit stronger or, maturity. And I don't even mean that in a negative way at all. I mean, like, these guys get drafted when they're 19 or 20, and they're growing like every 6 months. You can like see that they've grown and that their game has grown. So, I just think that everybody grew specifically in different areas, and the Rockets front office and the basketball operations in general did a really good job of catering to what everybody needed to do, right? So they sent 3 people last summer to Turkey to work with Alperen Şengün for 7 weeks, to help Alperen grow in ways Alperen needed to grow. And they visited, they sent 2 people to Florida to work with Amin Thompson and did a lot of work on his shot and on his. So I think when you have such a young group of guys, it's not a totally veteran team where, you can say, all right, enjoy your summer with your families. We'll see you back here for training. And so I loved the growth that I saw last year. And, I think we're going to see a lot more in the fall.
Well, and I think that's where Jalen Green perhaps comes in, is exactly where is he in his growth. And he is still, despite being 4 years in the NBA, he's still very, very young. And he's another guy where it feels like the organization itself probably feels genuinely a lot better about him than it seems the public at large does right now.
Yeah, and I think that and I get it. Like, if you're not a diehard Rockets fan, you're not watching the games as intently, but Golden State made it their mission to shut him down for the playoffs. I mean, they double-teamed him. They blitzed him. They did all of the things, and obviously a lot of the times it worked. I'm not excusing that. I'm just saying that is a fact. So, I do think people in the organization believe in him. And when you watch how hard these guys work on a daily basis, like I go to every practice, every shoot around, it's hard not to believe in them. But everybody grows at different paces. Everybody in their professional sports journey grows at different paces. So I think he knows he's going to have an off season where he's going to work hard. And I'm sure that, he's the one that had the team workouts in LA last year where he got everybody together for team dinners, for workouts. So, he grew as a leader too, and he really grew as an all-around player. I don't think he got enough credit for that. He had a couple of games where his defense was really great. And they had that discussion where Ime's like, I want you to be a better all-around player. So I do think he's grown in that area.
Vanessa, when you sit down next to Ime, have you gotten to a stage now? Like, I don't think you've ever been frightened of him. I just look at it, and I would be frightened of Ime if I were sitting next to him, asking him some of the questions. What's it like when you sit down next to Ime Udoka, like his whole vibe?
We have a really great coaching staff in general, and he did a good job of building that. He's really cool, and I think, was the perfect hire for these young guys and what they needed, which was accountability, right? And all those stories of him and Boston, holding Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and all those guys accountable and whipping them, into shape a little bit. He definitely did that with the Rockets as well. But the guys respect him so much, and they know how much he believes in them, and he holds everybody to a very, very high standard. You're not going to get away with everything. And I think that that's been important. But no, he's been great. I mean, like I said, I'm shameless plug. I'm going to post our end of season interview from Space City Home Network in a few minutes. And he was really great. And, Rafael Stone is fun to talk to as well. So it's interesting when you're in my position and you get the one-on-ones, because, I'm never going to ask gotcha questions. That's not my job. Mm-hmm. But, I think everybody in general is more comfortable with one-on-one interviews for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Vanessa, Sean and I had a bit of a little, not a huge disagreement about this, but Steven Adams had the Instagram post immediately after the season, and it included things like and everything we learned together, past tense. Thanked the city of Houston for the passion and unwavering support, and a lot of people interpreted that as a farewell. I thought it was more of a a thank you for everything this season, whereas some people like Sean, much more dramatic than me, thought that this meant that Steven Adams is gone completely. Where are you on that?
Oh, I hope Steve-O comes back. I mean, what he did for this team was unbelievable. It was a one-man wrecking crew. I personally, now I'm only speaking from the I have not followed up with Steven on this. I took it as Seth took it, where it was just, he had a fun year. He wanted to thank the guys, wanted to thank the city. You have to remember, he came back from injury. So this was the first time that he was able to play in a long time. And he made a difference for sure. So I definitely hope Steve-O comes back.
Yeah, see, here's the thing, Vanessa and Seth, is that I've been through a divorce. Seth has not. So, like every thank you card or every holiday card that I get from Amy, I'm like, is this it? Is this it? We've had a great year together. Merry Christmas. Is this it? Are you saying goodbye? So that's, part of it. I'm damaged goods, man. That's part of it, Vanessa?
PTSD.
Thank you.
Steven Adams ain't the leaving type, Sean. Don't worry about it.
He ain't the leaving type.
I'm not your ex, okay? Okay. All right? Stop acting like you're talking to your ex.
Okay, that's fine, but I saw Isaiah Hartenstein in an Oklahoma City uniform last night. He left me.
Steven submerging a banana boat down with somewhere. Yeah.
What'd you say?
I tried to make a banana boat joke. Yeah.
Oh, no. I was going to say, Steven Adams has the most vulgar mouth ever, by the way. Like, he's very, very funny. You guys
I'd be more worried of Steven Adams being on a banana boat with the Inside the NBA crew. That might mean he's like, no, that's how I'm going into broadcasting.
Oh, yeah, maybe so. Boy, he'd be a great addition to any banana boat crew.
He would be.
He'd be phenomenal.
They'd have to have the dump button ready, though.
I was going to say, it sounds like we need like a Steven Adams, like a Steven Adams at night kind of thing, on the internet sort of thing.
He's from New Zealand and in Australia. They have such a charming accent that they get away with even the worst curse words, like some words that you can never say to a person, and to a woman in particular. They make it sound like a casual. It's just any other common noun.
That's it, man. That's
he
it.
gets away with it.
He's the only player that I've ever had say, "Hello, love." And you know what? He has the accent. It works. It works.
Oh, it doesn't sound like some cheesy dude trying to pick you up or something.
Dude, with the wrong accent, it can be an HR violation.
Yeah.
So, Vanessa, are you going to find a place to perch yourself to watch your Indiana Pacers tonight against the Knicks?
So I think the Eastern Conference Finals are going to be great, by the way.
Too,
that's there's so much hatred and vitriol between those two fan bases and franchises. So, yeah, the guy that I'm working with and hosting digital shows for ESPN is Iman Shumpert, who's also some of the ESPN folks, we're going to go find a spot to watch that tonight.
Good deal. Well, I think I speak for all of society outside of New York when I say we're all Pacers fans in this series, for sure. We're rooting for the Pacers.
There's the thing, you've got it's two opposite cultures and two teams with so much history, and the players of those teams might be young, but the fans remember. And so I look, it would be cool for Indiana to advance, obviously, but what a joy it would be for Knicks fans who have waited a really long time as well. So that's going to be a really, really great series to watch.
No joy. I don't need them having any joy, Vanessa. You're way too nice. Yeah, I don't need any joy in New York. Hey, for those who want to watch you and Iman Shumpert break things down, where can they find you this series?
Thanks for asking. We're going to be live the half hour before the game. So we are literally walking off the court as the game is starting. So half hour before the game, it's live on ESPN's app, but the easiest way is probably YouTube. And Iman and I have been good about tweeting out that link, putting it in our Instagram stories. And, we definitely talk about the upcoming game. It is a pregame show, but we have talked about, the Western Conference and my Rockets and what it's going to, look like. So we talk about the NBA in general as a whole. So definitely check it out.
Okay, at Sports Vanessa on all your platforms, right?
Yep.
Okay, there you go.
Yes, sir.
So you can find her. Good follow. Give Vanessa Richardson a follow. She is a sideline working. Find her on ESPN's digital platforms during the Western Conference Finals. Vanessa, always appreciate the time. We'll see you when you get back to Houston.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good. That is the great Vanessa Richardson joining us on the show. A little basketball talk.
Who's not from Indianapolis, everybody.
No.
Okay?
She went to college in Indianapolis. She went to the University of Indianapolis, but she's from Terre Haute.
I don't know. I'm still not convinced that she's actually from Indiana. She's way too smart and normal looking.
Definitely an outlier from your characterization.
Yeah, a lot of chlorine in the gene pool up there in Indiana, right. And somehow she made it out. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, this tush push thing has gotten to a whole nother level. They're going to vote on this today, banning the tush push. Is this a little much? Some news coming from Adam Schefter when it comes to voting down this rule. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, prize picks. Prize picks tonight. Prize picks.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Seth, we are, I don't know, maybe minutes away, hours away from the vote on the controversial tush push play in the sport of American football. You tell me, is this a bit much? Center Jason Kelce. Of course, we know that Philadelphia is the face of the tush-push play and the most frequent users, but not the only users of it. But they're the most staunch advocate for keeping it, logically. Former Philadelphia Pro Bowl center Jason Kelce is in Minneapolis on behalf of the Eagles this morning to lobby NFL owners as to why they should keep and not ban the tush-push play.
Okay, this could go... I don't know how this would go. Who is he? So he's there to lobby the owners.
I guess
is he going to get up to speak in front of everybody, or is it more just glad handing various guys?
That's a great question. Okay, that's a great question. Is he working the lobby? Hence a lobbyist. No, is he just walking around networking, or is he? Are they going to give him a? Are they going to give him a? You get 5 minutes, Jason Kelce.
All right. So one of the things that Green Bay had said, Green Bay is leading the charge against the tush push. One of the things Mark Murphy, the president of Green Bay, had said was that the play just didn't require technique or skill or something like that. Something kind of crazy, actually. Yeah. Jason Kelce, I think, can speak really well about just how much they practice that and why they're better at it. It's not just that they've got a quarterback that can squat 600 pounds or whatever else. It's that there is a lot of technique that goes into the executing it properly. Yeah. So maybe that's the angle they're taking.
Yeah, that would be a good angle to take. I think like logically, like you can't stand up there and say I'm with the Eagle. He needs something that the other teams can relate to a little bit, or they can empathize with. It's hard to empathize, with the Super Bowl champion when you're one of the other 31 teams, and it's also hard, B, to empathize with the city of Philadelphia, who has some of the most obnoxious fans in all of sports.
I think somebody had a grain of an idea that might have been good, which is like, okay, when you bring somebody in front of Congress to speak about something that needs to change, it can be very effective to bring somebody who is like, if you bring up a war veteran who, it has 3 Purple Hearts and everything, and he tells his story, that's a very sympathetic figure. And you're like, oh, boy, all right, if I don't vote on this bill, this is... Well, you know the way politicians think it. The normal person's thinking like, oh, no, this guy needs protection. The politician is thinking like, oh, if I don't vote on this bill, then they're going to run clips of this veteran talking, and that's going to look bad for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Jason Kelce commands that same kind of sympathy that a war veteran or a victim of a car accident or whatever might get when they stand up in front of Congress.
Yeah. You're definitely right. Bring up Jalen Hurts. This guy could not convert a 3rd and 1.
Right.
Until we have the 2, which isn't true, but who cares? It's politics.
Think about I just want the young Jason Kelce's out there to have another opportunity to win another Super Bowl.
Bring Cataldi up there. Like, this is an old man here who only has so many years left on the earth, and you're robbing him of the enjoyment of the tush push. You know what I would do thinking about this if I were Jason with Kevin Bacon? Where he was trying to lobby to have a dance, and he knew his audience. Now, I don't know that this is the same audience. It's NFL owners, not the pastor played by John Lithgow. Yeah. Remember he got up there with the Bible, and he found all the Bible passages that had the word dance in it? Like, I just Googled Bible passages with the word push.
Right.
Mr. Kraft and Mr. Jones and all you other owners here, Psalm 44:5 says, through you we will push down our enemies. Through your name we will trample those who rise up against us. The tush push biblically is a sound play. The Bible is about pushing and trampling people. It says it right there in Psalm 44:5.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry. I thought that this was the owners. I thought you cared about, the majority of your fans who would identify as Christian.
God.
I didn't realize that you were willing to just throw that in their face so much.
Yes. Let's make
I didn't realize you're anti-God. Sorry. I guess I thought more highly of you.
Let's make the tush push religious. Yeah. Daniel 1140, at the time of the end of the King of the South shall push at.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, the King of the
North. I think
North.
your first one was better.
I'm just telling you what's in there. I'm just trying to find. Kevin Bacon had more than one passage, Seth. You need more than one.
Well, the thing is, too, and it was impressive of Kevin Bacon at that time, because you couldn't just go to Google and do what you did.
Right.
He actually had to get help from his girlfriend.
Yes.
On finding the right Bible passages.
She did all the work for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little sticky. Okay, someone's saying on the text page, please discuss. Newsflash, all caps. The tush push used to be called the quarterback sneak. All caps, this is not new. This is not the quarterback sneak.
No, newsflash, dude, you're not paying attention. All right? Newsflash, you're wrong.
It's not the
They're not banning the quarterback sneak.
No.
Okay?
No.
They're not. No, they weren't even allowed to. Listen, for the vast majority of modern NFL history, you were not allowed to push a ball. If you're an offensive player, you couldn't push a ball carrier.
Yeah.
They changed that rule in the mid-2000s, and teams were slow to really catch on to exactly all the things that they could be doing. So they modified the QB sneak to include guys pushing them from behind.
Yes.
And that's the difference between a classic QB sneak and the tush push.
And it
wasn't legal to do it before the last decade or so, the last 15 years.
Sir.
So they're still going to allow, if they ban the tush push, there still will be QB sneaks.
There's a reason it's called the tush push. Google QB sneak. Go find it on YouTube. It's not the same thing. And I would say the tush push is a version of the QB sneak, but it's not the QB sneak. No, it's not.
Newsflash.
Yeah, that's
you
the
got
thing.
lost in thought and never found your way back. Yeah, it's just not. It's not the QB sneak.
We wouldn't nitpick here or come at you, texter, except you put all caps newsflash in front of it, which would imply that everybody's silly for not seeing what you're seeing. Yeah, Jace.
By the way, you did a better job than AI, I think, on having a biblical argument for allowing the tush push.
Okay.
Because you actually brought up the first one you brought up, I thought made a lot of sense.
Trampling. Those
AI goes very vague.
Yeah.
The Bible often speaks of the value of strength and using one's abilities effectively. You good job. You're better at God stuff than AI.
I just put in Bible verses that include the word push, and that's what I got. Yeah. So.
I guess old school Google is
old
better
school
at
Google.
It than
Yeah,
AI.
because it's not the AI thing for Google. It was old school Google giving that to me, right there. Someone's saying QB sneak ain't the tush push. No, you're absolutely right. I don't know, man. Someone says on the text page, there's always these formations every 5 or so years. It's tush push, it's wildcat, it's RPO. Just find the defense to beat it. That is the answer.
Right.
This is an aesthetic argument.
That's the whole thing.
The RPO
I don't know
is
why
beautiful.
the NFL they're making a mockery out of all of these arguments that they're making for banning the tush push, including safety. They're not good arguments. The only argument that makes sense is that it's a boring play.
Right.
There's just not. Because the safety hasn't been shown to be an issue whatsoever. It's just a boring play, and especially in the conference championship games, it became a huge part of both those games, and it invites extra controversy because it's really hard to get the right spot on it, and I think they just want it to go away. It's just you're in this situation where you want it to go away, but the team that just won the Super Bowl is really, really good at it. It feels like it feels so take away a competitive advantage that a really good team has.
Adam Schefter just tweeted this. You were wondering kind of what this format was going to look like that Jason Kelce was going to get to speak in?
Yeah.
Adam Schefter just tweeted this, so take this for what it's worth. With Jason Kelce now in the room with NFL owners, the discussion about the tush push and its future is officially underway. So this seems to be more of a formalized thing, that he's up there. That's what that sounds like to me. That he's up there speaking formally to them about this whole thing. So I don't know if he'll be successful. Diana Rossini just tweeted out that she expects the tush push to get banned today.
I've seen various descriptions of how these owners' meetings go, and it sounds like a whole lot of people with huge egos that are not really paying attention to what the person speaking is saying. That they're
well, and I think too.
That's just a couple of the descriptions I've seen of it.
Where are you on the charisma scale of Jason Kelce being able to deliver this message and pull it off? I think you need some charisma to do this.
Well, and that's where Kelce kind of being a different flavor of speaker than they might have up there typically. People might be more interested. The billionaires might actually pay attention.
Yep. All right, the Astros lineup is out. We'll get to that in the final segment of the show. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop got going on today. We will do all of that. Final segment coming up next.
If you've been injured.
SportsRadio610.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
They're doing it again. It was MLB.com before, had an article, 7 players who could break through and win an MVP this year. 2 of them were Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. I get my The Athletic Daily newsletter in my inbox 5 minutes ago, which gives you links to their big articles for the day. I love it. It's just article. Last one here. Top 50 potential MLB free agents for the 2025-26 offseason. Will Tucker and Bregman hit it big? That's the title of the article. Boy, I wonder where Framber is on this list, too. Framber's probably on this list also. Damn. The gods are just mean, man. You're mean. Astros lineup is out, if I can find it here, for today. This will be the lineup today, Seth, for a noon start in Tampa. Astros trying to take 2 out of 3 from the Rays. Batting, of course, Hunter Brown on the mound. Jeremy Pena batting leadoff, which he will be doing every day except for maybe 1 or 2 the rest of the year as long as he's healthy. He'll get a day's rest at sometime in late July or August, and then he'll get another day's rest in like mid-September, and that's it.
Even so far the only rest they've given him is when he was DH, and he's looking none the worse for wear. He seems to have hit the sweet spot where he's still young physically, but everything technically is really starting to come into focus for him.
No doubt. 302 average, 803 OPS. Isaac Paredes, he of the 824 OPS. Anybody? He's batting second. 800 OPS is like sweet nectar right now. Jose Altuve is DHing today. He's batting third, 635 OPS. Yiner's back in the lineup. He's batting cleanup. Christian Walker has been pushed down in the order, which makes perfect sense because Yiner's way better than Christian Walker. Yiner's OPS is 630. So their 3, 4, and 5 hitters have an OPS of somewhere combined around 620, the Astros, today.
There's no place to go but up, Sean.
Oh, my God.
I look at the record, I look at the standings, and I say, these guys can't possibly be this bad for the entire season.
They can't. We're almost 50 games. We're going to be 50 games in by this Seattle series. Jake Myers batting 6th. Cam Smith batting 7th in right field. Brendan Rodgers back in the lineup playing second base and batting 8th. And Mauricio Dubon will get left field today. Chaz, 3 strikeouts and practically rolling a ball into home plate on the final sac fly of the game. Not enough to keep you in the lineup. Mauricio Dubon bats 9th. So there you go. There's your lineup for today. That does not inspire a ton of confidence, but you know who does, Seth? Hunter Brown. That's who inspires confidence.
Hunter Brown is, we talked kind of about the last calendar year and where he was now, but he's, for this season specifically, he's definitively one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Which is, in the last calendar year, has been an extreme change. Even this time last year, he was into being the reinvented Hunter Brown, but there's not a chance in hell. If you had said, hey, look, Hunter Brown looks pretty good these last couple games, 2024 version of Seth Payne. Whoa, what do you think the chances are he'd be second in ERA this time next year? And I'd say not a chance in hell, you idiot. Get out of my face. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what are the chances? Right, in mid-May last year, what are the chances? Someone said he's the best pitcher in baseball. They would be saying that to you at a time a year ago, Seth, when he was like a week removed from literally being the worst pitcher in baseball. He had an ERA of about 10 in early May a year ago. He looked terrible. He actually had to go to the bullpen for an appearance. That might have been what turned him around. He came out of the bullpen for a game in the middle of May and pitched 5 really good innings, and then he wasn't like right off to the races after that. He had a couple other starts that were just okay, but then he was off to the races. Like by the end of May, early June, man, Hunter Brown was it. Like he was the man, and he's been the man. Other than a couple blips here and there, he's been the man ever since. You look like you look like you're looking something. You got that I'm looking something up look on your face.
Oh no! I just Max Fried's got like a pretty authoritative lead right now on the ERA. I mean, authoritative, whatever. But Hunter's actually tied with Senga at 143 ERA.
Okay, that's good. We're getting a few of these today. Okay, let me see how you feel about this. I'm having Jose Abreu, this is a text. I'm having Jose Abreu flashbacks with Christian Walker. Did Bagwell do this deal too? No, this is a Dana Brown. This is a Dana Brown's fingerprints on this one.
This was widely regarded as like, okay, makes sense, that price tag for that player, and he's not 49 years old and about to jump off of a cliff, belly flopping into the ocean.
Right.
And yet here we are watching Christian Walker belly flop into the ocean.
Yeah.
Well, wildly swinging a bat the entire time.
Yeah.
And hitting nothing.
It's exactly right. I get this is an unacceptable level of offensive productivity for Christian Walker. What I will say as far as the Abreu conversation goes, or the comparison goes, Jose Abreu was a completely useless baseball player. Like 100% not good defensively, not productive at bats, not making contact. Christian Walker has not had many productive. Remember Jose Abreu's first season here of the 2 seasons, season and a half really, that he was here? It took him so long to hit a home run that when he finally hit a home run, he jokingly slid into home plate. Remember that?
Yeah, that's right.
I hated that. I'm like this. I'm like, dude, this is not funny. It's like it would have been funny if he went on to hit like 280 that year and hit 25 home runs. This is, I did. I felt like the guy who wanted to talk to the manager in a restaurant. I'm like, is this some kind of joke to you, Jose Abreu? Sliding into home plate? You suck. You're horrible. Yeah. So I have glimmers of optimism with Christian Walker. And Christian Walker is an elite defensive player, too. He at least gives you something. You at least feel like he could throw the ball to first base, and if you're a little off target, it's like the Hughley days where you know that thing's going to get scooped out of the dirt. So there is that. There is that. Someone says, call me when we're 100 games in. It's so long. It's long, but I think we need to do a circle of trust, probably heading into this Seattle series. We might need to do it tomorrow.
We'll do that tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right.
I think we'll do a circle of trust tomorrow.
We'll do circle of trust, and then we'll be able to follow up at the end of the Seattle, on Monday and see how everything went in those 4 days against a good baseball team.
Yep. This is the biggest series of the year so far coming up starting tomorrow. And it's Star Wars weekend.
Why don't they do Star Wars like closer to the 4th of May, the May the 4th be with you?
It's a good question.
All that stuff.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure if they were home for that weekend. That's a really good question. I don't know. But any Star Wars nerd like me will tell you there's never a bad time for Star Wars weekend, all right?
Okay.
Yeah.
What is that? I've never been to the game on Star Wars Day at Minute Maid.
Yeah.
Is it, or excuse me, at Daikin?
Yeah.
Is it, like, what percent are in costume?
In costume, a small percentage. I mean,
still pretty small.
Yeah, small percentage costume. Probably a lot of T-shirts.
A lot of the costumes from Star Wars aren't really conducive to our climate unless you're Princess Leia in the beginning of Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah. Oh, no, Return of the Jedi. You're talking when she's in the bikini?
It was Return of the Jedi.
Return of the
she was with Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, laying there.
That's about it.
Yeah, that's
Other than that, you're pretty much there's way too many
layers, man. You're a Wookiee. You're a stormtrooper. Poor Seth is getting force choked right now. This is a Star Wars segment.
I think that's what it was.
He got force choked. He got force choked about Darth Vader. Hey, you mentioned this before the segment started in the break. The NFL has voted on one of the rules changes. Well, 2 now. As we know, we talked about earlier, they approved NFL players being allowed to play in the Olympics in 2028 for flag football. They also approved the rule, Seth, right, with the onside kick where you can now, if you're trailing in a game, it doesn't have to be in the fourth quarter. Anytime you're trailing in a game, second quarter you can do it if you want to. You can onside kick. You have to
announce
notify
it, of course.
Yeah.
So there's no surprise onside kicks anymore.
Right.
I guess I like that they have to add that if you're protection, like just to protect coaches from themselves. Hey, we're up by.
No, but there are some. I mean, look, Sean Payton used it famously in a Super Bowl, and there are some coaches.
Right?
That like
they don't want the. I know. They don't
Yeah.
want the surprise onside. Yeah, I was just.
I know. I get it. The Cully thing was funny.
Yeah.
That was funny because he would totally do it. Thinking,
yeah.
No, you're that team on the scoreboard, David. You're not. You're not with the Ravens anymore. All right. You're with the Texans now. So they approved that. I had heard that they were trying to. I haven't looked at the details of the onside kick thing yet. I know I read an article yesterday. They were trying to make it a little more advantageous for the kicking team because there was only a 6% recovery rate last year, and they're trying to make the play.
Everybody's they're just booting it out of the end zone.
Yeah, nobody's.
Yeah.
Well, no.
The
onside kick I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about the kick in general, but they haven't changed. We haven't heard anything about them changing the spot for the normal kickoff.
Right.
Where
the touchback.
Yeah, because they're just teams. The math just works out. Let's just kick it out and get the touchback every time.
Yep.
So they'd like to have, now that they feel like the format is safer, they'd like to have more actual kickoff
returns. Yep. All right. This might be the smallest circle of trust ever. Someone is saying on the text page, Framber, Hunter. It says Eastside Perez. I think they mean Isak. That feels like a voice-to-text issue. And then Jeremy Pena, and that's it. We'll see. It's up to Payne and Pendergast tomorrow. That's
shake me into a circle of trust.
Yeah.
You'll have to listen
Tune in.
and find out.
Tune in. I think the touchback thing you're talking about, I want to say they approved that at the first meeting.
Oh, they did it
this year.
already? Okay.
Yeah, they approved that already. So the touchback's already 35 yards. But now we might get more onside kicks. Exciting. In the Loop is here. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen, howdy. How are you doing?
I am terrific. How are you?
You guys are probably going to get rule changes dropped in the middle of your show.
Hot and heavy,
That's
baby.
excitement right there.
More rule changes than you can shake a stick at.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I could shake a stick at a lot of rule changes, honestly.
There's nothing like the hip drop tackle last year caused a huge wave of either outrage or anything else because people felt like that was one of the old wussification of football items. I don't feel like any of these rule changes are going to move the meter as much outside of Philadelphia.
On the wussification. Okay, is the banning of the tush push going to get construed by the hardo element as this is turning into a sissy sport?
I just think it's silly.
Yeah.
The play?
You think it's silly?
No, banning it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What about, John, this is where I am on it. I think it's silly to ban it for any kind of competitive reason, but I think it's a boring play. And I get why I think coaches would be reluctant to say, well, let's take this thing that a couple teams are really good at and ban it, because we don't want to run away from them being good at it.
Yeah.
Where with the owners, they're looking at the conference championship games and saying, man, those tush-push plays, of which it felt like there were 15 in each game, are just boring and annoying.
Some of these reviews, instant replay. I mean, you can. There's a whole rabbit hole there.
An NFL football game is never 3 hours and 15 minutes of sheer. It's a madhouse out here. Yeah. So, by the way, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Lease.
Love to hear it.
Yeah. You about to say something?
No, I'm always interested, especially for football, but all these sports, how like the dichotomy of interests. Because at one point it is a competitive sport. This is something where it is a competition, but at the same time, it's also an entertainment product. And how do they find a way to balance that? And I think Seth's point brings up that great balance there, which is, which of those do they prioritize in this moment, if indeed you view it as that kind of dichotomy?
The odds would tell you the entertainment side, because it is minus 400, the betting odds. I was a little surprised. The odds were, I don't know if you guys get the same subscriptions that we do in terms of odds on things like this.
Like the odds that had Spada as the 10th most likely to be
fired first. Yeah, 25-1. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The proposal to reseed or to seed the playoffs based on record sounds like at least according to the odds and some of the people that I'm seeing sort of predict, educated predictions, that feels like a long shot right now. And if you had told me beforehand, not looking at either, which one would get passed and which one would get, which. I would have guessed it'd be the other way around with the tush push in this one. The seeding of the playoffs feels like a no-brainer because that's not a player safety thing. I mean, unless you consider that this reduces the chances of you being able to rest guys in Week 18, a safety issue. The safety. This is about that rule is more about having more compelling matchups. And fairness, if you believe that the division title should be prioritized, but not to that degree, where you're getting a home game automatically.
Yeah, and I mean, to make it more simple, because you did kind of talk about more compelling matchups, it's a money proposition, right? This is something where in the next few years, when they're getting to a place where they want to sell these TV packages again, the idea that and the notion that, hey, week 16, week 17, week 18 are that much more compelling because we have more things on the line.
There you go.
Seems like the thrust of what's going on there, and that's obviously why, in my opinion, the NFL league office is trying to push it. The question I have, being a huge hoop head, seeing the way that the NBA went when they kind of disincentivized folks to care about divisions, is did that then take away, that level of rivalry, that level of interest in those particular matchups? And in football, that matters so much.
Oh, yeah,
more.
it does. It does.
I think the biggest difference between football and basketball is we did the numbers yesterday. Football, 32% of your games are against divisional opponents, where in basketball, it's like 19% of your games.
Yeah.
It's you're just not playing. You play the entire conference pretty much as you do your divisional opponents.
Yep, I would agree with that.
The people want to know, I'm sure.
What is the question of the day?
Yeah, I
sure want to know.
Always want to know. What should be banned?
In the spirit of the Tush Push? Okay.
And that's not just sports.
Anywhere.
Yeah, and I'll lay one out for you to get y'all's juices flowing.
Okay.
If there are people on an elevator, you should not be allowed to stick an arm or a leg between the doors to open it. So infuriating.
Okay.
That is so infuriating.
I think I've done that this week.
If it's empty, have at it.
Oh, I did it. It was empty. You're right. Yeah.
If it's empty, have at it.
Yeah.
If there are people, because everybody is judging you immediately.
I'm more likely to let it go just because I don't have to be on an elevator.
Exactly.
With people. Yeah.
Now, are you talking about if the person outside the elevator sticks theirs in?
Yes.
And you're on the elevator, you feel put out that person's delaying you?
Absolutely.
Oh,
the extra 15 seconds.
You're
that should be
grumpy.
That should be banned. You don't judge people when that happens?
No,
not at all.
I'm usually the guy holding the door open, though. Yeah.
Yeah, like I usually feel guilty if I can't get my leg there first. You know, when you see somebody rushing towards the elevator and you don't, and you make eye contact, and then it feels like, I just sat there and did nothing.
That's like a little bit of evil.
So you're somebody. You are one of those people that if you're making eye contact, Lopez, you just wave at them and say, "See."
No, I feel like Lopez is a bridge further. Lopez is the dude who looks like he's holding the door open sign and he's hitting the door closed sign.
Oh,
right. Wait a second. Why? See, even the fact that you're that way, how is it evil that I'm sitting there making eye contact?
No, I said when you do that and you're on the elevator, that's you're letting out a little bit of your evil.
No, I'm saying I'm on the elevator. I make eye contact with a person, but I don't react in time, and I feel awful about it.
No, that's fine. But what I'm saying is there are people.
You're the evil one.
That's right.
Yeah, you look at that person and just.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But like if you're outside and there's people on the elevator, you should not be allowed to stick an arm or a leg in there.
Okay, so that would be your rule. You would ban that. You would make that a crime.
Yeah.
I would.
That was the number one seat, huh?
I would get on every plane, take out whatever screwdriver I need, and make sure that seats could no longer be pushed back 3 inches that they're allowed back when people feel like they need to relax. There would be no more, in my world, seats on an airplane would be at the angle they're at, and that's where they're staying.
Yes,
because
sir.
whatever benefit that person is getting laying backwards is far superseded by the inconvenience of their chair being plunked into my lap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, you know what I'm going to put into legislation, Sean?
Yeah.
Junior Senator, is this. That when you're on a plane and there's a tight connection and the flight attendant gets on the intercom and says, "Hey, we have some people with tight connections. Please don't stand up until they make their way through."
Yeah.
If you don't have a tight connection and you stand up and block their way, you get shot in the head. Dead. Dead. You're impeding the progress of America.
I was going to ban them for 6 months from the airline, Seth. Your solution's a little extreme shooting.
Yeah. Shot dead.
I would say, too, if you're one of
flight attendant has like a 9mm.
That's what the marshal's for, clearly.
I would say, most of mine are airline related. Along those lines, forget about if there's that overhead warning, not warning, but like the disclaimer that comes down and says, "Hey, stay out of the way." The one Seth just said. If there's not that and people are just getting up and getting off of a normal flight, you have 15 seconds at most to get down from the overhead, whatever's in the overhead.
Yes.
These people that take a minute and a half to get their bags and jimmy their hips the right way and everything else. Them too.
Yes.
Gracious. All right.
And another quick one. I don't want to overly legislate the league here on rule change day, but I do feel if what we're doing, if we ban the tush push because we want more entertaining football, then they need to ban running the ball on 3rd and long just for field position. The throwaway 3rd and long draw ban it, and or shoot the coach in the head if he calls it.
There's a lot of shooting going on here.
I was waiting for when that would come into play, so I appreciate you delivering that.
That's what the fans want to do to their coach.
Yes.
So just save the coach from himself. Save him a bullet to the head. Save the taxpayer dollars, too. The 3 or 4 pennies for the lead.
Favorite text of the day so far, just simple. John Lopez, an a-hole.
I texted him back. I said, either that or just honest.
Or just honest. Oh,
yeah, probably both.
Okay,
probably both.
Yeah, they're coming in already, fellas. I don't need to tell you.
Our work here is done.
Hey, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing.
Yeah.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, yeah, antibodies and a bullet in your brain, too.
We appreciate that. Okay,
all right.
Barring that, I will be here tomorrow to do a circle of trust.
Bullets
with
in
Seth
everyone's
Payne.
brain.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
Here.
What did I do?
Here.
Dilly.
How did I get in this?
All right, we are done. We are out of time. But just for today, not out of time.
Well,
overall.
we'll see.
We'll see. We'll find out.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of bullets flying.
Yeah.
That's a lot of bullets flying. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Oh, with his Jordan Bucket hat on today.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. They're in the loop and they start now.
That's right. I love this as an astute observation here on the text line from the 832. Seth has some anger management issues.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
A word.
He's gotten way better.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best part, is that this represents a major amount of growth.
A bullet in the head is growth.
Yes.
We can laugh about it now.
Growth and development is relative, friend. Growth and development is relative. Yes, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. You heard the man. You got John Lopez, myself, Reginald Attitude, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Plus you texting in things like Seth has anger management issues on the text line. 713-572-4610. Please get involved with the program there or on the Mo Kiram Injury Lawyer live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. How you feeling here, Lopez, outside of like bullets flying around and general bad takes on elevator etiquette?
Oh, no, honest takes. I'm feeling great. Feeling great except for, the Astros and Christian Walker, but I'm sure we will get to that here.
Wait, all it takes is a walk-off loss, and now you're in a place where you're not feeling great about the Astros?
No, I mean, that was a game that clearly slipped away.
Yes.
There's no question about that. Should have won that game. But that's not the main reason.
Wait, can we stop on the should have won that game? This is Joe Espada. This is Espada 1. Him talking about the way that game ended. And I guess probably one of the people that you feel the worst for is mentioned in here. Oh, of course, computer's not going to oblige. You know what? Never mind. Forget what I just said. Lopez, you were going to talk about something.
Well, first on the game itself, you're up 2-0. You're getting a great pitching performance. You really are. And you came up with a couple of nice big hits to get that lead. You're getting into the late innings. Now you did, and we talked about this yesterday. You did use Abreu for more than an inning the day before.
Not just that, you used Abreu for more than an inning. You used Hader, and both of them had pitched the day before. So to back-to-back days, you knew that they were going to be off the docket here. And I don't know, I hate to start a segment immediately questioning Joe Espada, but however, do you look at that at all and have any level of questions, especially knowing that you were going to be throwing a guy who is young and not part of your normal rotation in Walter that you threw out there yesterday?
Not really, and we were texting about that during the course of the game because you have a chance to win a game, you win that game. Whether it was yesterday or the day before. You had a chance to win the games. Go ahead and use your guys and win those games. But here's the kicker, and this is what was a little bit disappointing. You had a chance to win this game despite all that.
True.
I mean, you're up 2-0, and then it's the little things. It's the little things that got you. And we can get to this as well because it's getting increasingly frustrating. You had leadoff walks, I believe, in the 6th, 8th, and 9th innings. They scored in the 8th and 9th innings, if I'm remembering that correctly. And they're running on your catchers like nobody's business. Like this is, I believe, if I'm remembering this correctly, taxing my memory here, I believe they've allowed 40 runners to steal. 48 out of 53, the worst in all of Major League Baseball. Now, that part I know is true. That's too much because in the 9th inning, when they tied it in the 8th inning, they stole 2nd and 3rd without even anything close to a close play there. and then those 2 runs score, and lo and behold, it's tied. 9th inning, they get the sacrifice fly, boom, you lose. That was a very winnable game with the little things costing you.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, you're one of the 2 worst teams when it comes to, opponent stolen bases per game allowed. Miami being the only team that is worse in this season. But also, it just feels like almost to the point where they've kind of given up on it. Like, it feels like when you have that catcher back there, whether it's Jainier, who it obviously is most of the time, or Caratini, it's like it doesn't even feel like they're getting that ball in and thinking that, hey, we're going to go to second and actually prevent this from happening. It feels like that is a given, and that base is given away, which to some degree, I guess, is also another level of accolade for the pitchers. And when it comes to like handling situations where that runners can get into scoring position fairly easily if they're on base. But that adds a level to the pressure of what they had there. And I guess in a way that circles back around to the pitchers as well when it comes to getting that ball to home to even give the catchers an opportunity to try and pop and send it to second. But all things considered, like that, you mentioned, that's one of the small things. But the problem is you're at this point as a team where all those thin margins matter because you don't have the outsized hitting or the outsized, even the outsized pitch overwhelm those little kind of nuances in there. And this is where it kind of stinks that Jordan is not available for you in any of these games. And mind you, a series where he might have benefited from this particular park
and that team. That park and that team were made for Jordan Alvarez. A bunch of right-handers, a short porch in right field, or the ball blowing out easily most days in right field. No, that was made for him. If he was going to force the issue, he would have been in that game. As far as the catchers, they're not even. We're at the point now where half the time you're not even sure if they're even going to throw.
That's right.
To try to get the guy out.
Right.
That's how bad it is. But then there's this question, and this is the other little thing that, again, winnable game. Oh well, that's going to happen. You know the old saying: you're going to win 40, you're going to lose 40, and then the rest are up for grabs. That was the one that went the other way, or 50, whatever the old saying.
Right, because I don't think that as much as the things that we've talked about, I don't think I felt bad about the Astros in this game.
Right. I agree. But here's the question. What are you going to do? Is it time to do anything with Christian Walker? What do you do?
This is a great question because, I mean, you've already done the thing where you play a little musical chairs trying to find him a better place to hit in the lineup. The defense is what the defense is, and he's been very good in that regard. And you've seen him even, quoted in articles talking about the ways in which he understands the situation. He's felt pressure at times, and I imagine that there's been conversations to try and get him in that place. But at this point, right?
What do you do?
I don't know what you do. Wow, because it's not like he is a young player. Like, he has been through funks in his career. You imagine that he has found ways to get out of it. He's 34 years old. You would expect that even if the manager does not have experience with him, which I think was one of the things that I brought up as a possibility, like he just doesn't know what those buttons are to push to help him get out of it. He himself should have some level of understanding of his own ability as a player in the majors to know the ways to get himself back to hitting well, and it's not there. And it's starting to scare me to some degree because a question that was levied when you did sign him, even though, I think by and large the thought was that 3 for 60 felt right for the player of his caliber and what he typically brings, coming off of 3 Gold Glove seasons, all of that, right? We did, someone did ask, hey, you're seeing a declining trend in his play over the last 3 years, and the thing that I easily went to was, yeah, but still, those are 3 of his best years in his career thus far, even though you are seeing a slight declining trend. I don't think that that's as big of a deal. Well, now it feels like a big of a deal, of course, through, 40-something games.
Well, let me give you a compare and contrast, and maybe you're going to reach an answer after you hear these numbers. Figgy, you too. So let's compare and contrast. You said he's played 45 games. Christian Walker's played 45 games. He's batting 198.
Not good.
270 on base percentage.
Is that technically Mendoza line? How much is
Mendoza? I thought was 220.
I thought it. Okay, go
I
ahead.
thought it was 220.
You got it.
I'll look it up. He's batting 198, 270 on base percentage, and a 609 OPS through 45 games. Okay. Last year with John Singleton through his first 45 games. No, excuse me, his last 45 games.
Don't do this, man.
I'm doing some comparing and contrasting.
Man.
I'm doing some comparing. Maybe this will help you with your decision on what you do with Christian Walker. John Singleton had a 221 batting average, 323 on base percentage, 676 OPS. Better numbers across the board through his last 45 games, and he didn't make the squad. All right, let's go a little further. Brace yourself, Figgy. Jose Abreu only played 35 games last year for the Astros. He batted 134 with a 361 OPS. He was 36 years old. I'm telling you, Christian Walker, worse numbers than John Singleton, who didn't make the squad.
Correct.
And slightly better numbers, than Jose Abreu, who isn't even in baseball anymore.
So wow, we're keeping the Bullets trend. You're old yellering him in your right now.
I merely laid out some numbers of 3 first basemen. So what do you do with Christian Walker based on that?
Well, based on what you're saying there, I think that in a way you're kind of putting up this idea of like getting rid of him, and I don't think that's an option.
I'm truly they fought tooth and nail trying to get rid of to keep Jose Abreu.
It sounds like we need to get John Singleton back. We need to trade for him or something. That's what it sounds like you're trying to say.
Is there a way in your mind? Because there a text that comes in from 832. Walker's clearly in his own head, and I think that that's very evident, right? He's kind of spoken to such in some ways. Somebody said put him in center field.
Wherever they sent Jose Abreu to.
I would not be opposed to that. I'm being dead honest, because I legitimately I wasn't trying to. I just wanted to throw those numbers out there to illustrate this is where he is. He's in the same neighborhood as a guy that you couldn't keep on the squad and a guy that isn't in the game anymore. That's merely. But my question is legitimate. What do you do? I would lean that, Figgy. I would lean like send him somewhere, man. He's got to get his head together. The texter's right.
To center field?
No.
Oh, I'm confused. I feel like Jake's been doing a great job. I don't think that's how this works. Is there a way that you're basically sending him somewhere else? Is there a way that you could keep him on the Major League squad but give him an extended period of downtime?
They tried a little bit of that, right? Didn't they set him for about 3 games?
Yeah, but I'm like, is this a place where you get a little funny with this and you end up with like a phantom IL stint or something to that effect to help him get his mind right and maybe even get him a rehab start? Obviously, like in that way, similar thing, but I guess saving the pride a little bit, because that's obviously part of this, right? He understands that he was paid big money as a free agent to come in and be a major part of what this offense is, and I think that's part of the pressure that he has on himself, and it's kind of wild that he's not been able to alleviate any of that pressure for himself. And yes, he has been very solid. I'd say more than solid defensively.
Yeah.
However, it just can't be this offensively for him, and the tough part about it is it doesn't feel like he's making headway in trying to, recover from this. He's still sub 200 at this point.
Yeah. So what would be the options on the roster? The Zenzos?
I think you could go back to something that you did before, which is involve Caratini and Yainer in that first base split, which I don't think is optimal.
Yeah.
Especially with Jordan still out, like that DH spot, those guys have kind of rotated within there as well. But it feels like getting those guys involved is not the worst thing in the world. Somebody said Palm Beach. But yeah, the tough part about it is I guess this starts to raise questions for me about whether the staff can kind of reach him on top of the things that you were already worried about with the staff when it comes to just the general slow start of all the bats. And of course, as the calendar turned to May, you've seen a lot of these guys break out of it. It's just wild that the one guy who seems to still be struggling mightily is the dude that you probably would have come into the season assuming that he was going to be the one that was most likely to handle something like this.
Yeah. Somebody texted Yuli Gurriel. He ain't having a good year. He's batting 200. He's got an OPS of 330.
That's better than 191.
Excuse me, sir. I believe that
198.
is 198.
Oh, 198.
It's .002 better.
Hey, it's still
Don't take
better.
that 7,000th of a point away from.
Hey, it's still better.
Technically, you're right. It's a vexing question, man. It's a tough one.
Right, and it does speak highly to the ways in which you've been able to just find a way to get it done to this point, that the offense has not been there for him. But I don't know how much longer you can abide by that not happening. And I don't say that to mean like now you got to jettison him, but it's just you need this to tick up. And there's been a lot of different circumstances where you imagine, okay, this might be the circumstance, or that might be. We're starting to that point where it's really, really uncomfortable. And why do you throw your hands up here, Lopez?
Julia Morales just tweeted something.
Uh-oh.
Is this something that we're going to have to talk about here?
Well,
is this something we got to clear out before let you do the talking?
No, but it's just a throw your hands up moment. Ronel Blanco has elbow soreness
Oh, man.
And has been sent back to Houston to be seen by team doctor. So there's that.
Starting pitch and getting a little thin, man.
Hey, Tommy John. Knocking on the door, man.
He's pounding on that door again.
Hey, he's the real boogeyman.
He is. You're right.
And this is specifically why you need Christian Walker, because at some point, like if injuries keep popping up on this, and of course I will play the role of hope here, and I understand that I'm doing a lot doing that. But even if this is just a level of we're trying to figure this out, he'll end up back in miss a start and come back or what have you. You're getting thin to the point where
soreness.
You want to bet?
No, I don't.
Bet on it?
No, I don't, Biggie. Thank you for asking. But even in the best case scenario is what I'm trying to say here. You need your offense to take up, and it's gonna have to start with Christian Walker finding his bat. It needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast. And so it's starting to feel like desperate times, which you know what that means. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
I was feeling great.
Yeah, thanks for all that, buddy. Appreciate you. Now, my voice is getting loud for no reason. All right, coming up next. It looks like the Tush Push is about to be out of here. The owners are at the spring meetings for the NFL, and they're voting today on whether or not to ban the Tush Push. Let's talk about it. How does this become legislated? Do you like it? Do you not like it? We'll break that down next.
That's not what they're doing, John.
The Drive with Stoerner and
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
So if you listen enough, you typically hear me wish you a happy whatever day it is, because, I generally want to have positive vibes out there as you're listening in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I don't feel real happy right now. I know that we teased the banning of the tush push and all that and how that we have time for that. We will circle back around to that around the NFL, because we do have a level of breaking news that, we mentioned it on the other side of the break, and all through the break we were just thinking about it. I was like, we kind of got to talk about
Audible.
We got to talk about it because 20 minutes ago, Julian Morales, obviously of Space City Home Network covering this Astros team, tweeted out that Ronel Blanco has elbow soreness and was sent back to Houston. Obviously, they're there in Tampa right now to be seen by team doctors. And, on its face, if you are inclined to just read those words, you go a little disconcerting to some degree, but you're working your way through this stretch. The problem is, who the Astros are.
Who's saying those words?
You know what's happening with that. And honestly, I guess just on its face, having to fly out of a road game, which it's a getaway game today anyways.
Right.
Like the urgency with which they're sending him back home doesn't mean nothing good.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we can fairly extrapolate here. Tell me if I am being unfair with this, Lopez. I think we can fairly extrapolate here that this probably portends a IL stint for Ronel Blanco.
Oh yeah, elbow. It's one thing of whatever, a bone bruise or something, which maybe I shouldn't use that example because that's how Kyle Tucker started.
Buddy, if you whatever example you got, whatever example you got is gonna make me feel some type of way.
And that actually ties in with the whole who's saying it. Keep in mind, they said it was a bone bruise, right? For Kyle Tucker, was it 3 months?
Well, it's just because the inflammation made it hard to diagnose, man. I feel like you gotta be fair about this. The inflammation made it tough.
And by the way, don't look now, but Yordan Alvarez, they're saying it's sore. So there's that as well in terms of who's saying it. So yes, to answer your question, when they say elbow soreness, then they specifically mention the elbow. Remember, back in the day, Justin Verlander didn't have any elbow problems. They called it forearm soreness, but they're saying elbow. Now, even for the Astros, that's a little more direct. Yes, IL. At minimum, an IL stint.
And I think you can all kind of surmise what I'm thinking when it comes to we start talking about elbows on a pitcher, right? Mm-hmm. But even without worst case scenario, that is, as Adam Spillane put on Twitter, 60% of your opening day rotation that is either actively on the IL or being looked at for sore elbow, which I think we could probably reasonably view as a soon IL stint. What are the Astros to do now? Because at this point, pitching has been a large part of whatever success you've been able to cobble together at this point. And maybe that was a bad way of putting it because they are above 500 and what have you, right? They're finding ways to get things done. I don't want to be mean or disrespectful about it. However, it's going to get a lot more difficult. Not even saying that Ronel Blanco has been like the bastion of incredible pitching for this team. But what does your rotation look like now, right? Even if you're just looking at 5-man, but you're in the midst of this, still trying to get through the end of this 17-game and 17-day stretch. Like, what does this look like for you pitching-wise?
So we were talking about it during the break. If you had to pick a 5-man rotation today with this roster and Ronel Blanco coming back to Houston, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and then what?
Well, I think Lance McCullers Jr., right? Lance
is the Sugarland Space Cowboys, pretty much.
McCullers, yes, they're going to have to go with him.
We're still in a place where
we don't know what he is.
Yeah, we're still not out of the woods on what the actual production looks like for Lance. I think I'm still willing to give him the benefit of the doubt for the most part, and I know that I might not not even might. I'm probably alone, or at least not in the majority. Or what have you. But I mean, that is a guy who has some level of experience. But even that, we're stretching, and that's Eric, who we have not gotten any update on when it comes to the break that he had in his hand. I mean, you're talking about the likes of Colin Gordon, who came up. Brandon Walter, who pitched yesterday. AJ Blueball, y'all's favorite, who has rotated through. Maybe Forrest Whitley. Forrest Whitley was just activated, in fact. But I mean, that's a guy who you've been waiting for actually a decade,
10 years
to find it. And the thing that we were mentioning before we came back from break as well amongst ourselves, that's also a guy who's kind of been looked at as a reliever. You probably have to find a way to stretch him out even in order to utilize him in the way that you would need to in what we're discussing here. This is starting to get real tumultuous for the Astros pitching wise.
Well, I don't think it's starting. You've got two. What do you guys like to say? Two and a possible in terms of starting pitchers.
Wait, hold on. Do you not play spades?
No, I know, but you guys say it a lot.
Okay, I was about to say. I was like, the way that you put that made it seem like I want to make sure that John is not on my team.
You guys like to say.
Oh, that's also. I did not think of it that way, but that's also.
That's why I got it.
Oh my God!
You guys like to say.
How do we get there?
I don't know. You tell me.
You guys like fried chicken too, right?
Wow. Hey, yo.
I'm just.
Would you like to clear your name here, Lopez? Or
no, I like the good laugh.
I'm sure it's the other people that love spades too, man.
Everybody loves. No, well, I shouldn't say everybody.
No, I played spades. I've just never used that term, and you guys started.
So
using
you haven't
it.
played spades?
Guys,
Okay,
you
guys.
You people started using it.
Yeah, you people.
Wait, how are you bidding in spades if you're never considering the possible books you could get?
No, I'm saying I've never used that term.
In a possible?
No, you mean in real life?
In radio setting.
Oh, useful.
It is very useful. So the Astros, anywho, have two and a possible starters, right?
I guess if you, see me, I'm built different. I get that Lance McCullers book, you know what I'm saying? But no, even then, like you're still not reaching your 5, and of course, what they like to get to sometimes is 6. You're not getting there right now. Like this is very, very problematic for the Astros in a way that I also don't necessarily see a way out of, because now we are even deeper into the pond of looking at the IL and saying which of these guys can make it back. And the most I think the closest one is Arrighetti, who that was what we talked about it as he'll be reevaluated in 6 weeks when that happened. How long ago was that? Right. And we haven't really heard the kind of preliminary updates get into that space. Man, the next few weeks are going to be tough, and specifically, this makes me look up and go, that 4-game set against the Mariners is going to be a mess.
Oh, that's right. Oh, my Lord. Man. And they got pitching and hitting this year. And the 832 says, is it me or do the Astros have way more pitching injuries than any other team? It's not you. We just talked about this last week. Like, they have the most, since 2020, so in the last 5 years, they've had the most elbow injuries in Major League Baseball. Now they have another one. It's not just you. There are so many levels to this, and we talked about the whole, how are they handling these guys? Is it a problem? Is it a whatever last week? But no, in terms of the here and now, man, you had to bring up, I forgot the Mariners. Yeah, Mariners.
The Mariners was always going to be the cherry on the sundae of this particular. Oh boy, it is a lot rougher for you as well. So yeah, Ronel Blanco returning to Houston to look at some elbow soreness that he has, and that ain't never sounded good when you hear of an Astro having to do that. So man, this is really tough. Like, why can't we have nice things? Is the question I saw asked about this, and it really does feel that way. Like, is this something that you view as possibly existential to the season at this point? Like, call me overreactionary. That's fine. But, like, at this point,
I don't think that's overreactionary. This is a team that has been sort of piecing together wins. We know that they don't score over 3 runs a lot, so they have to rely on pitching. They have to rely on maybe, the best bullpen in baseball.
But particularly starting pitching so you don't overwork that bullpen.
Right, but even then, that possible best bullpen in baseball, that's going to be taxed because we're going to get starters out of there now. You're going to have to pull a starter or two or longer innings or whatever, openers even. Are they going to go that route? Are they going to have to use, Okert or Gusto or something like that as an opener? So even that is getting taxed. I don't think you're overstating it. This is a sort of a pivot point,
Yeah, and so, at this point, all you have is to hope for the best, and I know you don't got much in your hope meter there when it comes to, hey, what comes back from an evaluation of an injury.
Yeah.
So, man, that is a really, really – that's a gut punch to receive on a Wednesday morning that Ronel Blanco is returning from Tampa to Houston to see team doctors when it comes to a sore elbow. Oof. All right. Let's try and have fun, ? You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about this. In on the NFL team owners possibly getting ready to ban the tush push. What other things in sports or just life would you like to see banned? 713-572-4610. Let's get salty next.
Let's get salty next. Let's get right.
stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news. If you haven't heard, Ronel Blanco returning to Houston from Tampa in order to be seen by team doctors for what is being described as elbow soreness.
You heard us right.
So, yeah, I feel like that's one of the answers that might come up in the question of the day here, 713-572-4610. What should be banned, sports or otherwise? Because I know a lot of people would be like, injuries. Particularly of the elbow sort.
Yeah.
Right? That would be very helpful if you could do that. But yeah, man, this is inspired by the Tush Push, which we actually got news right as we went to break there. I saw this at least per Diana Rossini. The Packers' proposal to ban the Tush Push did not receive the required 75% support from the NFL's owners to pass. So it remains available in the 2025 season.
For now, they're going to go to a, quote, privileged session with only owners. So maybe it'll continue. I don't know how that's going to play out.
Yeah, but at this point, I think that's one of the interesting parts about this is that it's clear that the team or the team owners and the league office want this to be done, which we probably should have seen. I thought this was a good point by the idea that it was the Packers that brought this up. I've seen people kind of want to see the Packers get beat up, and I wonder if they were just a useful tool here, because if it is the Packers that bring this up, who is the owner that you then point to as the owner who is being the crybaby here? Oh yeah, that's right. It's a publicly traded team, right? So
I guess the president does the voting there.
I guess so. Is the decision making factor there? But yeah, the point being, like, this might have been an overall, I guess, a plurality of those team owners trying to get together and see if they could find the best situation to maybe get themselves across the line. Maybe Jason Kelce going to Congress. And stumping in his lobbyist way in order to keep the Tush Push alive. Ultimately did that, but there you go. The Tush Push still alive, and in that honor, something got to get banned today. So let's do it. What are you banning here, John Lopez?
And you said, and we're saying sports and otherwise.
Yeah,
sports. I'm trying to think of a good sports one. There's a lot that come to mind.
I mean, I have one that I stump for all the time that I know people dislike, but I don't care because I believe in it very strongly. That we should ban the draft. I think we should abolish the draft.
Okay, I'm with you.
I don't believe in it. I think that it's an unfair practice when you talk about acquisition of talent into any situation, particularly if you want to clamor for some level of free market. The idea that you're taking people coming in and forcing them into these very, very narrow spaces. This is how you end up in places where people get mad at the Mannings for dictating where Eli goes, whatever. It's because it's inherently unfair, but we just kind of deal with it because it's what it's always been.
Yeah.
I think that there are ways, and we see in various other sports, like other ways to acquire could be a level of fair, but also require teams to actually be competent. Like, I really hate this notion that team is bad, so we need to give them talent. No, they're bad because they're incompetent a lot of times, and we're just like, hey, let's filter the best talent that we have coming into this league into this incompetence and hope that leads to better results. And you can look at some of these teams where it does. We can also look to a lot of these teams where they just ruin really good players and they continue to flounder in their incompetence and run away with their big old checks. No, stop doing it. Make them be competent.
No, I'm with you on that. I was thinking more run of play stuff.
Oh, sorry.
But no, that's a good one. But the other thing is, like, non-sports. I was surprised at how much grief I got for my one thing that should be banned. If there are people on an elevator, all right, and the doors start to close, you should not be allowed to stick your arm or foot between the doors to reopen the door.
Boo.
There's another elevator coming.
Boo.
There's another, and everybody on that elevator is going to judge you. They're going to they're going to roll their eyes. They're going to go, oh, Lord.
It's funny too, because for us, like making it localized a little bit, we on the 19th floor, and so it's always the people that always stick their hand in last minute.
12,
only going to 12.
Yeah, you say only 12. Like, well, why don't you take the stairs?
That's what I said. But like, no,
but they're going to slow you down.
Exactly.
See, Figgy, you're with me. You're
by how much?
Figgy is a real.
I don't think it's.
How much?
I don't think it should be banned.
How much of an inconvenience are you actually having here?
It is a little frustrating because sometimes you jump in there and then you got like 3 or 4 people that jump right in after you, and all of them going, and then you got like 2 more people that stick their hand in and going to 12. It's just like, dang, I'm about to be on here all day.
Man, that extra 2 minutes that it took you to get to the floor was really going to kill you.
You're darn right. I don't know where this came from. It just popped into my head. I didn't see any today. I hate when I'm driving along and I see a truck with those nuts under it. That's stupid. What are you trying to prove?
Oh, the ones that's hanging. Oh, yeah.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
What are you trying to prove?
I do love that whenever something like this comes up, our driving culture, particularly here in Houston, pops up because I've seen so many people going slow in the left lane.
Yes.
I feel like this isn't a ban per se, but if somehow to figure out a way to get everybody in the zipper method.
Yes. It's not hard.
We just need to. Can we all focus on what we're supposed
Somebody's
to be doing
going
together?
52 miles an hour on the left lane of 59.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
And see, the thing is, like, if if you're going slow, if you see, sometimes I'll be going 70 in the left lane, which I think that's a little fast.
Yeah.
But somebody might be going 80. And if I see them behind me, they zooming, I just move to the right and let them go head on and then get back in the left.
All right, how do you feel about this one that came in here? Because obviously this is going to trend a little bit more towards sports in our sports listening audience here from 281. They said they're banning local sports blackouts. Obviously, paying for something, we want to be able to watch it, so on and so forth.
How many of those are there anymore?
I mean, there ends up being a lot of them, especially with all of these exclusive broadcasts and on these apps, right? Like, let's say the Astros are playing on a Friday night and they have the Apple TV broadcast. There's a chance that they might not have that Space City Home Network broadcast that you have, that you're typically available to, but you're not privy to the Apple TV, and now you can't watch a team because baseball is trying to make more money on this additional, exclusive rights property. Like, how do you feel about that? Because I think to some degree you want the sport to grow, you want them to have more money available, especially that's ultimately filters to the players. But at the same time, as a product, I want to be able to see it and not have to have a listing to see wherever a game is at any given time.
Yeah, some things I want to kind of ban a little bit, man. This one is a little smaller, but mint chocolate, we can ban that.
Mint chocolate?
Yeah.
That's very specific.
Yeah, I don't need that type of chocolate. And it seemed like they tried to make mint chocolate out of everything, too. Like, I don't need it. That could go. This one right here, it really bothers me, especially when I'm going to an event or a concert. The $8 bottle of water.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. What are y'all doing, man? And this ain't even like the bougie water. It be like these concerts be trying to sell Aquafina for $8. It's like, dog, y'all getting over. Y'all clearly getting over.
You just said price gouging. All price gouging. Get that out of here.
Yes.
You just gave me I don't know why you made me think of this. This might be my number one. Pumpkin spice anything.
You being a hater.
Before November 1st.
You being a real hater.
Any pumpkin spice, anything before November 1st.
Why?
Banned. Because it's stupid. That's why. It's stupid.
They're not making you drink it.
No, but it's just irritating.
How?
Pumpkin spice in September?
So let the people enjoy it. Nutmeg and whatever. What else is in the pump? I know it's nutmeg and it's like that type of, hey, whatever.
Yeah.
Allspice, whatever. Hey, let them have that, man.
Speaking of irritating, back to these concerts, man. I think they should ban tall people from sitting up in the front, standing up in the front.
All right, see.
Come on, you ain't tall, so you ain't got to worry about this when you in the 5-foot club.
You're a real hater right now. That's real nasty.
But no, man, I hate seeing it be some 6'5" people in the front, of all like a standing only concert.
How about this?
Now I feel like
that's irritating, man.
The thing that someone
man.
mentioned the idea of like being in cowboy hats and games, and I'm like, all right, that might be it. Like I can't change how tall I am, but if you out here adding extra
5'11"?
Stuff. Right? No, 6'1". Now, if y'all gonna do this, I'm going the other way. I'm going up. Y'all, this is my villain origin story. I'm actually 6'5". But yeah, the things that make the sight line obscures that are unnecessary. Because look, I get it. You want to wear your cowboy hat. However, you got to consider the circumstance. These seats are not made for you to have your 10-gallon hat on, brother.
And see, I'm not even talking about the game part at the seats and stuff like that. Because if that's your seat, that's your seat. But I'm talking about the standing only concerts.
Yeah.
You go there and it be the tallest people trying to get up to the front. It's just like, come on, man.
I've got one related to that, and this might be the old guy in me, but it might not.
Here come the old guy.
It might not. I think I remember Figgy saying something along these lines. Concerts starting after 8:30 p.m. or 9. Let's go 9 p.m. Concert, you said they started at 10:30 or something?
Yeah. I went to support one of my homeboys, Dende. He had a concert, and I want to say he got on the stage super late,
Especially
man.
on a weekday.
Yeah, it was like a Thursday.
Remember I went to Guns N' Roses last year, and I'm like, let's go.
Yeah.
I actually think I agree with this.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Especially if you really trying to support somebody.
8:30.
I'm like, man, I think I saw him perform 2 songs. So I'm like, all right, let's dip. I'm like, I'm here. I got my video to prove it. I was here.
And I don't think that starting this a little bit early hurts anybody because maybe you're like, hey, I'm young, I'm trying to be out. You get out the concert a little early. Now we can turn up, man. Like I feel like this everybody wins if we can start this just a little
I wonder what's the theory behind starting so late.
They're doing
like
drugs.
Whoa! Whoa! These allegations that are being levied.
They're backstage getting high.
And even like to the more famous artists, I feel like they used to, because I remember I went to a Bone Thugs and Harmony concert, and they started super late, and we like, what's going on? Come to find out their flight was late.
Okay, well that's
we actually saw the one. So I think a lot of the times, a lot of these artists probably get there super late, so they be trying to have these overness hold it down until they get there.
Yeah,
ban of $50 haircuts.
I'm with that one.
Somebody said people who leave 1 second on the microwave timer.
Oh, that's irritating. That's OCD.
All right, so how about the person that uses speakerphone in public?
Oh yeah. Well. I've gotten used to it. It used to bother me, but now there's so many people do it. I'm like, whatever, they're on the phone. But like the speakerphone, the actual speakerphone, yeah.
I think it depends, man, because sometimes I'll be listening to the conversation.
Let me eavesdrop, please.
No, sometimes it'd be like, hey, I'm just walking in the office. Yeah, I got this paperwork. And you can tell they kind of scrambling. They trying to, like, I'm fine with that. But if it's like a, hey, girl, yeah, girl, I ain't doing nothing. Just ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, girl, you can get your ass off the phone, man.
You're like, only on speakerphone if it's something important or juicy.
Like sometimes,
if it's juicy, yes.
Like we see it up here all the time where we got these lawyers coming in scrambling and they're all like, yeah, I got to get to the court. So they, like, I understand that part.
Yeah.
But, and they don't be on the phone for long either.
Some other ones that came in, somebody, I'm not reading that. Somebody said Christmas before Thanksgiving, just as a concept.
I think they like the stores and stuff.
I think I agree with that, even though I very much try and be on the let people enjoy things. Hey, man, y'all are enjoying this way too long.
What about banning putting the tree up around like early November?
Yeah, all that.
You want to ban that?
Yeah. Wait till
like
we get
pumpkin spice.
Wait till we get past Thanksgiving.
Yeah, how you gonna ban? How you got a problem with pumpkin
He doesn't have a problem.
You don't have a problem.
But he does with the decoration.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
That's called a hypocrite.
Well, no, because the Christmas I got to deal with. The pumpkin spice I don't. You know what I mean? Like I'm good with hearing Mariah Carey, but I'm not.
Spice,
I want to hear Mariah Carey for 3. Well, that particular song. For 3 months.
December 1st. Let's go. Anything before, as Seth would say. What did he say?
I don't want to say that anymore. I feel like there's been way too many
November
references.
1st for Christmas?
No, for pumpkin spice.
Oh, okay.
You're good to go.
There have been way too many references to assassination on these airwaves today. All right, real quick before we go. Two sporting event things. Are you guys in on banning them? Kiss cam?
Nah, that's all right. That's fine.
Okay.
You can get some funny content out of that.
All right. Wave.
Oh yeah, ban the wave. Why are we just getting to this right now?
I actually am good with the wave. I don't participate, but hey man, the babies seem to like it.
You do the one arm kind of like
no, I'm just
do a little finger.
Nope. Yeah. complete abstainer. However, do what you got to do, man. Like, go ahead and let the babies have fun. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Let's talk about some of the other proposals that were being viewed at the owners' league meetings there in Minnesota. We'll talk about that and more next. But before we go, I do want to let you know.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday. This Wednesday where the big, NFL story has to deal with the things that they are voting on, the potential rule changes, or at least that they voted on out there at the spring meetings that they're holding in Minnesota. And the news did come down indeed that the Tush Push lives. They weren't, there was obviously a vote amongst the 32 team owners or at least representatives, and the side that was looking to either to ban the Tush Push and kind of pushing in general in the NFL. I guess the language was not necessarily one that everybody could get behind or what have you, because they did not reach the requisite 24 votes, if memory serves me. Yes, 24 votes in order to, approve the proposal and ban the Tush Push. And so I saw that Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, amongst others, kind of named a few of the teams that did not, or that sided with the Eagles in their dissent on this. And so ultimately, I know that the Ravens, the Lions, and obviously the Eagles, where was the other one, that decided that they were not going to side with the Tush Push. Oh, of course, I was looking at the wrong sheet. That was what it was. Ravens, Patriots, Lions, Jets, and Eagles were amongst the, 10 teams that league sources told The Athletic, and I think ESPN also got the same scoop, that voted against this going through. What percentage chance do you put the Texans being amongst that 10?
75. I would say 75 based on, I think Demeco's on the record as saying, hey, just stop it, because Demeco is a real man. And he's not SAWFT like some of these people.
Say that to Matt LaFleur's face.
I'm not going to mention any names, but anybody who's soft about this and really is just trying to penalize a team that's really good at something. No, I think it's about 75 that the Texans did it. You mentioned Lions, Patriots, Eagles. Real men, real people.
Real men. Do we get another Lopez-Ron face-off and crosstalk again? I have a feeling that neither of them really want to do that one more time.
That was fun, actually.
That's not what they're doing, John.
It is the hesitation and the real leaning into the John.
You notice I didn't mention any names.
Oh, okay. All right, very good.
But no, look, I just my thing with the Tush Push. Before we get into anything else.
Oh, here we go.
No, I'm dead serious.
No, I know you're serious.
Yes.
Ron, come on in, Ron.
It's fascinating that this is the hill these people want to die on. Like a football play. Men versus men. I'm using that word a lot, aren't I?
Yeah,
men versus
too much
men.
What some might say, in fact.
You can use 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 defenders to stop a runner, and nobody's talking about, safety.
Well,
right?
I don't think anybody's
That's
buying.
not what they're doing, John.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's buying the safety element of this.
No,
I don't think
I
that there's
understand
enough.
that, but it has been an argument. There's no data. I think some people are buying it.
Sure, but I think when
there's
we're doing
no data,
and that's fair.
Yeah.
I think we mentioned that as a part of it, but I think we focus on maybe the parts that are maybe have the most merit of.
Yeah.
And I don't think that we're going to get into the safety element. Like I think as Seth mentioned this earlier. I've heard this mentioned multiple times when discussing this. The idea of the entertainment value of it. And one of the questions I asked myself over the last few days, week or so, was how much does this change if the Eagles are not actually the team that either wins the Super Bowl or if they get beat early in that NFC Championship game for it to look like that against the Commanders? Does this get off in the same way, right? If it's Josh Allen that had the last attempt that we saw at the Tush Push and it's unsuccessful,
and he got worked,
right?
Yeah.
Like, does this still go the same way? And of course, I don't think there's a way that you can absolutely prove that one way or another, but it does feel like this is in some ways. Obviously, I'm not trying to say that everybody's being entirely reactionary because we've seen the way that this has kind of gone, and I guess the existential dread that some people seem to feel when you get to third down and here we go, we're within a couple of yards. But like this feels like this really reached a head because of that particular playoffs and the way that it went, and then the ways that the Commanders decided we're just going to keep taking the penalty in order to try and see if we can stop this in all action.
Yeah, but again, we all understand the NFL is about entertainment, right? But it also is about, sports. And football is at its core blocking and tackling.
I've often said that.
It's about blocking and tackling. What do you call it oftentimes? A car crash sport.
That's right, which I don't say.
And this is the hill you want to die on, the essence, the utter essence of blocking and tackling.
I will say, to your being a man point, I do think that if you were going to do this, it would have to be not on the I guess the idea of the tush push itself, but the idea of pushing players in general. Like I do think, hey, if you're doing the we're being a man thing, gain the yards by your lonesome, right? Don't get out here and have somebody move you forward.
That was Ron's point. But I think it's so hard to legislate too, and that's my second point on this. Because of a running back or a wide receiver or somebody, kind of being gang tackled and they're still upright. When was the last time you knew exactly where they were stopped and they stopped moving their feet? Because I can't remember a running back in a scrum ever stopping moving his feet.
Well, yeah, and then at some point we blow the whistle dead for forward progress.
Right. So at its essence, it's about blocking and tackling.
Sure.
And it is entertainment. I'm not going to say it's not. We all know it is. But it's just silly that this is the hill that these soft-ass owners wanted to die on.
Very good. Yeah. I like that you got one more chance to go at the owners. Here's the thing, though. If there is something that might get the tush push ban, it might be this, in that the Philadelphia Eagles have taken this opportunity to dance on the graves of the Packers and everybody else who was voting to get rid of it. Because their social media team, and this is where you might, you've had some kind of comments about social media teams, they might have enraged everybody enough to the next time this comes around, because please believe me, if the league and all these owners wanted to get this done, this is probably not the last that we hear of it.
Let me see.
But they posted a number of things, including, I think, on their YouTube page, they posted a compilation of
20 minutes
of tush pushes in the last hour. They also posted this, at least I saw this on Twitter. This is a graphic. And I'm going to, Lopez, you have not seen this yet.
No, I have not.
I want you to look at this and describe it to the audience, what it is that I'm showing you.
All right. This is the Philadelphia Eagles account saying push on. And it has Jalen Hurts about to make life miserable on the Green Bay Packers.
Why can't if you actually want this to last longer than next year, you probably should just take your win and be quiet about it. You know what I mean?
Do they play each other this year?
That is a good point. Good question.
Because if I'm the Eagles, I am being super petty. If I play the Packers,
first down on your own 20.
I will push. I will push some tushes all game long.
Fair catch on the kickoff. Well, I guess it goes to the 35 now, or what? No, whatever. 20, whatever. First down on the first drive. Tush push. For about 19 yards.
All right, yeah, they'll reconvene and find a way to get that ban the next week, right? The rest of the season be damned. Some other things when it comes to these league meetings, the spring meetings. The Lions, who were the champions for the playoff reseeding proposal, they withdrew their proposal, which I imagine means that they couldn't whip up enough support.
Right, that's what it is.
To even get close.
Yeah.
So that will remain the same. So Houston Texans, because it feels like the AFC
home
South
game Saturday 3:30.
Yes. Yes.
You can keep that in tow. Obviously, Texas have been a huge beneficiary of that particular.
How many
rule.
Saturday 3:30 playoff games have they had? Every one?
All of them.
Yeah.
I feel like
every one.
Yeah. All you got to go is 10-7. 10-7, we good.
Of course, we've mentioned before that the NFL voted for players to be eligible in flag football playoffs when it comes to the 2018 playoffs that will be hosted in L.A. We'll talk more about that as the show goes along. But then also another thing that came up is that a minor change, but they did vote to allow now, because there used to be kind of a rule with the new dynamic kickoff, as they refer to it, that it
had to be trailing.
Yeah, it had to be late in the fourth quarter at some point. You had to be trailing. Now, at any point in the game, as long as you're trailing, you are allowed to do the onside kick. I still don't think this is sufficient.
I think if I could make a prediction, the number of onside kicks you will see in the first three quarters and the game is still in the balance, 0.5 is the over-under. Why would you, with these rules, why would you do an onside kick?
Well, I think one of the things about the onside kick, as we've seen it, especially if you were actually doing the thing where you kick the football, which as of right now, that's what it has to be, it's not successful enough, especially without the elements of surprise. So even if you do it in the second quarter, right, as you're getting ready to go to the half or what have you, the problem is because the dynamic kickoff is different than the onside kick, having to declare and allowing that team to get their hands on.
And the player's not being able to move until you kick the ball.
It's just, it is simply not something that you're going to be able to get. I think that they're still going to need to address this. Like, this is cute to probably attempt to up the percentage of opportunities that you get an onside kick and maybe have a level of success, but I think that there's going to have to be some real tweaking on what the attempt to retain possession of the football after scoring a touchdown is, because I still don't think that this is going to give you that opportunity to really see the comeback that you're hoping to get out of an onside kick.
I don't anticipate many, and 0.5, maybe that's just for effect. There'll probably be more than that. I mean, there are going to be teams down 30-0 in the third quarter and say, what the hell, let's just give it a shot.
Yeah, so those are some of the things that were being voted on, being looked at. Speaking of those league meetings, Roger Goodell, old Raj, one of the things that also came through is that it looks like he's going to be getting a raise, that seems to be the way that this goes. He continues to make money for the league. It seems like he got past the struggles that he had with being kind of the administrator of justice that got him into some trouble with the league, between the league and the Players Association, and it's now kind of coasting in some ways. And as he continues to try and make more money, he did kind of let it be known that the NFL playing, because this year they're playing, 7 international games? The number that he said kind of astonished me. The NFL playing 16 regular season international games a year is, quote, very near, according to the commissioner of the NFL.
Which also means an 18-game schedule is very near. That's how I look at it, because that's going to be much more plausible with an 18-game schedule to put 16 games over there.
Particularly with the bye weeks that you then add
an
into
additional
this.
bye week, another game on the schedule, which is 16 games, 32 teams. I think that's what's going to happen. I think he's kind of sort of telling us 18-game schedule soon, international games soon.
Yeah, so that's a wild thing to consider that they're continuing to do this. NFL's really trying to push for the international market. Obviously, with these games, I saw someone would kind of analyze it as such, and I think that it is apt. That's probably what the thrust is for the allowing NFL players to play in flag football. Like, because otherwise, I don't see what the benefit is of having your players, one, be out in, because I think A.J. Brown's this as a possibility, because that's kind of training time for him in that offseason, which is a great point. Like, that is something that you have. Obviously, we could just talk about the idea of the additional use that you would have and the possibility for injury. But it seems like the NFL is considering this as, can you get an opportunity with the Olympics, one of, the world's most watched games, with just the intrigue that is there around the world, them maybe seeing a Justin Jefferson who has spoken very highly about the possibility of doing this. He's one of the champions that they've had on this. Seeing Justin Jefferson being like, I want to see more of him, and how maybe then when the Vikings are playing, they're back-to-back over the, I guess that would not work because obviously 28, but you get what I mean. When the Vikings are playing internationally, there's some fans that are like, I saw that guy and I want to watch more of this.
I think there's 2 reasons that they're really doing this. Number one is, you're right, international presence, bigger footprint. I think the other reason is part of the NFL sort of initiative here with flag football in general and flag football for girls. And, saying, hey, our NFL players are in the Olympics, raising that awareness among, because we just saw, the McNairs gave $1 million to a flag football organization here, a girls flag football organization.
And that's been their pet project.
Yeah,
here
so I think that's the
community.
other reason. Yeah,
I can see that for sure. Here from the 832, rather than 929, they say keep all the current onside restrictions, declaring those things, but the ball only has to go 5 yards. Do you think that gives you a better fix on conversion percentage here?
I love that idea. People will be going nuts.
Quite possibly. I've always been very fond of this oblong ball bouncing in the ways that you need to, right? I've always been very fond of, I think it was the Greg Schiano plan back in the day, where you line up and it's just 4th and 15.
Yeah, I like that too.
It does stink for specialists, right? It gives them less to do, which I imagine they would not be all that happy about, because it kind of continues to phase them out of the game in a way that I don't think they want, as they want to continue making money. However, I love the idea of, if you would like to stay on the field, what better person would you want to like keep you there than putting the ball in the hands of the dude who has the ball in his hands all the time in the quarterback? Like actually draw up a play, be able to do this and not lean on hopefully the ball bouncing in the way that you need it to. But of course, that is more radical than any of these other things. And I like both those. I do think that they need to get to a radical place because the onside kick, even as previously constituted before you change the kickoff, was not as successful as I forget
the numbers, but it was something like 18%.
Yeah, and I think that a conversion on a 4th and 15, at least to I think 2021, 2022, a period of time, was a lot closer to 25%, which feels like a much better number, especially if you want to get late in these games and possibly engender more excitement when games maybe seem out of hand. Give them an opportunity to be clawed back into. But there you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this Wednesday. And if you hadn't heard, Tush Push, it lives. It does indeed live. All right, coming up next, I was looking at The Athletic, and they have a ranking of the greatest college football players since 2000. And that raises for me a question. What do you value most when you're comparing players' careers? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
Let's do that. New vehicle.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, I was looking at The Athletic, and it's that time of year. You know what time of year that is, Lopez?
What time of year is that?
List time.
It's list season.
It's list season, baby. Yeah. Like, hey, man, you know, we kind of need to make some things shake. List season actually pops up again when you get a little bit deeper, because you know you get to this place where you're like, hey, we need stuff. But you are very much in list season, and I saw this list and I found it interesting because I think both of us are actually all three of us. I don't want to leave you out figuring. Yeah, I know you but there you go. But college football, we're very much college football heads, and I saw this college football list, and I was like, man, I just kind of want to look at it, right? Who are the top 25 college football players of the 2000 or since 2000, right?
2000 is key.
And so, yeah, don't get in here talking about, you know, Charlie Ward or what have you. Like he's not going to be on here. It's not going to show up here. But I think that for me, it brought up a more interesting question because the man at the top of this is the one that I would agree. In fact, I've had arguments about it, and I'll start here. You've seen it, but who would you argue is?
No, I'm not looking at it.
All right, so
I like to do this
off the top.
Off the top,
very good.
When you come in with these things,
who would you argue is the best college football player since the year 2000? Because I think that there's two answers that people typically go with, and I think one is correct in my opinion.
I would say either Tim Tebow or Cam.
Those are the two that come up. Yeah, where do you lean?
Tim Tebow.
I lean Cam Newton.
Okay.
And I think that they exhibit one of the big questions that I think pops up a good amount in sports in general, but at least in this conversation, which is, what do you value most when comparing players' careers? And, of course, college is a little different because the career isn't as long. Like, if we're talking about the NFL, where guys can range from anywhere, especially when you're talking about comparison. I don't know how many guys you're like, hey, the 3 years of his career, but anywhere from maybe like a 5-6 year career to maybe a 14, 15-year career. And sometimes you're finding instances where you're comparing these guys. And I'm always intrigued on what portions people value the most, because I think that shows up the very most with Cam Newton, where he had obviously bounced around a little bit. You know, went to Florida, went to Blinn College, won a national championship at the JUCO level. But then incredible, phenomenal season where if you go back, you look at that Auburn team on that season. What was that? The 10 season? Was that 9 season? Where you go back, you look at it. There are not dudes that made it to the NFL. Like, there just aren't NFL players on that roster. Yeah. And, I mean, we can also talk about how the coach is not really a great one. And it was just by the strength of Cam freaking Newton, this thing got done. That is incredible peak.
Won at least 3 games they probably should have lost because of him.
And then you compare that now to Tim Tebow, who is a dude who you're looking at the entire birth of his career. Like, he had a level of longevity that, of course, has now been surpassed by dudes being able to play 7 years. But, like, he had a level of longevity. He played at a high level for all those. But I don't know that you necessarily get to the same place where you go, that peak was the same. And I do wonder, like, how do you balance those things when you're comparing players? What is the thing that matters most to you?
Two things, all right? When I'm looking at the greatest college players, in this case since 2000, you have to make yourself ignore everything else and just focus on what they did in college. Too many people say, well, you know, he didn't become a blah, 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 blah. You know, I don't care. Well, what was he in college? In that system, in that style, carrying a team or whatever. And then the other thing I look at is kind of what you're alluding to there. Someone who was just like a man among boys is how I put it. Like, even because the college level, clearly there's some great athletes, whether they play in the NFL or not. You know, there were some great, especially in the high divisions, high conferences, some great players. So I look at only what he did in college. Forget everything else. It doesn't matter.
Go ahead and say Johnny Manziel.
He's one of those guys.
No, look. It looked like you talking.
There's 4. I just said Tim. I'll put them in order. Tim Tebow, Cam Newton, Vince Young, Johnny Manziel.
Oh, one of these things is not like the other.
How so?
Cam Newton in the NFL was damn good.
No. I'm saying when I look at players in their, I look at only their college careers. When I rank college players, I'm just looking at, forget what they did in the NFL.
And by the way, I do, because
forget what Cam Newton did in the NFL. That's how I look at it.
It shouldn't matter if you talk about
it.
college.
Doesn't matter whether he was a Hall of Famer in the NFL or Johnny Manziel.
No, I 100% agree with that point.
That's why my ranking, my top 4 would be Tim Tebow, Cam Newton, Vince Young, Johnny Manziel. Because, as I said in the second part, the second way I look at it, in college, those 4 dudes, they were men among boys. They were just men among boys.
I think that there's a few more men among boys that we might be missing here, which is fine.
That's my list.
No, I hear you,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying
my
that,
opinion.
Yeah.
No, I'm not taking that away from you at all. I did want to point out that this athletic list, I think that they did suffer from one of the things you're talking about, which is you look at the guys and you let seep in, guys who, their NFL career
shouldn't matter.
Because like number 25 of this 25 best players since 2000 in college football, Quentin Nelson, guard at Notre Dame. What are we doing here? Right? In 25 years of college football that we're doing there.
Yeah.
I can name more than 25 guys that immediately just jump out as that dude, like him, or what have you, however you want to determine. Before I get to, Quentin Nelson was like, I don't know what it takes to have a college offensive lineman on this list.
No, that's why you're right. They let that seep in, and you really should not, because the question is college. The question is not player or NFL or legacy. It's college.
Especially because I think I love the concept of the college football player who is just like a great college guy, right? And this guy's a little awkward to me because even it took me a while for me to get to a place where I was like, okay, I guess he's just a great college quarterback and I have to deal with that, which is Stetson Bennett at Georgia. But I looked at him, I was just like, I don't really think that he's like that good, but you keep looking up, and he's like, he's making these plays.
Yeah.
And so there's guys like that that continue to pop up for me. So on this list, again, I told you that they have that kind of bias. I mentioned that I didn't mention Cam Newton is number 1 on this list, which I do agree with. Reggie Bush comes in at 2, and Reggie Bush is absolutely one of those guys.
That's a good one.
That's the first one I thought about.
Yeah.
Reggie was one of those.
Yeah, I would probably put Reggie number 1 for me.
Man among boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ndamukong Suh popped up here, and Ndamukong Suh at Notre Dame.
No, he's a monster.
Or Notre Dame, at Nebraska, rather, was a problem.
He was a monster.
He absolutely was.
Yeah.
And then this is where I think that we start getting into this interesting place where Joe Burrow was incredible in that 2019 season. Don't get me wrong. And I mean, they will cite these yards or these stats here that happen like that. This is where we come back to how do you feel about
who are his receivers?
That height. That's interesting. How do you then also term that like a player and what they were surrounded by? Because
I'm not saying he stinks by any stretch.
No, but I mean, you were dealing with Jamar Chase. You were also dealing with
Justin Jefferson.
Was Justin Jefferson there? Am I going to? Was it too early? Landry had to be earlier than that.
Yeah.
How much do you factor in the supporting cast of what's there as well, right? Because I know that's one of those conversations that happens in some ways at the NFL level. I know my mom loves doing this, and I think my mom has gotten wind that I talk about this so often, and she doesn't really love it, but she loves holding court and talking about how Troy Aikman wasn't that good. Because he was a part of the triplets. Like, well, Emmitt Smith was carrying all that, and then he would just throw it up to Mike. She loves it. At least once every Thanksgiving, right? Because the Cowboys are on. She'll break that one out. She'll hold court, right? How much do you then factor that in? Because you mentioned that with Joe Burrow, and does that then put you up in a place where someone like Joe Burrow? How does he compare then to like a Lamar Jackson playing at Louisville? Where he
would be my number 4 or 5.
You'd put him above Joe Burrow off of the strength of the supporting cast.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Joe Burrow, honestly, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I felt like he had that one season. Yeah. Where it was just like, it was a legendary season to me.
Yeah, so that 2019 was a monster.
Yeah, it was. I
got it, man.
Yeah, I would put that against a lot of people, but it was just that one season.
Yeah.
That was it.
So there's guys like that. The text line coming in with Vince Young. Like, how do you feel about someone like Vince Young? Someone mentioned Scott Frost, which I'm trying to recall when he was playing, and he should be in that space. Tyrann Mathieu, Travis Hunter, right? Like, how do you mention? Also, how do you then value? I guess
Travis Hunter's up there.
Novelty question mark? Because I don't want to make it sound
impact, like man among boys,
right?
Yeah, and playing for a team like that.
Yeah, Colorado.
And then also the question that I add in is like, how does then folk legend add in here because of him? And this is from the 832. They said, y'all forgetting, and I'm like, I ain't forgetting nothing here. Percy Harvin and Tavon Austin. Whoo, boy, if there was a timer that showed up above my head of how much time I've spent watching Percy Harvin and Tavon Austin clips on YouTube, it would be unsightly. Like, it would not be, I'd be ashamed of what it was. But I think that also matters to some degree, even if those guys aren't going to show up in the same way as, the maybe some of the guys that you end up talking about as your top 25.
Yeah, Tyrann Mathieu.
100%.
Somebody texted that dude.
Nah, he was a beast. Yeah,
in college.
Like,
forget what he did in the NFL, just in college.
And somebody a beast if they pop up on your radar and you ain't even following that school.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, a lot of people was looking at LSU all that stuff, but the first person that came to my mind as far as defense was Sean Taylor. Rest in peace.
Sean Taylor came up on this list for sure. All right, so if you were in Jadeveon Clowney, right? This is one of those ones where you got to be careful to not let.
That was one play.
But that's the thing. And that's where I was like, how do you rank these? And for me, I think I probably go like peak, right? Just peak. Where were you at the top of the sport, right? Did you have one of them years, right, where you were just that dude? Then I think I will consider some level of like longevity if you were able to be that somewhat of that level for a long period of time. Then at that point, I think third, I put like folk legend, right? And then maybe at fourth, fourth, I think I start considering what did you have around you.
Yeah.
But man, I am very fond of, because I think college is very much that type of sport where very folksy, it has that kind of feel where, yeah, man, that crazy hit that Jadeveon Clowney landed, that's enough for me, man. That's enough. That is enough for that legend to show up, right? Like Vince Young floating on air to win a Rose Bowl is, I mean, not to say that it's alone, but that is enough, right? Like these are the things that I think make college special, is those kind of moments. So I think those matter. And if I had to rank for me the things that I find important, it's kind of in that way. Would you agree? Would you disagree?
Well, I however you rank it, my parameters. I just stated them. I just feel, if you're just looking at college and he was a man among boys, that separates him. And that's VY, that's Cam, that's Tebow, that's Manziel, that's Matthew, that's those guys.
Yeah. Okay. From the 832, Burrow had that cold ass photo with the cigar. The aura has to add up to something. That's fair. Someone mentioned Maurice Claret, and this is where it's 25 since 2000.
Yeah,
I think that might be.
Was that like 99?
Yeah, that might be on the cusp.
Yeah.
And this is the big miss here, and I want to make sure that I'm right on my dates here to make sure that I get this the proper way here. And I might be. Yeah, I think we're in that space. Yeah, we're definitely in that space. This might be the biggest omission possible. This list does not include one of the craziest specimen that I've ever seen in college football, a Palestine, Texas native.
Oh, Adrian Peterson.
Yeah.
It doesn't have Adrian Peterson?
Yeah. How are we doing
That's kind of wild.
Everyone on that list.
Quentin
So
Nelson?
That's what I'm saying. What are we doing here? All the up and down that list. If you want to talk about having a single season, if you want to talk about a career, if you want to talk about being a folk legend, if you want to talk about, I guess the team that you had around him, Oklahoma was stacking.
I remember him as a kid.
Oh my God,
man.
So yeah, man, that is wild to me. But yeah, I was always interested in what people value when they're comparing players' careers, because then you have lists like this that then really brings that to the fore. But there you go. Some of the top 25 players of the 2000s. Jamarcus Russell, absolutely one of those. Just a crazy cannon.
Nelson? That's insane, man. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, that's actually insane.
And no Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, in that case, you need to put like a Joe Thomas up there then, right?
Yeah, throw the whole list away.
Or what was that offensive lineman that was? I think he went number 1 or number 2. The big old dude from
Michigan State, Marinovich. That was before.
No, I think did he go to Iowa? What was that? It was like the best left tackle in history or something.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look it up.
I forgot,
for some
man.
reason it's not coming to me. But anyway,
Orlando Pace.
Not Orlando Pace.
I think he finished 2nd or 3rd in the Heisman, but that was before 2000, I believe.
Also, I guess in order to even this out on Mac Brown misses, because you mentioned Johnny Manziel and this came in, RG3 at Baylor.
Yeah.
That man was problematic. That man was a problem. And, of course, shout out to Case Keenum and Greg Ward, local legends. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including let's get you ready for Astros Day Baseball. It is a Hunter Brown Day. We'll talk about that and more next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Demeco Ryans singled out Justin Watson, the wide receiver out of Kansas City, as a player who kind of showing the ropes on what heart.
They like that he has championship experience.
Yes.
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Appreciation to the text line 713-572-4610 for cleaning me up. Maurice Clarett was 02 to 03. So,
oh damn, really?
Ooh boy, the list makers got to be feeling a little something here, and of course everybody's like Tony Mandarich is who Figgy was thinking about.
No, I was actually thinking about Robert Gallery. Remember Robert Gallery?
Yeah.
Oh man,
they was hyping that dude up so much, man, and he was a big dude. But he ain't do nothing in the NFL.
The best offensive lineman I've ever seen in college football, and all my years covering it, was Orlando Pace. That dude was a badass. But he was also before 2000.
No problem. That's all good. Hey, man, sometimes we can fudge the numbers a little bit just to appreciate folks and what they did. But there you go. Somebody said went to OU, got to watch AD from the jump. Highway robbery to have him omitted from the list. That's right. And of course.
He just needed Quentin Nelson blocking for him.
That is tough. Lists are hard to make. I want to acknowledge that. However, that one's tough. That one's really tough to abide by. All right, let's get into what's popping here in the loop. We start by mentioning that the Astros getaway game in Tampa, and they need this one. It's a little bit of a rubber match here to make a rubber game in order to see who wins this series, and I think they need it in specific because you got to come out of this series with a win. I think that in order to abide by at least what my standards were, not that they are listening to what Reginald Atatula has to say about this. I don't know about all that, but I think in order to get 10 wins off of this 17-game stretch, I think this one is going to be necessary. Plus, we talked about it earlier, Ronel Blanco is back in Houston, or at least it was on his way back to Houston. I got to imagine that they've managed to get him here at this point. But in order to deal with a little bit of elbow soreness, to see the doctors, and I think we all look at that as a possibility of an IL stint for him.
Yeah.
And so, this is an important one, and it's also an important one just because whenever you get Hunter Brown on the mound, because of the way that he's playing, because of the level he's playing at, he's a Cy Young kind of in contention at this point of the season, which of course means only what it means, right? You expect to come out with a victory.
You do, but it's a day game.
It is a day game.
And that's interesting. You were pointing this out before the show.
That's right. That's right.
He's 1.2 higher ERA in day games.
Why do you remember that?
Why
does your brain work like that?
I remember the most innocuous, silly little things and forget the names. Like, the guy behind the glass there, Figgy something.
So yeah, in night games, of which he has gotten 22 wins in 16 losses, he is at 54 games, I guess is the way that's a better way to put this, right? He's had 54 games in night games, a 3.30 ERA. He has had 24 day games, and he has a 4.59 ERA. And so it's like, hey, glad to have Hunter Brown on the mound. Are you in some ways, or is the idea of a day game maybe neutralizing the effect of having Hunter Brown and what he has done in this game? It's a relatively small sample, and of course, I don't know how many of those games have been within this time period over the last kind of year or so where he has really become the Hunter Brown that we are super excited to see anytime he steps up to the mound. But yeah, man, I'm very intrigued to see if this does anything to what he typically can deliver.
I'm not losing any confidence. I'm going to be watching, though. I think it's interesting. And, day game looks different. Sometimes acts different. In this park, who knows? If the wind's blowing to right field, even just a little bit, the ball flies. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. And then there's this. You mentioned Ronel Blanco. 60% of their opening day rotation is either on the IL or probably headed there. And so that leaves the rotation for the Seattle. Tell me how this grabs you. Tomorrow, Lance McCullers Jr.
Okay.
Friday, Ryan Gusto.
All right.
Saturday, Framber Valdez. And Sunday, some cat named TBD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where, playing spades, calling your books, it's getting a little tough. And especially because Thursday, you will be getting, and of course I should make sure I say this because I do this thing between their two like really good pitchers there for the Mariners. I meld them into one dude, so I always have to make sure I remember. But it is indeed George Kirby. George Kirby will start tomorrow here in Houston at Dyken Park. That's obviously the benefit is that you get the Mariners here for that 4-game set. but he's making his season debut. And you always think about it, and that can go one of two ways, right? That can be with a player of his magnitude. He comes back and he's coming off of IL. He's trying to find his way, and maybe he's not the same dude. Or he's George bleeping Kirby, right? Like, or you just got this guy, and you happen to be the team that caught him when he found his way back. But that is going to be the situation tomorrow. Today, though, Hunter Brown, and he's matching up against Bradley, who has a 4.8 ERA. Like, that's maybe not as terrifying for you. And, of course, the lineup is Pena, Paredes, Altuve still hitting third in DHing today. Yainer is catching. Christian Walker hitting fifth again. And then Jake Myers, Cam Smith, Brendan Rodgers at second, and Mauricio Dubon in left field.
Yeah, Dubon in left field. Well, it's... day game, the lineup always gets shuffled around a little bit, so we'll see how worthwhile. We'll keep you updated here, of course.
So a couple of things as well that are popping is the sports Emmys happened yesterday. I know that you were watching, Lopez.
Woo, bated breath.
No, but you were interested in one of these competitions as well, or one of these potential awards, which was Outstanding Personality or Emerging On-Air Talent. Mm-hmm. Saban adds up some more hardware. Like, Saban won his first sports Emmy and his second win when it comes to, or rather ESPN's second win in this category. And I mean, this feels right, right? Like, Saban was really good this year jumping in on College Game Day.
It feels right. Okay, let's play this game. Or let me ask the question.
Okay.
On his mantle, where does he put his Emmy, or does he not put it on his mantle?
That is, I don't
With
know.
all the trophies, all the awards that he's won, I think it'd be up there, because this is something like he is unique, it's something that he is just getting into.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I don't think it's something that he'll put on the bottom of the shelf or in a closet or something like that. Yeah, no, I think he's going to really take care of this.
I think so too.
Yeah. I can see that.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how much. I think he's a football guy, and we know those football guys, it means something a little different. Sure. Like, doing this broadcast and talking about football is cool, and I don't think that he takes it lightly. I think that he takes it just like he would any job, with the level of rigor and probably a level of unhappiness that really makes you question why he does it. But
it's like he's just delving into it, and I'm sure he's really proud.
But I just feel like them other things mean a lot more to that man.
And look who you going against too.
Yeah,
like you going against a lot.
Some other things, some other winners that happened. Like I was interested to see that the Outstanding Live Special event. It seems like it was going to happen regardless. The NBC's coverage of the Olympics. Fox had that Rickwood Field special that they did at Rickwood Field there in Birmingham, Alabama. That was a live special non-championship, which I thought was really cool. Also, and they deserve this. NFL Live earned Outstanding Studio Show for the Daily, and then College Game Day won for Weekly. But like, NFL Live is one of the few things that ESPN does where you just go, this is incredible work. You know what I mean?
It is every time. I mean, every time it's just, you can count on it. But College Game Day, I mean, just retire the award, right? I mean, that's what they do best. It just should be named after.
Is that the best thing ESPN does at the station or at their station?
I'm going to say yes, but I'm still thinking, because right off the top, that's the one thing I play. I mean, it's
like when you think of ESPN right now in 2025.
I think of College.
What
Game
are
Day.
they known?
Yeah.
What are they known for?
Yeah. What are the other
College Game Day?
Here?
Yeah, it probably is College Game Day, if for no other reason that ESPN has done a lot of work in trying to basically corner the college football market. I know obviously Fox still carries a lot of this. NBC has their things that they have. Yeah. CW's picked off a few things here and there. But I think, yeah, man, it is very much. ESPN has done so much. I mean, the college football playoff, all of this to wrangle more of this. And so College Football Game Day, College Game Day ends up being like the center portion of the portion, much effort into it with the tradition and everything. Yeah, I think it matters.
This is unique.
Yeah.
And they don't compromise on it. They're compromising on a lot of things. They're not compromising on that.
They've compromised in some ways. They have compromised.
How?
I mean, they've
College Game Day?
Not on College Game Day.
They've shifted some people around and things of that nature in a way that felt like a level of compromise, but they've brought in other people and they found a way to continue.
Like, they're making it better. It seems like they're actually trying to make it better. Right?
I don't know that I would concede that necessarily. I mean, I think
they spend money. They go everywhere. They bring in talent. They got more like things that are involved, bits, whatever you want to call them.
Sure, and I'm not trying to say that is inherently wrong. I just think that ESPN.
In general, yes.
The ESPN way of doing things that I think has gotten on the bad side of a lot of sports fans has touched College Game Day. I just think the College Game Day is so Teflon that it's not made the level of impact in that that you would talk about. Shout out to Reed Sheppard. Unfortunately, I'll talk about the negative before the positive, although the positive has a little negative within it as well. The NBA's all rookie teams came out. I think it was yesterday, and the rookie team, I think there was 100 voters, obviously, that voted on these rookie teams, first and second team. And Reed Sheppard did not end up on either of those. That's not all too surprising now, is it?
Well, it's not right now. There was a moment when he was the odds-on favorite to win Rookie of the Year.
And that moment was as soon as he was drafted. Like, immediately, people looked at him as the best option for this.
Like, he was the favorite, the betting favorite to win Rookie of the Year, much less all rookie team. So it is a little bit of surprise when you have the context of what he was thought to be.
I'm not surprised. I'm more a little disappointed.
Yeah. So he got one second-place vote and one third-place vote. That's it.
Did he receive a third-place vote? I didn't see the third-place vote. I think he just got that total points of that one second-place vote. So, I mean, one person who was voting decided to put him on the second team all rookies. And, I mean, it's fair. He just did not get an opportunity to shine. I think that's one of the big question marks to see going forward is how much can he be implemented? Because we've seen the splashes, we've seen the flashes from him. It's just now can he be a tried and true part of your rotation? So unfortunately, his particular accolades suffered from the Rockets and how much talent they had and where they were trying to aspire to be. That did not allow him to get involved. But it's going to be interesting what his rookie season looks like. Again, the salute to him though comes from him looking to support Kentucky through a little bit of tornado relief. There was a really tough tornado that rolled through there, and Reed Sheppard on his Instagram wrote about Kentucky always being home, seeing the devastation from tornadoes being heartbreaking, and then, kind of using his platform, almost J.J. Watt-like. Obviously, that's a high praise to then leverage, but then speaking on, using that to hopefully garner some support for the people of Kentucky who are dealing with that. And, of course, if you want to support Reed in that, he's linked to the Team Kentucky Storm Relief Fund. I would just Google that and see if that's a possible place to go to donate and help. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, talking the needed pass protection improvement from the offensive line. But how much run blocking improvement are you expecting to see in the 2025 season? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
A quarter of the way through baseball. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A lot of things happening in this noon o'clock hour. First and foremost, Astros baseball. Get what?
Noon o'clock.
All right.
Damn, that should be banned too.
Ban noon o'clock.
I feel like I'm banning you from critiquing grammatical and language things. I'm disagreeing with too many of your points here.
What's wrong with noon o'clock?
What's right about noon o'clock?
I mean, it is
It's
noon.
it's just a cool way.
It is noon on the clock. Honestly, I never used to say noon o'clock. I worked with somebody who would say it, and it just kind of
It's
osmosis.
noon or 12 o'clock. Pick a lane.
It's both. I exist in both lanes. Deal with it. But yeah, in this 12 o'clock hour to appease John Lopez. Astros baseball getting going with Hunter Brown, who apparently has 1.06 or was 1.086 ERA versus the Rays in his career. So hopefully that bodes well for him as he faces off against them. They're getting going here in a second. We'll be talking to Darius Fulgen, referred to as DFG, boxer out of Houston, Texas. He should be joining us here soon in order to talk about that. But let's start here. We've had a lot of conversation about this Texans team and how they have tried to revamp. Is that the word that I can use here?
Yeah.
Revamp? Is that what we're calling it? The offensive line for the 2025 season, a woeful offensive line last year. I don't know that you'll find anybody who will call it anything to the contrary. And so there's been so much, especially because this team with C.J. Stroud in the second year and is this a sophomore slump? All of that was there, and it was very clear the ways in which dudes were getting beat. I mean, you had Kenyon Green out here, getting danced around. You saw Shaq Mason get blown by. You saw holds on the outside. You saw Titus Howard one time strip his quarterback of the football. Like, you saw a comedy of errors in the pass game offensively on the line. However, and so that's been a lot of the conversation. Can you get better in that regard? But when it comes to offensive line, like, the run game also matters here. How much run game improvement are you expecting here? Because it was overshadowed, and we talked about moments during last year where you found a little bit better run blocking compared to other moments. But I was looking desperately for offensive line run blocking metrics in particular, and some of the ones that I like to lean on, or at least one of the ones that I like to lean on is run block win rate from ESPN, and the Texans did not reflect very well in that particular metric. And then I was looking at a different one from a website called NFL Lines, and they had an advanced metric that was looking at opening holes in the rushing game. Of course, you can take this for whatever you want. I am not like super deep into this particular statistic. However, it points to the Texans being bottom 3 when it comes to like opening holes for the rushing game. Not just the rushing game in general, which was a lot buoyed by Joe Mixon just being him, putting him on the cape. But the offensive line was not great, and I don't think that anybody will dispute that to a great degree. How much better can these guys be opening up rushing holes considering the shifts that have been made here?
It's funny because we spend so much time talking about protect C.J. Stroud, et cetera. It's only the most important thing you need to do with your franchise quarterback. And Show brought this up yesterday, and it was a good point. I mean, this is a team where you would think it's all about, the passing game and protecting C.J. because you got Nico, you brought in Christian Kirk, you spent these resources on the wide receivers. It was one of the good things that Show said. But
that's not what they're doing, John.
That was a nasty shot. You ain't had to do that.
It was one of the good things Show said.
Okay.
You got to see that man face to face.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
I'm going to clear out.
This ain't Patrick Creighton. You got to see him right now.
Hey, PC will come in here too.
I'll say it as much about no. I don't care.
Tag team match. Here we go. Set it up.
Since when do you think
set it up?
I care about not seeing someone. You know better than that. You know me better than that. And I'm just really kidding around. But it was one of the good things that he said.
Sure. Yeah. Of course.
Here's the more important point. In that building, they care as much about the run game as the passing game.
And they should.
They should. and they're on the record as saying, we've got to run the ball, we've got to run the ball. And here's the other point. You talk about the resources that are in the passing game. It's not chump change that they're spending in the run game. You've got, obviously, Joe Mixon.
Free agent signing, yeah.
You've got a draft pick in Dameon Pierce, another draft pick in Woody Marks, and, oh, by the way, there's rumors, reports, whatever you want to call it.
I don't want to go as far as calling it reports.
Yeah.
This pops up from a gentleman who I don't know how much I can lean on him as, like, with the bona fides, right? Like the bona fides that we would typically lean on.
So let's leave it at rumor.
Let's leave it at rumor. But there is a rumor, and I think this came from Slick Rick Scoops, who has had scoops that have ended up being correct. I just don't want to lean on that, especially because I guess I would say that he's not working at like a traditional media outlet or whatever that would lend it more credibility. I think that's the way that I would just set it up. But he's put out here that the Texans have inquired about J.K. Dobbins, right? And that he went as far as to say there's still distance between the two sides on the money, but something to monitor. So if you're talking about this getting to the place of talking about money, this ain't just like, hey, what's happened? This is like, we would like to have you. So no, they're trying to talk about what that means also.
Right.
Like, how much does that mean for Dameon Pierce, for, Woody Marks, or is that just to get another body in the room? We'll talk about that. But yes.
So my point
to
is,
your point,
like, they're spending resources on the run game, and they to the point where they fired their offensive line coach with their, or they let him go, let him walk, whatever, with their offensive coordinator. All right. So it's hugely important to establish a run game here, and I think in that building they'll say it's as important. Now, here's the question: Can you do that? The run game that they're bringing in is going to be, as far as we can tell, as far as we can project, a Patriot style, heavy run game, attacking type, run game, so to speak. So, yeah, can they do it? I mean, they're doing all they can to make it work.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Well, when you say they're doing all they can, this is the thing that keeps coming up with the offensive line, because I don't know how you can say they're doing all they can to make that work when it comes to just the talent
personnel
aspect
moves
of it.
and acquisitions and all that.
Yeah, but this is where we keep coming back to, and we talk about acquisitions when it comes to the running backs.
The line and the running backs. Like they could have at least 4 new faces.
Sure.
Yeah.
How good are those new faces? The question that I come to, right?
But it's the same discussion can be made with the pass blocking.
Certainly, and I think that's part of the issue is, like, on both sides of this. At the very least, it would be one thing for me personally if I look at the offensive line moves that they go and all right, cool. This is going to be, these are dudes who are great. And there's not really a perfect metric for going about this, at least not one that I could find readily available for me when I was looking at this yesterday, right? Very flawed in every facet, including Pro Football Focus. But from the 8 through 2, I like the run blocking, or I think rather that the run blocking will be the strong suit of the line. They have a lot of big road grader types, and quite possibly. But then I looked at, because I was looking at run block win rate, and the Texans last year were 31st out of how many teams in the NFL, mind you?
That would be 32.
Correct. Okay, very good. And I was like, all right, well, at least the dudes that they acquired, what offenses were they on? How were they at, run block win rate? Because, again, this is about the blocking itself. And, of course, this is going to speak to the entirety of those offensive lines. This is not going to isolate. But I was just trying to get an idea of some of those acquisitions. All right, Laken Tomlinson, where he come in from? He played in Seattle last year, right?
Yeah.
Seattle's run block win rate as an offensive line, as a staff record label in the crew, 28th in the league. Again, not saying that was entirely him. Like, that's not going to be a fair way of putting this. But at the very least, he wasn't a part of a great crew over there. All right, let's see. Cam Robinson's coming in. He played for 2 teams last year. Let's just get a feel for him. Again, understanding that. He played for the Jaguars to start. Jaguars are 25th in run block win rate as a team. All right, what about the Minnesota Vikings, right? 15th. Better. All right, so maybe you get a little bit of a solidity or, validity there. All right, cool. Who else you bring in? All right, well, I guess Ed Ingram was there in Minnesota. That's also a 15th. Like, how does that then affect it? And then who else are the new faces that you have on the offensive line that you're expecting to add in here?
Trent Brown,
where he played for what? The Cincinnati Bengals is what we're talking about here. Cincinnati Bengals were 30th in run block win rate. You know what I mean? Like, and again, a metric to use here. I'm not here to tell you that these metrics mean that those guys will be bad. I think that it just highlights for me, again, the idea that the talent that they've brought out here, I have questions as to what it looks like. I understand that the perspective on the offensive line, and we've talked about this more from the pass rush situation, or the pass block, rather, situation, but the run blocking situation falls in the same line.
No.
How much better is the talent there, and how much then are you asking to be put on Nick Caley and the offensive system that he puts
Everything.
in? And Nick Caley and Greg and Cole Popovich to scheme and to get the technique better and maybe make a little something out of nothing, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
And make those things better. But you're asking a lot of all of those circumstances when I think that talent on the top of it would give you a better starting point. And I don't feel great about the offensive line talent. I'll just be completely honest.
That's why they're here. They're here to protect the quarterback and establish a run game that, like, as I mentioned, in that building they feel is important as anything, and that's why Cole Popovich, get it done. Good luck, because if all these resources in the passing game, you have a lot of resources in the run game. You might be adding another one, who knows, with another running back. It's hugely important. And by the way, of course, as we all know, it's hugely important to the pass game, if you can establish that as well.
Now, one of the things that I do wonder, I'm interested to see how that adds in with the run blocking, because run blocking is not just an offensive line circumstance. Will you utilize a fullback better? Because last year, one of the things that hurt as well, you had the likes of Dalton Schultz. Not so, Dalton Schultz caged over for a very short period. You brought Andrew Beck back. You have those guys blocking as pseudo fullbacks. If you actually employ a fullback, how does that affect this? And then also, what is the change in your wide receivers and maybe the change in what you ask your wide receivers to do blocking? What does that affect? Because, I was looking at a play that I think Nate Tice had posted a couple of days ago, just last night, and you have, Robert Woods trying to crack back on a safety who is going to beat him, and you have, Tank Dell trying to reach block in on a blitzing nickel, and you're just like, what is supposed to happen here? Like, how is this? So I do also wonder how much that affects it, and how much also does a Justin Watson, right, and his ability with his size to block on the outside, how does that help? How did the young guys come in and block? When you talk about Higgins coming in and getting some snaps, how do they block and affect what's happening here? Those are the things that I'm also wondering on outside of just the offensive line itself. But the offensive line, just that talent, seeing a jump just from the talent itself, I have questions. And so you're, again, coming back to the idea that we're leaning so much on, well, the scheme will do it, and the technique will do it, and hopefully the communication will do it. And I hope they're right, but I again, in this place where I don't know yet.
No, that's all true and fair, but ultimately it comes down to those five guys. The offensive line, you can talk about pass blocking from receivers and all that. That's true. But it's those five dudes up front that are going to have to just play at a better level. We have to play at a higher level. And you mentioned technique. That's one of the sticking points, that a lot of players – maybe even, Laramie Tunsil, who's no longer here, and some of these guys that were certainly Dalton Schultz is going to be a thing for these guys.
Yeah. From the 832, some of the whole will be 50% better than last year's O-line, plus 100% nastier. And that might be another thing, is just the want to, because that's the thing that you can't quantify in any of these places. Yeah. Like, how much will that want to be there? How much will that quote-unquote swarm mentality show up in this? Because also, that's another thing. If you just talk about talent showing up and you got to talk about guys that have nasty, what the first name that comes to mind for me with all of those things? Ariante Ursary, who is a guy who, at least right now, does not profile to be one of your five best to start in some way. And so, man, I'm intrigued to see what that ultimately looks like with this offensive line, and I think we start to get some level of insight into that as we get OTAs, and hopefully once we get to training camp, we start to see these guys actually get to ply their trade trying to move this particular defense and defensive line. All right. You're in loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is typically the time where we do our lunchtime confessions, but this time we got a special guest.
I've got a confession for him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We got a boxer in the house. His name is, we call him DFG. I'll introduce you to him next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, typically John starts this, but I wanted to bring this back because we're doing confessions, but we're doing it with a very special guest. He is a Houston native. He boxes out of Houston, and he's got a big fight coming up May 30th. They call him DFG. His name is Darius Fulgham. Darius, what's happening, man?
Hey, I'm blessed and excited to be here with you guys, man.
Well, we got confessions, and you're here, so you're gonna take part. And my first confession.
These are my confessions.
I think you're going to get Final Jeopardy last night. All right.
All right.
Do you watch Jeopardy?
I haven't watched Jeopardy in a very long time.
It's okay. I think you'll get. My confession is I think you're going to get this question right.
All right.
And at least Figgy or Reggie are going to get it wrong. I saw this last night. It took me a minute. I did get it right. Not bragging because it was a little funny. But listen to this.
This game, NFL geography. Here's the clue. It's the state with the lowest population density that's home to an NFL team.
That's
30
good.
seconds.
The lowest population density that is home to an NFL team. I was like you. It took me a second, then the light bulb went off.
I got to think about where the NFL teams are first and foremost.
Is that where you're starting? I was starting to think what state has the lowest population.
Yeah, that's where I went.
But it has to have an NFL team in it. So if I'm thinking about Wyoming, I'm like, why am I wasting my time?
Figgy, do you have an idea?
I have no idea.
Do you have an idea, Darius?
No, not right now. Give me a second.
All right.
Give me a second.
Reggie?
Now you got to be going through all 50 states.
I don't have it right now, but I got to think about what the teams are first and foremost.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think about where. I immediately went to like who got the bad geography. Like, which of these teams is real bad geography?
It's a great question.
So immediately the ones that come to mind as possibilities. Although Milwaukee's going to meet a lot of popular. So like I'm thinking the Packers because of Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what other places do we have here.
What are you thinking?
I don't think it's going to be the Colts.
I'm trying to stay away really from the East Coast too.
Yeah,
right. That's a good idea
density.
here.
We're talking about density right now. I'm thinking of someone going somewhere on the West Coast.
I'm like, could it be the Raiders? But with the entirety of Nevada, I don't remember which way you're supposed to pronounce that.
Okay, ding, ding, ding. Time's up.
I got to give you an answer.
You got to give me an answer. Give me one, Figgy.
I was going to. As weird as it sounds, I was going to say like the New York teams because they play in New Jersey.
That's a dense population.
Trick question.
Yeah,
it's too dense, bro.
What's yours?
I'm just going to go ahead and throw up the Packers and not think too much about it.
How about you,
the
Darius?
Packers, though? Okay, so I don't know. I'm going somewhere, I feel like more West Coast, maybe a little more spread out. I had anywhere to say I'm going to go with the Cardinals.
All three, you got it wrong. My first thought was Colorado.
I thought about that.
But I didn't say Colorado, Nevada.
So it was the Raiders.
So it was
I mentioned it. I just didn't pick the right one.
It's got one city. It's got one city, and it's really not even barely a million people, maybe not even a million.
I guess you got a good point, though.
Yeah, it's all tourism.
Everything, but Vegas is really not that big.
It's Vegas, but it's a big state, or relatively big.
So, I was there. I just didn't pick the right one when I got tired of it. Okay, very good. Excellent.
It's crazy because now I'm thinking about Vegas. I feel like they got the biggest stadium, though, don't they?
They got one of the biggest stadiums, but they have one city basically.
Yeah, but I mean, it's because they have a lot of tourism. Like we think about it being big and flashy, but really the people that actually live there.
I mean, really, so you think about that. My fight's going to be in Vegas May 30th, and that's really the same thing where we have a lot of people that's coming in and out.
Yeah,
but you think about Vegas as a whole, though, it really isn't that big.
Right.
I don't know. I guess that was a pretty good question, though.
Yeah, we'll get to that for sure. Next confession.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I've always wanted to train boxing, but my confession is I know I'm not cut out for it. Like I just know. And the reason why I know, and it's funny because you would think, all right, boxing, like people think about like the actual hits, and I think I could probably take the hit or whatever. The thing that I'm really worried about is conditioning. And I played soccer, but I made sure that I was goalie. Like I hated all my running. And I'm like, the one thing you need more than anything, I think I heard Figgy talk about this when I was out last week, is just, I don't think people consider how long 3 minutes is if you were in a fight. Like fighting lasts for 3 minutes. And then you just do that one time. It's like, ding, 30 seconds back at it, dog.
Unless you see the one I saw.
Yeah.
There was rumbling and bumbling for 3 minutes.
That's right.
So like, I'm right? Like if I'm not gonna do conditioning, boxing is just not going to work.
It's just not going. It's not going to cut it though. It's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. So you feel like conditioning is the problem? Is nothing to do with getting hit. Nothing to do with performing.
It's got to have a little something to do with getting hit. I mean, it's in there somewhere.
I'm not saying I want to get hit, right? Like I'm not, and I know that there are some of those boxers that like they thrive on once they get hit, they feel alive. That's not going to be me at all. But the conditioning is the first place where I'm tapping out probably.
Hey, listen, when the conditioning go, everything goes. I guarantee you can hit a lot more than you thought.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. One thing I always hate too. My biggest pet peeve is I've heard people say this before. They say, "Oh, you're a boxer. You know You're used to getting hit." No, I don't.
No, you don't want to get hit.
No, they had this idea that like I like it or something. No, I guarantee the goal of my sport is to not get hit.
That's a great point. You're used to getting hit. No, I don't. Nobody likes to get hit.
I'm telling you right now, I do not want to get hit.
Biggie.
These are my confessions.
All right, so my confession is completely random. And I don't even know if this is a confession, to be honest. This might be a request.
Mm-hmm.
Could y'all stop putting the ring notification sound in commercials?
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Oh, yeah.
Please sign the dog owner.
Yeah.
Because this Wendy's commercial that play, it feel like every single break, they got the ring notification in it. So my dog go nuts. He thinking somebody at the door. And yesterday I was watching playoff game, and that same commercial played.
Oh, God, no.
It hit that, and to the point I got up. I was looking on my phone. I'm like, let me see who at the door. And then I got all the way up with my little bad knee. I'm like, somebody at the door?
Mm-hmm.
My wife was like, boy, that's the commercial. I'm like, y'all made me get up out my seat.
Yeah.
Y'all got to stop doing this. To me, this is up there with putting police sirens in songs.
Yes. I was just about to say that. I was literally just about to say that.
Don't stop. What's the purpose of putting a police siren in the song, man?
Got me doing that. Looking around.
Yeah. Well, that's the worst. On those commercials, and you're like, wait, what?
You hear whoop whoop.
Yeah.
And it's a commercial. I'm like, man, what are y'all doing?
I'm trying to think of what like my least favorite commercial is, because I don't think it would be. I know that some people have whenever one of these had like a Google or Apple commercials where they call out to the assistant and now your phone is doing all sorts of stuff. Like I know some people feel that way, but I'm like, I can't think of one that I absolutely hate, and maybe it's just because I'm one of those people that watches TV where once we go to commercial, I kind of just zone out. I'm on my phone or what have you. But do you have a commercial that comes to mind that you're like, every time I see it, I just want to pull my hair out?
Do y'all remember that commercial during the Super Bowl? And I'm the same way as you. I don't really watch commercials like that either. But obviously during the Super Bowl, everybody's tuning in, watching all the commercials. And they had one commercial in particular where it was like somebody hit the home button on the Roku or something.
Oh,
yeah. And everybody looked around like, who on the remote?
My TV go off?
You looking for the remote? Yeah.
The dog sitting on the remote.
Who's sitting on the remote?
I have one, but now that you know how the game is played, do you have a confession?
I don't know if this is necessarily a confession. It's more of, I guess, a hot take. He says.
Oh, let's get that. That sounds great.
That's the best confessions.
Yeah.
I just hate the sound of rain. And it sounds like a weird hot
get
take.
out of here.
Everybody's always like, oh, I just love to sleep and it's raining. I'm gonna sleep good tonight. I can't stand it. I just don't like rain. I don't like rain, period. And it's the worst. I live in Houston. It rains all the time. I hate the smell of it. I hate
summer rain is the best.
I hate how it feels in my skin.
I thought we was gonna be friends.
I hate how it feels in my skin, the humidity. I'm just not a fan.
The smell of summer rain is so nice.
No, it smells disgusting.
That's wild. Like I'm someone where
that is a very hot take.
I might open windows if it's raining, like just to get that feel.
Yeah.
Like I legitimately. So I spent a year at Kansas State University. You know, Kansas is very dry air, very flat and everything. And I was out there, and the first time it rained, I took a deep breath. And I was like, "Oh, I can breathe. Like this is different. Like the humidity, it not being there." Yeah. And so I'm just you are from here. Like this is home.
I know.
That is so wild to me.
I can't stand it.
I got one more.
These are my confessions.
I kind of want to see Darius draw blood from Reggie.
What happened?
I want to see Darius draw blood. Could you do that?
Now, I don't know if we're talking about nursing or boxing right now.
Yes. Okay, so for those who don't know, when I saw this, I thought, we got to do it. Like you, in two ways.
You're registered, right? Like you are a registered nurse.
Yeah.
So if we set it up and he could go, obviously you're not working anywhere right now, right?
No, I'm not.
But you have the equipment and all that?
I don't have the equipment to do it.
But you would have
but
access.
I do have the skills to be able to do it.
Yeah,
so
somebody
you could
provided
draw blood from Reggie.
I could have.
I don't know what you need blood for. First and foremost, we got to question that whatever you're doing there.
Just for the fun of it. Just for the well, and if the needle's not around.
All right, but
hey, I got some boxing gloves in the car.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't. If you can't find a vein, do not ever put that as.
Was it hard for you to learn? Or
I didn't necessarily have any problem with it. There's a lot of people in my class that did, but me in particular, I haven't.
Yeah, so that's cool.
So one of the things I did want to ask.
First of all, would you?
No. Why? What am I giving this blood for? Like, okay, if it's a blood donation, that's fine. But yeah, no. Somebody. By the way, we have a text line where people text in, and from the 832, someone said, "Who the hell hates rain? Do you also hate babies, puppies, and rainbows?" But I am interested because you're a boxer that is also a registered nurse, and that I'm sure that comes up all the damn time. Is that one of those questions that you just get sick of answering, or you get sick of hearing?
That's why I worded it the way I did. I want to see you draw blood.
Yeah. I don't ever really get sick of that question, honestly. It's one of the things as a boxer, I really want to kind of change the narrative of what a boxer really is too, because there's a storyline that's always presented about boxers to be these guys that came from the streets that had nothing to do their entire life, but that doesn't fit me at all. And as much as I've been around boxing, I recognize that's not the scope of it at all either. Like, boxing has such a wide, different variety of different people, and they don't need to be boxing in this one category of being this, they want to go this underdog story of a guy who's been in the streets his whole life and made something of himself. But I've met so many people in boxing that are just smart, educated, who have great talents outside of just their ability to fight in the ring. And that's something I want to showcase, that boxers aren't just dumb, brash, brutal beings. Right.
Yeah, let's showcase that a little bit more. Yeah. So those were our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. We got Darius Fulgham. He's a Houston fighter. He's got a big fight May 30th in Vegas. Let's find out a little bit more about the nurse and the man that they call DFG. We'll talk to him more next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Demeco Ryans singled out Justin Watson, the wide receiver.
SportsRadio.com/JOY. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. And joining us in studio, he's been in studio. You might have heard him if you were listening to Lunchtime Confection. Yeah, all right, let's start that again.
Confections, little candies.
Yeah, look, I would appreciate some lunchtime confections right now. Actually, that'd be a nice little snack. But we are talking to super middleweight boxer. He's 14-0. He was just letting us know that he's 12 knockouts, by the way, so don't try him. And he goes by
Put him in the rain.
All right, put him in the rain. It might even go worse for you. His name is Darius Fulgham. Got a big fight coming up May 30th. It's a WBA super middleweight world title eliminator fight versus Bektemir Melikuziev in Vegas. Darius, brother, like we were just talking about various things in the break. It's great to have you. But two, I kind of wanted to start with just who you are and what brought you to boxing, because one of the things is always interesting with boxing is it feels like boxing either is one of those sports where you're kind of born into it, like you got family. We were talking to his son, and of course, as I was about to say his name, I completely forgot, which I feel really bad at. Gio, there we go. We were talking to them not too long ago, and of course, that's the family business, right? You jump right in. It's not the family business for you. What drew you to boxing?
Man, it's very tricky on my story of boxing. It actually started a long time ago. I think I was like in third grade at the time. I was watching George Lopez, and there was this episode when George took his son Max to the boxing gym, and I was like, oh, that was, and it kind of really inspired me in that moment of something like, man, this is pretty cool. I kind of want to do this. I told my parents about it. They took me to a boxing gym. I don't know what happened. I ended up signing up, which thankfully I didn't. I just didn't have the mentality at the time to stick through with it, right? And so life goes on. I'm playing all these different sports, baseball, football, right? But I just couldn't find, I just didn't have that passion for it.
It wasn't in you.
It wasn't in me. I just felt like that was something I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
My brother did it, right? Everybody, all my friends did it. But I'd be at practice like, man, I'm just not feeling this. This wasn't something I was really drawn to. So I started wrestling my junior year, and that was kind of the first thing I kind of really fell in love with. I got really good at that, and so I really drew myself to combat sports because I just liked the individuality of it, right? Like my big problem I hated with team sports was, oh, we lost because you didn't do this, or we lost because you missed this shot, or you messed up on this play, right? I hated that fact that people pointing fingers and blaming everybody else, but I knew in this sport, I couldn't blame nobody but myself. If I won, it's because I won. If I lost, it's because I lost. And that accountability really drew me to the sport.
Yeah.
So then when I got done with wrestling, I had was going to do MMA originally, but I immediately knew that was my senior year of high school. Like, this is what I'm going to do. And I made that decision then that I was going to be a world champion.
And you haven't lost as a pro.
No.
14-0. But the interesting thing to me, I believe it was, if I read it right and remember it right, your father said, yeah, you can be a boxer, but you're going to change the narrative. You touched on it in the last segment. Was that the case?
Yeah, I mean, you got to understand something, too, just even kind of where I came from. I came from a small town. A lot of people don't ever make it out of there. And my dad and my family was really big on me just pursuing my college career, which is something I had to make sure that I accomplished. I finished that. I got my degree in nursing, and it was a big thing I want to change. And also,
wait, you didn't shout out Prairie View?
Oh, come on, not PV, my bad.
I was like, hey man, I don't know that I've met somebody that went to Prairie View that didn't at least let you know when they were talking about it.
I don't know, my bad. I was finna get there, PV. But ultimately too, you had to understand me when I was a kid too. I had lacked a lot of confidence. I didn't really know what I wanted to do in life. I was just like a lost kid, but I was never that. I never got in any fights. I was very passive, very non-confrontational. I'm the very opposite of what you would picture what a boxer should be like.
Yeah.
I don't fit that kind of same narrative or mold at all. And like I said, there's so many different types of people in the boxing industry, man. And I want to really showcase that it's not just that same story of these.
Why nursing though?
Actually, I think I was talking about my pops, but he's the one that kind of pushed me into it a little bit. It is a woman-dominated industry, but they needed males. Pays well, job security, and the overall effect of I just want to be there and be able to support people in times of need. That's something that's always been important to me. So that's kind of what drew me into nursing.
Yeah.
We're talking to Darius Fulgham. He's got a big fight coming up May 30th. He's a Houston-based boxer, and he's really trying to contend for that super middleweight. Like, ultimately, right, it looks like Canelo is the goal, right? Like, that's what we're trying to get to here, right?
Mm-hmm. Realistically, Canelo is the goal, but I just don't necessarily see it being feasible or possible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, I don't know what Canelo's going to do, right?
Yeah.
I'm not in control of his life or his career. Realistically, Canelo, after this fight he has with Crawford, could be done.
Mm-hmm.
He could be retired. Canelo has all the belts right now. He's in complete control. So I'm not necessarily looking for Canelo like Canelo's who I want, right? Obviously, Canelo's a big fight. It's obviously something that I would want. I just don't see it being possible, though.
Yeah.
But one thing about super middleweight, there's so many other guys in the division. It's really stacked. So regardless, with or without Canelo, if he stays around long enough, that'd be great. But if not, there's plenty of other guys that I would love the opportunity to fight.
And that's where this fight, May 30th in Las Vegas, comes into play. It's an eliminator, right. and that's going to kind of vault you, hopefully. Right? I mean, how does that lay out for you?
Well, this fight, again, like I said, is eliminator, so it'll put me right in position to be able to contend and fight for a title.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb Plant is the interim champ right now. He has a fight also May 31st. And so it'll put me really in position, put myself in a position. If Canelo does retire, all the belts are then vacated.
Yeah.
And all the belts are now open to grab. And so this will put me right in position where I'm next in line to be able to fight for a world title.
All right, so, I mean, we're talking about it like you're just going to handle up. We're not the ones who have to step in the ring and actually, go rounds with Bektemir Melikuziev, who's an Uzbek fighter. And, I mean, he's solid, but you got some reach on him. Like, what, from your perspective, how does this fight play out in your mind and looking forward to not this weekend but next weekend?
This fight, honestly, in my mind, how it plays out in a lot of different ways.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've analyzed and I thought about this, how I think the fight will go. One thing that has been a recurring thing in all the visions I have of how this fight turns out is that I get my hand raised. That's the one thing that I know for sure.
Yeah.
Is that I come out victorious in this fight.
Yeah.
I'm very open to all the possibilities that can happen in this fight on what he brings, but I see myself pressing action and late rounds, I think we start breaking them down and we try to look for this knockout.
Do you ever think about your stare down at a weigh-in or something along those lines? Because that's always something that attracts. You have the personality, you have the story, obviously, good-looking guy, all that. But at the weigh-in, I'm always fascinated about these scowls and these things that I would practice. Personally, I would practice it in the mirror.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, because you would laugh. Like you're not the guy who's like, I'm gonna scowl. You're the I'm going to laugh.
I'm not a big scowler.
Yeah.
I'm not a big. Have you ever?
You're an effervescent personality.
Yeah,
like
can you flip a switch?
Right.
Can you get that look?
You know what's crazy? Because before I ever turned pro, I have thought about this because I'm not that type. I'm not that type of guy either, right? I'm not that kind of like, That's just not in my personality. It's not in my nature, honestly. But I always figured when I got in that position that I would be laughing, like I would get in somebody's face and I'd be smiling, chugging. like we're like nose to nose with another
and you're just
another guy I don't know, and I'm like. That's kind of just weird,
That might get in his head more than anything else.
You think so?
Just laugh at him. Wink at him.
I usually have like a little smirk, though, but surprisingly, when I got in the moment, I never really laughed, though. Like, I could tell like the moment felt a little, like a little real.
Yeah.
So I didn't necessarily really laugh, but I always have like a little smirk on my face, and I usually always kind of give him a little dap at the end. It's all love at the end of the day. You know, we competitors, right? I barely know this guy. Not like I hate him, and I don't put that in my head because some guys need to do that mentally to kind of psych themselves into a fight where they got to like find a reason to hate this guy, right? Or this guy's trying to take food off my table, right? So some people get a little different mentalities. I love this sport. I do it because I love it and I have fun doing it. So this whole process, this whole journey has been just enjoyable to me, right? So I don't flip a switch and I'm just all of a sudden just angry, right? I don't think that's a good emotion for me.
Yeah.
I like being surrounded by love and positive energy. And so that's what I always surround myself with before the fight.
And I think in a lot of sports in general, like I think back to The Last Dance, where people looked at Michael Jordan the way that, he could be, that is the way that you win. And you were kind of bucking that trend at the very least in the way that we think you win in boxing. So where do you get that energy, that drive in those moments where it doesn't feel as fun and it doesn't feel as loving? Like what pushes you in those moments?
Honestly, I can't answer that question because it always I try to always make sure that it is loving. I always try to stay present in the moment because a lot of people can wish to do what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people don't have that luxury, and so I try not to take anything for granted. There's this book I read. I'm reading it right now again. It's called The New Earth, and it always helps me out spiritually and mentally preparing for a fight. Because it really talks about just being present in the moment and getting rid of this ego problem that we all have. And the most important thing is I always try to make sure I have a baseline appreciation for life.
Right.
You know, so even when it is getting tough, I always go back to that. That's kind of what I always go back to, is that I'm just thankful and appreciative that I get to be able to do this, right? I may be having the hard days in the gym where it hurts, but I'm thankful that it hurts. Like, I'm like glad that I can be able to do this.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing for me on how I push through mentally, spiritually on getting through all the tough times.
As you're preparing for this fight, you know, it's a combat sport, as you mentioned. It's a very physical. The whole idea is to knock out the other guy. But one thing I love about boxing at its best, and there have been places where it hasn't been at its best in recent years, is it is a sport. And you mentioned that earlier. I mean, to me, that makes boxing, and I'm just curious on your thoughts on that, elevate when people can treat it and perform as if it's a sport, correct?
So I think leading up to a fight, there'd be guys that be going back and forth, saying this and that or whatever about each other. And they can get pretty disrespectful sometimes. But every time we usually always see at the end of it, it's all respect at the end of the day. You know, because getting in that ring is not easy. Talk about doing 3 minutes earlier. How hard that is doing 3 minutes, right? And you got to respect anybody that's willing to go and do that. And I have respect for anybody that's willing to step in that ring because I'm telling you, it is not easy.
Yeah.
I don't care what nobody say. And it's so hard because, you know, a lot of fans are very hypocritical, critical on fighters and their performances and whatnot, but it's very easy to say that on the couch.
Yeah.
You know, it's very easy to judge even a quarterback or somebody on the couch watch from home, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's so easy to judge, but so hard to do.
All right, so this is a question. I actually asked Gio this on the phone because I always love it, right? You talk about, and you're such a mature person at this point in your life, but we've all been the immature person, and usually, especially for us boys, that brings us to think that we are hotter than we are, and we try our parents, particularly our pops at times. Do you have a time your pops tried your parent story at all? Because Gio's was kind of hilarious dealing with, obviously, Raul.
He said he did it once and never again.
Yeah, that's generally how it goes.
Yeah. I can't think of a time I really tried my pops like that. I respected my pops way too much to really try him like that. I think there were some moments where as I was growing up, there's this. I had a lot of respect for my dad, but I think I was really intimidated by him too. My dad was a military guy, and he there was one time when I was in 6th grade. You know, he was deployed. I think at the time, you know, just me and my mom at the house, and I think my mom's such a sweetheart. I love my mom to death, and she's done so much for me and nurtured me, and I think I was kind of taking advantage of it.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit.
Been there.
And, man, my dad called me from Iraq.
From Iraq?
All it took was a call.
He called me. And I was so scared. Man, I don't know how he has that power, though. I have no idea how he's able to do that. Just one phone call is all it took.
And you're good, boy.
And I wasn't going to see him for another, 7 months. You know? What kind of threat could you point that's real?
Yeah. It was real to you.
One phone call is all it took.
That's funny.
All right, Darius. So I wanted to ask you this real quick. If you were in a fight, would you prefer a fast knockout or slow dominance?
Man, you know it's crazy because the answer is kind of both, right? Like, realistically, I'd rather be in and out. I'd rather be in and out. Get in there, knock them out, and get home, right? Because the longer you're in there, the more dangerous it is.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it be anything, if someone's an accidental cut. But I think as far as performance-wise goes, what makes a better statement is if it is just complete slow dominance. So it's a little mix of both. Preferably,
and you can show the resilience and all that stuff.
You can really show the separation and the difference in levels.
Yeah.
On a fight like that. And rather than if you one shot, boom, put him down and knock him out, then it's very easy for fans to say, oh, it's just, you know, and you may not get the credit you probably really deserve. Rather, when you put on a dominating performance where it's like, yo, this guy didn't stand a chance. He really showed that there was a big difference in levels.
Yeah.
So I think those make bigger statements, but yeah, I'd rather be in and out.
So for those of us that are going to pop on DAZN May 30th to watch your fight versus Beck Melikuziev out there at the Virgin Hotels in Las Vegas, which of those should we be expecting to see? The quick knockout or the slow dominance?
Honestly, I prefer the quick knockout. I think honestly it'd be a slow dominating performance though.
Okay. Very good. All right.
Yeah. We're looking forward to it.
We are looking forward to it. Best of luck. Go ahead and make sure that we can see you as a top contender. Try and go and get that super middleweight title.
Next time we back, we're gonna be a world champion.
How about that? Bring the belt.
I gotta bring. I gotta be a world champion. Bring that back to Houston.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Houston's own DFG Darius Fulgham. Don't say nothing nasty about him being a male nurse. He will draw blood. He will draw blood. Darius, we appreciate you joining us. Looking forward to, like you said, bringing the belt back and having a conversation then, brother.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Man. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it is official. NFL players can play in Olympic flag football. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of a draft, little snake draft. Myself, Lopez, Figgy, we're going to select 7 players each to see which of our teams will be the best flag football team. We'll do it next.
A quarter of the way through baseball season, an Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Much appreciation to our guy, Darius Fulgham, DFG. If you're looking on the YouTube, you may not see Lopez, and that's because he made a joke about the rain and Darius cracked him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's gone. Rest in peace. No, I'm just playing. He's right here.
Right here. What the hell are you talking about?
Did give him a talking to out there, so that's what took so long.
I appreciate the text line.
I had to show him a thing or two.
You're like, hey, here's the secret. Here's the secret. Make sure you use this to go win.
You had to show him a plea or two.
Oh, man. Fun talking with our guy. Somebody made 631. Go get that belt. 281. Does that knowledge in nursing, like anatomy, help in boxing? That's a good question. We'll save that for when he wins. We'll talk to him
How
again.
do you not pull for that guy?
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to.
He's just a cool dude, man.
He is. And so May 30th, I know I'll be watching. In fact, we might need to do some where we get outside and maybe watch it. I don't know. We'll talk through that a little bit more from the 713. Shout out to Houston. Said, y'all should have asked him how the female nurses get down. I heard some things. Hey, man, you don't need to ask him.
A damn thing.
Buddy, you live in Houston. If you have not figured some of that out yet.
And honestly, with all the females that work in that field, they probably looking at him like, ooh, we got one.
You know
Yeah, he was the man.
Gosh.
He walking
Take
through
my
the
blood.
Nah, yeah, he's walking through there. They probably like fresh meat.
Shout out to Kix Rocks, who also said he watched the video of Darius KO, someone with a liver shot. Oh yeah, no, he's got some power, man.
He knows anatomy.
He's got some power. So yeah, excited to see what he does there. But all right, we were talking about the various things that the NFL, the spring meetings voted on, or that the owners voted at the spring. Some of those, one of those, by the way, that did not get done, it was tabled again, was actually a thing that I was talking about earlier, which was getting Roger Goodell's pay raise in there. They went ahead and said, like, actually, no, we're not going to handle
it.
Which I do wonder, just ask, do you think that's something where that might have been stipulated upon them getting tush push over the line?
I don't know
any way, shape, or form, or what is the % chance that those things are some way intertwined?
I don't know about that because there were a lot of owners that obviously didn't approve.
10 of them, yeah.
So, yeah, I think that maybe they're just sort of like, hey, Raj, I want you to sweat a little bit here. See what else you can do for us.
Yeah, maybe so. Or did it have anything to do with voting for the change in the schedule or changing the home field advantage?
Now, that one I could maybe buy because they want to expedite these things and make more money.
Yes, they want to have those week 17, week 18, games that are still mattering for position, and then that helps them when they go to sell the new TV rights the next time the deal comes
schedule.
up. 100%. That is all absolutely the case. But one of the things that they voted on, got done easily, was approving NFL players to go and play flag football in the Los Angeles 2028 games of the Olympiad is the way that I should say that. And so I think that this is kind of a way to have the billboard for the NFL. Hey, look of our players and the first opportunity to get out here. But regardless, let's go ahead and do a little draft. Let's see if we can put together a team for ourselves, and I guess we'll do a 3-team draft here, right?
3-team draft, and I'm gonna. I just to GPT.
Why?
Because I'm going to see who would win these games that we draft.
ChatGPT don't know ball.
Well, apparently, according to them, they do.
Of course, according to them. All right,
so serpentine draft. Who's going to go first?
That's always the problem. That is always the problem.
Want to do rock, paper, scissors?
No,
I'll now rock, paper, scissors.
How is that going to work?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
All right, y'all both says I'm out.
Now
I'll get the third pick.
Ready? Say it.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
What is that?
It's a gun. I win.
I go first. I'm going first.
I don't know. The gun does work here.
You're like, what is that?
Yeah, you did cheat. You got second pick.
Cheater. I am going to go with Lamar Jackson.
He feels like he is like the best quarterback. Well, I think he's the second best quarterback for this, actually.
Figgy, you're next.
I think he's the second best quarterback.
Okay. I'm going with Kyler Murray.
That is the best quarterback. I was hoping.
I thought you was gonna pick him.
I was really hoping.
I mentioned him last time.
I was really hoping that you would not think about Kyler Murray.
Who are you going? Seven players, by the way.
That was the one that I wanted so bad. Like I was like, I got him.
Now you don't have to pick a quarterback.
I know I don't have to pick a quarterback, and I probably shouldn't because there's you guys aren't going to go for a quarterback now. And I think that I'm going to go. Oh, this is tough because I'm trying to think who do I want. bleep it. I'm gonna go with. Let me just go with Justin Jefferson. Like, just go with Jay Jetta as one of the best wide receivers. I think he has.
Now it's Serpentine, so you pick again.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, also I got to circle back. Let me think. Kind of want to get a running back. Get somebody that has that mobility. Because again, I'm leaning.
This is pretty good.
No, because I was debating how much I want to tell you what I'm going for. But I think the thing that I think of when I think of flag football is more the agility, more that
it's
quick
not like
twitch.
real football.
So like someone like Derrick Henry, I don't want him at all. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like I don't view him nearly as that.
You ain't got to tackle.
That same wiggle, right?
Yeah,
like
he's got to grab.
I don't need you to run through folks. In fact, I think that's probably antithetical to what we are trying to do here. So I want those guys.
Hey, clock is ticking, buddy.
That I know have a lot of wiggle.
He about to lose his draft.
And you know
pick,
what?
Like Minnesota.
I kind of just want the guy who might clear a guy. So give me Saquon.
Okay.
It's not quite exactly what I was thinking, but I have Jay Jettas and Saquon.
All right, Figgy.
I'm going to go receiver. I'm going to go Tyreek Hill. I know he's a little older, but I think he'd be perfect with flag football.
I'm starting to wonder like what the Jets on him is looking like.
I'm going to go with
he is a little older, but I feel like he'd be a beast at flag football.
I'm going to go with Jamar Chase.
Oh, Chase is probably better than Jettas, in fact.
And Christian McCaffrey's got that wiggle. Got that wiggle.
Man.
Yeah.
I just wonder if, does the health at all change in this?
Hey, ChatGPT is going to tell us.
Does the health at all change with him in these circumstances?
Figgy?
All right, I'm going to go Bijan Robinson.
That's another one I was thinking about. And? Oh, I put my Jamar Chase and Christian McCaffrey on your team by accident. All right, so your turn. You got 2 picks.
What are we?
You.
Did we already circle back?
Yeah, we're going to circle back.
I will go ahead and get my quarterback here, and I appreciate what was this? The 281 for agreeing with me. Again, I'm thinking of these dudes that are kind of little also in a way, like you think about that kind of strike zone in a way in order to get down and grab them. But dudes that move around. Give me Baker Mayfield, low-key.
That's a good one.
That's a deep dive.
That's a really good one.
That's a deep cut.
And this is the thing. If we're leaning on ChatGPT, I don't know if they're going to give me my
they know
credit
everything.
there.
You get to pick again, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. I got me my running back. Got me a quarterback. I need me some more wide receivers and or tight ends here. And this is where this is gonna be that would not be a good decision if I. You know what? Actually. Give me my white boy. Lab McConkey, baby. Come on down. Let me get that Lab McConkey.
I like that pick. Figgy, you got 2.
All right, so I'm going to go.
No, you got 1.
Yeah, I got 1.
Yeah.
I'm going to go a little defense, man. I'm going to go Derek Stingley Jr.
I had him on my list.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
That's a really good call.
I had him on my list. I get 2 now, I think. And I'm going to go, I need to get something big time here. I'm going to go, How about, you had Bijan already?
Yep.
I'm going to go Brandon Ayuk. And then I'm going to go Micah Parsons.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's where I'm like, I think I want to see if I can find a speed rusher who can go and pull these flags. But then also getting these corners, I feel like guys need to play both ways. And Jahmyr Gibbs is a good look. Whose pick is it? It's Figgy's pick at this point.
It's my pick, yeah. I think I'm gonna go Nico Collins.
Okay.
He does have this. He's smooth.
I need somebody that can burst right past you,
down the field,
and get another one.
No, Reggie. I'm in the middle.
Reggie
I'm in the middle.
Yeah, you're in the middle. Yeah.
Somebody said I can't believe Reggie's questioning ChatGPT knowing ball. My team. My team might suck. That is fair. You might say that, but I don't trust ChatGPT to know ball. You know what I mean? I don't think they're thinking like me on the next level. You know what I mean? It's 4-dimensional chess. I think I'm gonna I'll take Travis Hunter. It's probably, but
I like
that's
that.
A great one. Man.
I like that pick.
I just haven't seen him at the level yet, though. Like that's the thing is we're at this level.
He can play both sides of the field, though, man.
He can't play both sides. He has the speed. He has enough.
Now, do that count for 2 picks?
No,
you got. Oh, that's right.
Hey,
no,
man, that's 2 picks. That's 2 positions.
No, it does not.
You get another pick.
Okay, and this is my final one. I need to get my edge rusher. I need to get somebody who I like off the edge with a little bit of speed. And you already took Micah, didn't you? That's tough because I was about to go right there. Let me see. Who do I want? Give me Jared Verse.
Who?
Jared Verse.
Oh, yeah. Jared Verse. Okay.
Who? You said who?
Who? I get 2 picks. 2028 Olympics. 2028 Olympics.
Oh, don't do this.
No, you're picking, and then I get 2.
Don't do this.
All right. I'm going to go Myles Garrett on this one. He's super fast. Yeah.
And?
It's your go now.
Oh, I'm going to go.
You finish out with?
I got Myles Garrett on the wrong
See,
place.
now he don't mess up the teams just because of that.
I did not. 2028 Olympics. Tank Dell.
Okay.
Tank Dell.
Oh, man. See, somebody said when tackling doesn't matter, I'd have fast corners and safeties on defense, and that's probably a good point. Just like have those safeties, and they don't have multiple speed rushers on 7-on-7. I got you. I want somebody who can get in there
And
quickly.
my last pick, I'm going to go, you know what? I'm going to go Josh Allen. He can do everything. He doesn't have to be a quarterback.
All right.
Wholehearted.
You got 2 quarterbacks.
Wholehearted endorsement.
I do kind of like the idea of having 2 dudes that can throw a football, though. Like you can get in here with some trick plays.
All right, last pick, Figgy.
Oh, last pick.
I thought we were up.
No.
Oh,
it's 7 players.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, but I got 6.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Trevon Diggs.
I like that one.
Trey Diggs is a good look.
And now your last pick.
Can I get another wide receiver here that wouldn't? I don't have anybody who's like actually a cover guy.
Okay.
And so give me Surtain.
Patrick Surtain. All right, talk amongst yourself. I'm going to play Figgy against Reggie, and then the winner will play me in the championship game.
I should. Okay. Look at this guy. The confidence of this one.
No.
Are you regretting going pass rusher instead of like a really good safety?
Yeah.
Like somebody who could kind of ball hawk, but then also maybe come up and grab flag. Somebody that has that kind of vibe.
You know, and a lot of times they have the double throws in flag footballs. You can have 2 quarterbacks.
They do.
Yeah.
Some other names that came up on it. Somebody mentioned DK. The only thing I have a question with DK, and I know maybe you could say that this is too old of a criticism of him, but I still think that he is more of a straight line speed guy than he is a guy that has that kind of wiggle, I guess, to continue to use that word there without finding another alternative. And I think I want more of the guys that can break down in space and plant their foot and go a different direction.
We have a winner
if they want.
Okay.
Jameer Gibbs comes in. That's a great guy to consider.
I think of him?
In all of this. Kevontae Turpin is one, especially when you talk about the speed and the ability, as a returner. We probably needed more like returner type guys. And I'm surprised that you didn't come with your Aggie guy, Achan.
Oh, yeah. that would have been.
Yeah, I was thinking. Honestly, I almost picked Waddle, Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle would have been fantastic as well. All right, so you said a verdict in from
ChatGPT has given us a winner. Here's what it says: This is an incredible matchup.
All right,
pure speed, agility, and explosiveness all over the field.
That's the idea.
And the winner is Team A, which is Figgy Fig, by a score of 42-35. Too much speed, it says. Tyreek, Bijan, and Kyler in space with Nico as a jump ball outlet.
Okay.
Deadly.
That's reasonable logic.
Yeah.
I can't be too mad at the ChatGPT there.
How about that ChatGPT?
It is a lot of speed on this roster right here, too.
Yeah, but will you beat the reigning champions?
And this is the thing. You mentioned it's 2018, and none of us brought up C.J. Stroud here. And do you think that we missed out on not bringing up CJ, especially with he has the ability to be an escape artist. He has. We saw that, especially late in the season and all season long with the way that the offensive line did not cover his backside or his front side, if we don't be completely honest.
Yeah.
And so, especially if he decides, as he's talked about, maybe open up using his legs a little bit more, does he become more appealing as a guy in some of these circumstances?
Yeah. No, that's fair, and he can run. All right, we have a result. And this is what it says about it. Ooh, now we're talking. That is an absurdly stacked flag football matchup.
All right, ChatGPT, quit all the glazing, all right?
Every player in this one can dominate in space, and the quarterbacks bring highlight reel mobility. And the winner is Team B by a score of 40. That's me. 49.
It's red. Yeah.
Hey, talk to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
49-45.
See, I told y'all ChatGPT didn't know ball. Y'all didn't want to listen to me. You didn't want to listen to me. Now you see it.
High scoring game, 49-45.
Now you see what I was talking about.
Yeah.
All right, of the Texans, right? At least the current Texans, who do you anticipate being the best looks at this, right?
Tank Dell, if he's healthy.
Tank,
Derek
Jalen,
Stingley.
Noel. Derek was probably very good because I mean
he can close and get the ball.
Yeah.
Play offense. He's got hands.
Yes, he does. He does actually have hands.
I'm gonna change my mind. I think.
Okay, so if we're power ranking them, Tank is up there. Somebody said I should have went Jaden Daniels. That's a fair point. That is an absolute fair point that I could have gone there. Somebody said Stroud could get away from a 310-pound defensive lineman, but not defensive backs. Okay. I felt really bad that I did not pick up Kyle Hamilton. That would have been a good look as well. But okay, so of the guys on the Texans, we mentioned CJ as possible. Maybe Woody, depending on what he looks like at this level. That's something that we still remains to be seen.
Hey, Christian Kirk,
Jalen Noel are guys that would be interesting in the space. You mentioned Nico, and I mean, it feels like he just can do everything, so you can put him in there and feel confident about him. Are there any other guys that you go, he needs to be considered?
I would go with those. Kirk, Stingley would be really good. He should probably be on the team, to be honest.
We'll see what it looks like when we get a little bit closer. That's still 3 years away, what have you. So I imagine in the next year or two, we start seeing the guys that get considered in this way. But there you go. Excited to see what that looks like in years to come. But more importantly, excited to see what guys for the Houston Texans can put together to make it so that we're putting their names on there when we're moving forward. Kalen Bullock is a good name when we talk about ball hawk back there on defense. All right,
ChatGPT champions, baby.
Fly a banner.
Yeah, that's worth something.
He gonna run a banner up there like when the Colts put up there that the AFC Championship participant.
I'm gonna get a ring.
All right, dog. Whatever you say. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is typically the time where we hand things over to Chat GPT participant runner up Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so this week, man, it been a lot of the line. And Clark.
Oh,
did he cross the line? I think we should take him to court a little bit and try to figure this thing out.
Oh, here we go. We're back in the court of John Lopez. We'll do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. And first, I gotta give a special shout out to our guy B. Scott. Happy birthday,
hey,
B. Scott.
Happy birthday, B.
Happy
Brandon Kyle Scott, baby.
Yeah, almost Barney Kyle Scott. his pops.
Yeah,
but happy
Mr. Barney Scott, with all due respect. I want to put all that on there.
Officer Barney Scott.
That's exactly 100%.
Yeah, the real B. Scott. Salute to Brandon K. Scott. Happy born day to you. And before we go to court, just a little update on the Orleans.
Oh, here we go.
Paris prison update.
Okay, very good.
We got another one. Another one has been filed.
So we're at 5 then, right?
Yeah, we at 5 currently.
They didn't get my guy, did they?
Nope. Right. I think we all good. Yeah. Our guys are still running these streets.
My guy.
I don't think this is a healthy way of looking at this.
Come on, you can
This
do
man
it.
got horses. This man is at the Belmont Stakes.
I got the ticket in my hand. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Run.
Yeah. So the fifth person been caught, 19-year-old Corey Boyd.
All right, what did he do? How did he get caught?
I have no idea.
Really?
I think they just caught him.
Yeah.
See, they got to let us know how they catch him, man.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to be letting us
or
know.
where they got caught. Like, was he still in New Orleans? Was he outside the state lines?
Yeah.
Because it was somebody that got caught in the French Quarter.
Yeah,
like,
that's a dummy.
You get out and go to the French Quarter.
Well, here's the thing: we might not know what he was trying to get out for, right? Some people, you imagine, they trying to get out to maximize the timeout. Maybe he just really wanted to hit the quarter one time. He was like, "Let me kick it one time, and y'all can take me back."
Yeah.
One time.
There's probably something to that.
You know what I mean? I kind of respect that a little bit. Like, I don't think you should be roaming around and commit crime.
Yeah.
But
he was like, "Let me go get a blood bag real quick. Let me hit Lafitte's, and then we back."
If you got 200 years already and you ain't getting out no time, go out and get a drink. Get you a hurricane.
They got Corey Boyd.
Now, still trying. I'm going and looking up like how did they get caught? Like I want to see if I can find details.
Who'd you have again?
I don't remember.
We had the Groves guy.
That's right.
Yeah,
we did have Groves.
Yeah.
And who'd you have? Both of you had.
I had
Derek
Groves. Yeah.
Who is still out? He's still
out here, man.
In the streets, huh?
Yeah, maybe he might be in Mexico somewhere. I don't know. All right, so it's been a lot of line crossing. Speaking of those prison dudes crossing the gun line, and it's been a war on the timeline a little bit when it comes to Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. We kind of had that whole conversation. I want to say last year since LSU days.
Yeah,
but I think we got to put Ryan Clark on the stand, man. I think we got to put him on trial a little bit because I wonder did he take it too far here.
Okay.
So RG3, we mentioned him in
time the people score hits. Sorry.
So we mentioned RG3 a little earlier. One of the greatest, I guess. One of the was he in the top? He wasn't in the top.
He wasn't, but I think that he should be.
Yeah.
RG3. That Baylor room was crazy.
Yeah, he would have been number 1 overall if it wasn't for Andrew Luck. But so he decided to weigh in on the Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese thing, and this is what he had to say about Angel Reese pretty much committing that foul on, or she didn't even commit the. Did she? No, she.
No, Caitlin committed the foul.
Yeah,
hard foul on a layup.
Here's his reaction to Angel Reese committing the foul.
Caitlin Clark committed a hard foul on Angel Reese as she was wide open for a free, easy layup. Routine play. Every one of you that's watching has heard your coach tell you, hey, we ain't going to give them no easy points, no easy baskets in the paint, baby. So why do I think Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark? It could be the fact that Aaliyah Boston had to save Angel Reese from ending her career. This is a still shot. After the foul that Caitlin Clark put on Angel Reese tried to hit her. But if it wasn't for Aaliyah Boston putting her arms in the way, Angel Reese would not be playing basketball anymore because she was going to sucker punch Caitlin Clark. Now, you tell me a time when you've seen somebody get fouled on a basketball court in a professional league where they tried to almost sucker punch somebody that they were friends with because of a hard foul.
Now, I understand he have his opinion on if he felt like Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. Like, that's one thing, but I totally disagree with him. He feeling like Angel Reese was going to sucker punch her. Where did you see that?
No, I thought the first part of it was fine.
I thought that was accurate.
We mentioned it.
Yeah, I thought that was.
It was a hard foul.
Yeah, I thought that was fine. And if you want to say if you want to say she hate her,
yeah, he took it.
The part that bothered me was she was about to sucker punch her. Mm-hmm. Where did you see that?
No, I agree.
I did not see that, because if you watch a lot of bots sucker punch now in 2025.
Yeah.
They usually get up and act like that. I felt like Angel Reese was acting like she was about to do something. Yeah. She wasn't about to do nothing, man.
I mean,
where did you see a sucker punch?
No. There's that. On top of it, there's two more points that I would like to, object to. Is that the court terminology here? First and foremost, here's the still. Come on, dog. Still photo guy?
I'm with you, yeah.
Like, I hate still photo guy because stills can be massively misleading.
Absolutely.
In any circumstance, right? Yeah. And whether it proves or disproves my point, I try and stay away from stills if there's other options. And we have plenty of video of that. Like, I don't think, here's the still, it's crazy. Yeah. On top of that, never in her basketball career, we've seen people punch.
I'm with you with that.
Draymond is still playing to this day. Like, we're not going to. That was not, even if she did get out there and punch Caitlin Clark, unless Caitlin Clark was no longer with us after it, she was going to keep playing basketball. So we might have been reaching a little bit, brother.
But his first part is fine.
No, that's totally fine.
It was a hard foul by any gauge.
I mean,
I think so.
Even if he wanted his hot take to be, I don't think she like her.
Yeah. Okay.
I just felt like I felt like the reasons he gave wasn't really there.
Yeah.
Because he really didn't say anything. He said, "This is why I don't think they like each other, because Boston tried to hold her back." I'm like, that's not the real reason, but
yeah.
All right, but that was one part of the evidence. Now here is Ryan Clark. I'm gonna throw that in there. Here's Ryan Clark responding to what RG3 had to say. And I want to know if he took it too far with this.
And so now, if you're RG3, when is the last time within your household you've had a conversation about what she's dealing with? You haven't been able to do that because in both of your marriages, you've been married to white women. You haven't had opportunities to have those conversations to educate you on what they're feeling, what black women deal with, what they're seeing when they think of a young Angel Reese. And the whole time that he's mimicking Angel Reese and bobbing his head and moving his neck while he's doing this whole piece, his wife is in the back amening and clapping. And so to me, it's just another situation that now this young lady has to deal with. When I worked with RG3, he would make all of these sort of corny jokes about milk and how much he loved it and how important it was.
Is that the corny counter?
He always points out on social media the color of his wife's skin, as if the color of her skin is what makes her special, as if the color of her skin is what makes her a good wife. I've met the lady. I've had a conversation with her. Right. I think she's more than that.
Now, I had to cut all of that down because he said he was talking for like 3 or 4 minutes. But that was the part that a lot of people were really offended by, that he brought his wife and his family into the conversation when RG3 was clearly just talking about on the court. And to kind of sum it all up, this is what RG3 had to say in response to Ryan Clark.
There's been a lot of buzz, a lot of conversations about my sports take, which was pretty based in basketball. But I think all of you know there's a line in life that you just simply don't cross. Wives and children are always off limits. And Ryan Clark has sprinted past that line. Ryan Clark didn't like my sports take that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. And that's fine. It's okay. It's part of the game. Sports media, I'm going to have an opinion. This person might not agree with it. That person might not agree with it. But what you don't do is turn around and personally attack me and my family just because you don't agree with a sports opinion that is purely based off the sport. I didn't make it personal. But what that really shows is just how low of a person Ryan Clark is.
All right, so this is this goes back. I'm not even going to talk about that second part, or I could, but that's not what bothers me the most.
Okay.
What bothers me the most is what's bothered me my whole life, and bothers me today, and will bother me until the day I die.
I'm very intrigued as to where you're going.
And that is when certain people think a culture or a race or a person has to look and act and work at and be a certain thing based on their culture, their look, and their personal life. I can't tell you how many times growing up, and this is maybe a little too serious for this segment, I can't tell you how many times growing up I was supposed to be something because of what I was, and I refused to be that. And I think Ryan Clark made the biggest mistake in the first part of that when he started intimating, and not even intimating, RG3 doesn't know because of what he is now. I'm pretty sure RG3 has been black his whole life. I'm pretty sure RG3 has had a lot of black women in his life. And that's where Ryan Clark is guilty as charged in this court of Lopez.
Okay. I think the one thing I will say when it comes to like the wife portion of this is it does feel kind of a little funny though, because RG3 is very forward about talking about, not just talking about his wife, because that would be one thing, talking about the color of his wife's skin in particular, and that the fact that she is.
That's what he is now,
right?
But that's what he is now.
And milk, by the way, milk was trending.
Yeah,
it was.
But you get my point? Like, just that's what he is now. That's what he's embracing now. That's what he talks about a lot now. But to sort of, just put him in this box that because you are that now, that you don't know? You kidding me? We've all grown up. There's 3 minorities in this room.
There are.
We've all grown up with, oh, you can't be this because of that. What?
Yeah. I think the other thing, too, is I feel like Ryan Clark, I think if he would have made this clear from the beginning before he said anything, he has something personal against RG3. With or without this.
And the reason, here I am defending him, I'm not even an RG3 fan. I don't like a lot of the stuff he does.
Yeah.
But that right there, that where Ryan Clark went, is just dumb.
I think if Ryan Clark would have said from the beginning, like, man, I don't care for this dude.
Yeah.
Then I think it would have made sense. But his little Caitlin Clark thing, Angel Reese thing, he buttoned it up a lot. But then it kind of threw everybody off when he just kind of mentioned his wife and all the corny stuff he did. Where it's just like, what did that have to do with the sports tape?
What?
When he could have just said, "Hey, this dude is corny. I never did care for him. We had issues at ESPN when he was here." Then I felt like it probably would have made a little more sense that you personally don't like this dude.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing that's tough with all of it, because the RG3's wife comes into this because I think Clark is trying to use it as a window into, because he did mention things that were said when they were working together, which obviously that is very vague, but for Clark, it's probably relatively specific. And it probably, at least I assume that what he's doing is speaking to RG3's views on race in that space. And that brings us back to Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. I just made them into one person. And all of the conversations about it, because it is racialized within there. Like, we're very uncomfortable saying that because there is a racial aspect of it, and that's part of why it's gotten as hot as it does. Like, we were just talking to Darius Fulgham, right? And he was talking about kind of the animosity and things that happen before boxing fights. One of the things that happens, that has happened to the dawn of time with boxing and pugilism in general, is just these things have been sold off of, like, the animosity of race.
Sure. No,
Magic and Larry, there was an undercurrent of the animosity of race. And so, like, these things happen, and especially in our American society, it ends up being an undercurrent because in the world of sport, those kind of animosities have popped up. So I think he was trying to be fair to say, though, that it was not handled with, like, the most aplomb necessarily when talking about RG3. Look, but RG3 also did the thing where he was talking about it and then tried to back up.
It just seemed like it was personal for Ryan Clark.
Well, it was. No, it
because, like, if I said that exact same thing, like, he can't pull the whole, oh, your wife is white card.
But here's the thing. What you just said, literally on Friday, was it Luke Morrow and I had that conversation last Friday about, the Angel Reese, or maybe it was Monday with you. It's all coming together. When I said this is bird magic, and there is that undertone. I don't deny that one bit. Sure. There is an absolute undertone here of race or culture or whatever. What I'm saying is, it takes a lot of nerve to say you don't know because you're married to a white woman. when that guy has been black his whole life, and I'm sure he's got some stories from Clean, and all this other stuff that he's grown up with.
And I know he has some stories from Clean. I think, and also it is fair.
And he also have a white baby mother too.
He does. And that obviously complicates it in various ways as well. Someone did point out that when RG3 was making those points, and this is what Ryan Clark was talking about, I think it's the idea that it might have been intentional that he had his wife there.
Oh, sure.
Kind
There's
of in the back.
animosity.
And so, this is a personal animosity on top of what is being discussed as possibly a personal animosity in sports. And so it all kind of works up there. We're not very good at having these conversations ultimately. And when I say we, I mean us personally, sure. But everybody in general, we're not very good at having all of these additional layers laid on. Because there's another dichotomy here that we have not talked about, which is a year ago, we were doing the thing where the hard fouls on Caitlin Clark were evidence of people not liking her joining the league.
And that speaks to your other point.
Like, we're just not good at all this.
Yeah. It's silly, and that's what got me. He is guilty as charged.
And I also want to say, too, it's tough bringing up anybody's significant other, man. No matter what context it is. Hell, we saw Pusha T, Drake bring up Pusha T wife in the song, and it wasn't even I felt like it wasn't that bad, but it just took that one time, that one name to bring up, and then all hell broke loose. So I'm on the path of just don't even mention somebody's loved one. I just keep that out, man.
Yeah. I tend to operate in that way, especially in the abstract of, if it's like, and of course I'm going to do the thing. Please bear with me. I think you'll understand what I'm saying when I say it. I understand that disclaimer is there for a reason. It's like when somebody wants to make an argument, brings up Hitler. We're not hearing anything else.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation is done.
Because a lot of people were saying, "Oh, he didn't say anything bad about his wife." It's bringing my wife up can tick a lot of people off, man. A lot of guys, if you bring up their significant other,
it's over.
Yeah, man. People they see red, man.
Yeah,
and so it gets to be very difficult. And yes, everybody. I'm not doing when I do mention Bird Magic. I'm not talking about the talent of the players. We don't have to litigate that. I think you understand what I meant. Ultimately,
Angel Reese ain't Magic Johnson. I know you got a couple of those.
Wait, who said we were saying she was Magic? I thought she was Bird. No, that is thing he's missing.
That's good.
I'm gonna get in trouble. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here. I said, maybe Ryan Clark is just jealous of that croissant. Okay, sure. Coming up next,
that croissant.
We get ready to hand it off. We're getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the Dry Clean Round. We will do that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
.com/rebates for details. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Annuals offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us all Wednesday long. Ooh, people got going there with the mixtape. There you go, Figgy. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you believe mixtape worthy to send to the man. We mentioned that there was day baseball. We haven't really talked about the day baseball, and it's kind of for a good reason here. Astros down 5-2 at this point, top of the 7th. Jake Myers is at the plate, though, so you never know.
Hey, now.
One quick swing, and this might be a little bit less of a.
Is that Mike Clevenger?
That is.
Pitching?
What is it, Mike Clevenger? It is Clevenger.
No, it's not. It's not.
I was like, I don't actually know if it's Mike Clevenger. I wouldn't say that, but
well, it's gonna need at least 3 swings, not one. Bases are empty.
That's right. That's right. But that game a little bit looking a little bit tough, especially with the way that the Astros have scored kind of in late innings, especially when they're in a deficit. Maybe we'll see how this with Hunter Brown. It was a Hunter Brown day, and typically that ends up being a good thing. But we did note when he gets into day games, like the splits have it as not the greatest look for him, and that's kind of how it played out for him thus far in this game, where it didn't look all that great for him, and he is probably going to be on the hook for a loss if this thing completes or finishes out the way that it looks as of right now in the top of the seventh. That somehow, or not, maybe not somehow, but that definitely isn't the worst of the news that the Astros got delivered on this particular day. Hunter Brown has still been incredible this year. I'm certain that he will bounce back. Someone who, at least in the very short term, does not feel like he'll bounce back is Ronel Blanco. We were talking about that earlier in the show. We actually got that in the first hour of the show. News that Ronel Blanco is dealing with elbow soreness, and so he returned home to Houston early in order to, seek the advice of Houston Astros trainers, and this does not bode well now, does it?
It does not bode well at all. On this game, by the way, did you give the score?
5-2.
5-2.
Hunter Brown charged with all 5 of those earned runs.
So the day game thing seems to be real. We talked about that before the game started, and the other part of this is the Ronel Blanco thing.
Yes.
Well, you were kind of counting on a Hunter Brown win today, and I'm not saying it's over, but we are in the 7th inning, I believe.
We're in the 7th, top of the 7th.
And, things need to happen for the Astros to get going here. You were kind of counting on that for a number of reasons. Number one, it's Hunter Brown, and you expect him to win. Number two, all of a sudden looks like it's pieced together with tape. You've got Hunter Brown, you've got Fromber, then you have whatever you think of Lance McCullers Jr. at this moment, and then question marks. And that gets interesting, especially as the Seattle Mariners are coming to town.
100%, right? Like that. This is going to be the finishing off of this particularly difficult stretch of baseball for the Astros. And I mean, you're going to have to figure out what exactly you have or how you feel about Lance McCullers Jr. relatively quickly. Tomorrow, he's the one going for you, starting off that 4-game set versus the M's, and it'll be George Kirby returning from the IL that he faces off against. It'll be Lance Thursday. You mentioned Ryan Gusto Friday, Framber Valdez Saturday, and we'll see who the pitcher ultimately is on Sunday. And yeah, man, you got 2 guys that you feel confident about baseball wise as a show walks in and
That's
embraces
not what they're doing,
Lopez.
John.
Okay.
To make sure that this crosstalk goes better that we're about to jump into. But yeah, the Astros.
That's what I was about to say. By the way, all great points. I think we totally agree.
He didn't hear any of those points.
I heard most. I heard most of them.
No, you didn't.
But like that
is the ultimate giveaway to you. I got most of it.
I got the gist of what you were saying.
All right.
But I
can see it in your face.
I know Ron very well, but I don't think Ron knows me quite as well.
Why do you say that?
That's not what they're doing, John.
Because he came in, put his arm around me like, man, we're good, boy. We good, brother. You guys know this. I love that stuff. I enjoy that.
Do we have to do we have to break on yesterday's?
Performative.
All right. So
you know this. Mixing it up to me is I walk out that door and it's gone and it's fun.
All right.
Now get together and hug.
For what it's worth, I don't think John Lopez thought of it 1 minute out there.
Not 1 minute. Not 1 minute.
I don't think he had.
All right, let's get together and hug.
Yeah, let's
hug it out.
Catch, man, he ain't worth. All right, almost caught me cussing again.
That's right. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for bringing us a crosstalk. Of course, it is.
But it was
Clint
asinine
Stoerner,
what he said.
Ron Hughley. That was for someone else's benefit. Even
it's an asinine conversation.
If you don't know what we're talking about, yesterday this very time, both Show and Lopez got into a very heated discussion that myself and Clint participated in sparingly about whether or not
wasn't about y'all
whether or not the tush push should be banned. We have an answer on to what the NFL is doing in the meantime.
Oh, there's real men in the NFL after all.
Apparently not the Texans.
I didn't know. I didn't see
it. They voted against it.
Oh, wow. And so Demeco was on the record.
They were one of the 10?
Yeah, they were one of the 10.
So Hannah and Cal won over, huh?
I mean,
I'm guessing
Ron's got the voting record, man. He's got the voting tally.
I was looking for it and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, the 10 that voted
to keep it
needed 24, got 22.
Voted to keep it were the Eagles, of course, the Rams, Jags, the Dolphins, the Patriots, the Saints, the Jets, and the Titans. You needed 2 of those.
Demeco's on the record saying, pretty much saying, just stop it. Figure out a way to.
Casario was in that boat too.
Yes, he was.
Before you two got into it yesterday, the way that it's worded, and we're going to talk about this a little later. The way that it's worded is not tush push related. I mean, it's like it includes the tush push, but it's so broad that
too much.
I mean, well, I just again, I don't know how. I mean, the right fix here, guys, is just the referees just blow the damn whistle when forward progress stops and let's keep it moving. But there is just the way it was worded. You cannot assist in any way, shape, or form pushing or pulling a ball carrier.
Yeah.
And now you're going to ask the refs in real time to define. Was he directly behind him, or was he on the side?
That was the point I was making with you when they try to knock the guy off or something.
Yeah, the way it was worded, to me was a no. I'll be honest with you, I'm shocked. There was 22 coaches that said or owners that said we're for it.
They were 2 away. No, I didn't think, as I said yesterday, I didn't think it would pass. Mm-hmm. There was real momentum. People were thinking there was real momentum to get there. They were 2 votes short, but I didn't think it would pass yet.
And this would have been a return, like you were talking about the language. This would have been a return to 2005 and prior, when that was a rule on the book where you could not push players forward. And I think that would have to be the only way that you go about this. You couldn't isolate the tush push player. But I mean, they did do it before. I do wonder though, what does that officiating look like in the review era? Like, how does that then add in all of this, which I think is a fair point. But yeah, It is interesting. Did you like how Philly went about it, though? Did you see all their social?
I did not see the social. I know the owner spoke and Kelsey spoke.
Their social put something out. What did they put out?
So, that was good against the Packers
on their YouTube. Well, first on their YouTube page, they put out a 20-minute compilation of tush pushes today, and then also on their I think on Twitter, but I imagine on other social media, they put out a graphic that said "push on" that had Jalen Hurts at the line against the Packers,
and they beat the Packers 22-10, I believe. Oh playoffs, no! Which was the voting.
That's got to be the frustrating part, though, right? Is when you get down to Philadelphia and they have the ability to just. I mean, it's hard to stop drives when they get within 3rd and 3. It's just 3rd and 2 for sure. It's a guaranteed first down, and it's chewing the clock. And they have an added weapon that the rest of the league just doesn't have.
Y'all thought we were arguing. I thought we were finally talking.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jerry Maguire.
I had a blast.
Shout out to Jerry Maguire.
I looked up. I said, "Damn, it's 2:11."
Yeah, I
chewed that first segment. Chewed right on through that first segment.
It's all right now.
I already had my headphones off. I was packed.
No, you ready? You came on back.
I told Tyler that's the longest J-Lo's ever stayed in the studio past 2 o'clock.
I had to come back and apologize for the 713.
Baby.
I think we should do a celebrity boxing.
Why has it got to go to celebrity boxing?
I'll be the ref.
Yeah, no, I don't trust that.
Hell no. Play your golf tournament first. You and your one-on-one. You and Clint. Won't you worry about playing?
Hey Ron,
that?
guess what? The tush push is still there, dude. It's still there, man.
So while he's antagonizing, I will get out of the way. There will be no repeats of 211. I'll tell you that for damn sure.
Just play your golf tournament.
I wasn't even insulting you, bro. Like, who hurt you?
Yeah.
No, it's a Wednesday on the drive, and Ron's going to come at lowly producer T-Mill.
My dad hurt
because
me when
he's
I was
upset
younger.
about something with the tush push.
My dad left me at the door a couple of times when he was supposed to pick me up. He hurt me.
Man, that's real.
We're in a much better place.
I'm about to come in there and give you a hug, bro.
He looked at the TV, looked away.
That's not even a joke right there,
We're a much better place now. But
in addition to whatever this is,
you actually hurt me.
Appreciation to Deanna Modellisi for the crosstalk.
That
You're
bitch,
listening,
Miss Friedman.
I love you, man.
She called me out. I was not making fun of him. I was not bullying that kid. It just had that hat on.
That sounds suspicious. I'm going to be honest.
It was a Kansas City Monarchs hat, and I always called him Buck O'Neil. And that's apparently he took umbrage to it. And told on me.
It's his fault for.
I just thought, what's wrong? Is that offensive? He was one of those guys like Doug, and he wore that same hat every day.
Green sweater.
The same thing every day. He wore the same hat every day. It was a KC Monarchs hat. We just called him Buck O'Neil. And he told on me for
it's some therapy happening right now.
Teresa was all in my
Let me get out of the way of the therapy. I want to make sure it's maximum
in town,
effective.
She is in town.
You're
You hear
listening
that,
to
Teresa?
She is in town.
I'm sorry, Reggie. I know,
I'm not.
bro.
No, man. He got 3 minutes. I'm gonna see if we can. I want to push.
Is that what
Reggie.
it is? I gotta go all the way to 5 every
It's
day
205.
now?
I want to push him all the way.
Hey, man,
Sam.
Manchester United playing a match right now. I'm getting out of here. KLT AM, KLT
Stop
FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station is what you're listening to. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. I'll be honest with you. I am, and maybe one day we'll cover this. I'm suspicious about how much of a soccer fan Reggie is. I don't.
He's for real.
I just don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know if I buy it. I really don't.
Me and Reg talked a lot about the old soccer after that Astros game the other night.
When you're trying to sell something, you got to make sure you're up, and you got to give people clues. Like I don't know. Like I see him show up at these events, and I think he'd be in there. I think he'd be in there for 15 minutes. To be honest with you, and then I think he leaves.
Get a quick.
I think you're completely in, Reg. I think all that Ron speaks of is very fertile hunting ground. So I think it's.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
That makes
always
sense.
good with it.
Now I think it's. Now I'm not.
favorite drops.
I don't know what your intentions are, but
I don't know. I just don't know that he's. I don't think Reg sits up and goes Dynamo and Sporting. Let me get to it.
Honestly, I wish I was lying. I would save a lot more time in my life.
Get out of here.
All right, I'm about to.
No, you go full blown interview when the head coach calls in. I mean, you call your stuff.
I'll see you at steak night, Reg. God bless you.
Is that tonight, boys?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can go.
If I go anywhere, I'm going to O'Neill's on the Water. They got about a $200,000
I got to take
Queen of Hearts game going.
I got to take these.
How old are you? 90?
I can't keep Teresa with them kids.
Who, me?
A game of what going?
Hearts,
See, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. You ain't got nothing to do with it.
They got badminton after?
As much as you like to gamble,
you ain't got.
We talk about it off air, man. I ain't getting paid to advertise.
They got a shuffleboard set up out there at O'Neill's?
No. They got some big money coming there.
They got a chance to win some big money and some cold ass beer though.
What kind of beer would that be there?
Yeah, it's Fury Light.
Speaking of cold ass beer, you got a chance to come hang out with us on Friday and get you some cold ass beer and win beer for a year coming up. And listen up. And I know many of you have checked. I talked to a lot of people out there that have looked at our listing of stops for our crawfish circuit. It has changed. It is not the same that is on the listing there. We will be at a Sam spot. Our guy Sam, Big Sam, his spot. We'll be at Big City Wings, Copperfield location up north here. So stay tuned for that. We will keep reminding you up until Friday, but we will be at Big City Wings, Copperfield location, not in Sugarland like it says on the listing. Big City Wings, Copperfield location. So come hang out with us on Stop 8, Clint. Stop 8.
Seems like we just started yesterday.
The Ocho.
It does.
I'm glad we got to swing a Big City Wings in there, man. I like Sam. His places are big time. They got great drinks, always great service. They got the most tahine wings you can lean into. I don't know that have we had Big City Wings crawfish yet?
I don't think.
I know not on this tour, but did we do it last year?
I don't remember. I don't remember going to Big City Wings a couple of years when we did Bullets and Bugs.
Aren't the fine folks at Big City Wings though? Correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't had these, but I believe you told me they're the ones that have the crawfish flavored wings.
They do.
That's pretty neat.
They do.
They do. That is exactly what Sam. I was thinking crawfish is what he brought out last time, but it was the crawfish wings. You're right.
I gotta try that, man.
The tahine wings are good. The crawfish wings are good. I got to believe that. All that experience Sam got, they bulling them bugs the right way.
Yeah. If he go do it on a wing, he probably
if you can make a wing taste like a crawfish, I would imagine you can make a crawfish taste like a pretty good crawfish.
By the way, we'll keep you abreast for Tyler. We'll keep you abreast for this.
Whoa.
I just gotta chill. Sorry, it's so cool.
You gotta be slower.
You guys are such perverts.
You're not getting nipple
Whoever
to nipple,
that texter
man.
was yesterday, you already pissed him off again.
But you're not getting it nipple to nipple. That was just you gotta come across
like the piano, like you playing the piano. Or something?
Well, listen here. If there's one thing I know how to do,
you gotta
Ron.
take a dip in the crevice.
If there's one thing I don't need no damn lessons in here, Ron. No.
I mean, this is coming from a guy who said Megan Thee Stallion's ass is too much for him. I don't know.
You motorboating son of a bitch.
I don't know. But anyhow, real quick to keep you abreast, the Astros, they are trailing in the 8th inning. Mauricio Dubon did just go deep, though, to make it 5-3.
Pena's chasing low and outside.
Yeah, that's that patented pitch.
All speeds.
I thought we got away from him on that.
Come on, Pena.
That ain't dropping no panties.
Well, he gets a chance. But this, by the way, the ball is carrying like hell to right field. And that one, again, just did it, too. That was a routine fly ball that just carried out of the ballpark for Mauricio Dubon. But he gets them within 2 as been I would have guessed the worst and roughest start for Hunter Brown this season as he gives up 5 runs. And he was unlucky on some. There was a home run hit for him, and the Astros have just hit a second home run as Paredes goes deep for the second time in today's game.
We ain't done.
It is now.
Paredes is on
and I'm
fire,
telling you,
boys.
man, it's a 5-4 game. There was no wind helping that one. That thing got up all out by itself.
Straight up grown men.
I know he'll go with a pitch from time to time, but he is a true blue pull hitter. I mean, he is giving it everything he's got.
It's an awful dress by that lady, but that is now 5-4. There is a ball game here in the 8th inning as the Astros go deep 2 times in the 8th with Mauricio Dubon and now Paredes' his second home run. And the first person to give him a high five is Christian Walker, who could just he needs to touch
Christian
all of
Walker
them.
out there, I'd be out there dry humping his ass. I'd be trying to get all the
I would walk up there. Do you want to put my jersey on and go up and swing
Yes,
for
indeed.
me?
I mean, hey,
See if you can get it.
Look here, you want to wear my undershirt when you go up there to bat next?
I'm surprised he made contact with his hand.
Yeah, that was. See, man, we're getting there, man. That sounds like Jose Abreu type talk right there. I'm surprised he made contact with his hand. Have we reached that point? You remember that time Jose finally went deep in Oakland and slid into the dugout? He slid when he ran around. That's how bad it got.
It's drawing more attention to the fact how bad I've been sucking.
Yeah,
I don't want to I'm not.
Christian Walker's a batter away. By the way, real quick, Christian Walker 0 for 3 with a walk today. He did get robbed on a absolute bloop shot, which means he really didn't put a charge into it. But he is 0 for 3, with a walk. He is now 0 for his last, or he is 3 for his last 38, and well under 200 right now.
Meanwhile, Altuve's swinging so hard his helmet fell off.
That's all right.
Looking like Jake Myers out here.
I mean, literally.
That's all right.
Hey, I mean, tie and run, 1 out. Hey, get on base there, Altuve.
What if this is the time for Christian Walker? I know the boss doesn't want me to do this. I will hunt down. I'll take shots. If Christian Walker, he's got to have a chance to come up and maybe tie this game or do something. Did Christian Walker have a hit? Does he have a hit in him today?
He didn't have one in for my bet last night. A-hole.
But this is our first test, Clint, as we are trying to bang out a combined 20 pounds by Tuesday.
Yeah.
That Big City Wings is going to be a bit of an obstacle.
No. Stay strong, man.
I know.
Couple of wings ain't going to set you back. Just stay strong. Stay off them chips.
Clint will just gnaw on some celery.
Absolutely. Just hammer as much celery as you possibly can when you get there.
Christian! Get out! Get out! Thank God. Christian had popped up to
that
the
ain't Christian. That's Diaz's betting the 400.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That's right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. He did drop it. By the way, yes, that is the news. Is the Astros trail 5-4 in the 8th. Christian Walker, it did finally happen, Clint. He did drop in the lineup. And by the way, as I said today, he's 0 for 3 with a walk now, 3 for his last 38 right now. But he does drop in the order, Clint. And I wondered, we talked about it yesterday when Yiner comes back, does he drop in the order? And he did. He dropped from 4 to 5th. He has hit 35 games in the 4 spot and has struggled mightily. Clint, this to me is a semi big deal because if this continues to be a problem, I'd imagine he's going to drop again whenever Yordan comes back. If this becomes a problem, if he is having an issue, Clint, in the 5th or 6th spot, like what's next? What's it like? what's the now? It's not like they've tried to wait, and now you're hurting the team, so we got to drop you. And then the next move is something nobody wants to.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you, Ron, with Christian Walker at first base and the struggles combined with the PTSD that the Astros fans definitely have, but I got to believe that the organization and the coaching staff also have a little bit of PTSD from the Jose Abreu situation. So that's number one, right, is I don't know how patient the Astros are going to be this time with the veteran that's up in age that is struggling at the plate, number one. Number two, you got DeCinzo, who has been a pleasant surprise this year, and you got Diaz, who both can play first base. Now, I'm not saying that either one of them are at this point deserving of it or should replace him, but you do have that in that situation, right? DeCinzo and Diaz, two bats that you need in the lineup. Those guys can both play first base. Then you look at the other catcher opposite Diaz is Caratini. One, he's a switch hitter, right? So you need a left-handed bat in the lineup, and he just happens to be swinging the bat better than Diaz is right now. And so there's a real chance that Caratini could get more run at the catcher position. And then, as you mentioned a few minutes ago, Yordan Alvarez, when he comes back, is going to fill that DH slot. You're going to have one less slot to get all these bats in the lineup.
And he's going to hit in front of him, too.
Yeah, I just think when you look at the situation, I think it's natural for us all to say, hey, man, that's Christian Walker, man. He's a veteran. They brought him in here. You got to be patient with him. And I am typically the guy, especially with a Christian Walker caliber player, of, hey, we got to be patient with that. Go out there when we get to nut cutting time in playoff time, then we can adjust accordingly. But I'm going to tell you, with the way I just laid it out, all of those different circumstances that are very real in the Astros organization and with this Astros lineup, I don't know, Joe, how long Joe Espada and company can hang on to this.
No, I'm with you. He's hitting 194. 260. He doesn't even walk. 266. Yeah, 266 on base percentage, just awful. That's sitting in your 4 spot.
Well, they just threw the numbers up there with Yainer Diaz compared to the previous Astros 4-hole hitter, and everything was damn near last in the league in the 4-hole hitter. So whether it was average or RBIs or slugging, I mean, it was all bottom of the barrel. So I don't know why they said other Astros 4-hole hitters. They probably should have just said him. But I mean, I just think it's becoming more and more real. More so than it probably should, given what the Astros have been through, that Christian Walker, I don't think he gets benched, but I could see him being part of a turnstile at first base, given all the circumstances.
Oh, you think some platoon?
I mean, look, DeCinzo's swinging it well. Diaz, you got to think, is coming around. Caratini's swinging it well. Yordan's on his way back. I mean, I don't know how this Astros lineup can afford. I don't know how patient they can afford to be.
Yeah, I think maybe there's one more step before that.
Sure,
I agree. I think the next step is drop him further.
Yeah, no, I agree. Right? I agree.
Remember, what did Hughley get dropped down to the 7 or the 8 spot?
Well, I think they touched that 8-hole for sure.
Yeah, I think he's got to touch that.
8-hole, Tyler, 8-hole. Yeah. He touched the 8-hole, sicko.
I didn't even make a face, but I was definitely thinking it.
Yeah, what a woman. But no, they would drop him, and then at that point, then Clint, you're looking at either platoon or even worse. And that, like, it's May 21st, as you said, Clint. You would think it's got to be really. It has got to have gotten to be really bad for them to not say this is a veteran who has got the back of the baseball card and has hit, almost his entire career, for us to say, hey man, we got to drop him. We got to drop him. By the way, it looks like Kevin Cash is ready to fight this umpire. Some of the stuff that these umpires and managers say to each other, I'm just like, y'all for real?
I don't know if there's anything other than my wife and my 2 daughters that could get me heated enough to have a screaming match where we're touching noses.
He's come back out. No, he's not. Somebody, they can't get him. They cannot get him. We're going to play-by-play. Kevin Cash has been tossed, and he's really mad. Like, this isn't just he is mad. And he keeps doing the strike, the put-out sign.
Hey, the umpire with the hair slick back, the guy behind the plate, he wants chest to chest. He wants it.
He does, and he doesn't have enough sunscreen on. And I'll just tell you that right now.
I can relate. I'm smoked right now.
Look,
some goofball in a hat.
Look at him. He wants it. I mean, Kevin Cash is mad, man.
Somebody stop that man.
He is pissed, man. Come on, man. At least that's good. At least the himself out of it. Like I do.
He had to go back here and talk to the people about the review, I guess.
Like there are times I just want to just say, here, just let him go and see what he does. Let's see him get over there. Let's see what he does. Is he what's he really gonna do? Like, because that's not real, Clint. Because if somebody gets in your face like that, like in real life, like somebody's throwing a punch.
Yeah, no question. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no, like, I would.
I'm talking about either side.
Yes, but there's nothing outside of disrespecting my wife or my kids that would get me that mad at another man. And not that I would want to talk to him, but I mean, that would even get me that aggressive. Number two, if I'm standing there and somebody's in my face screaming at me the way that cat was right there, yeah, I mean, I'm at least getting him up out of my face.
I almost got in a fight as a softball, men's softball umpire.
Well, I mean, I could see you really enjoying that argument.
Some of them beer league softball fools need their ass kicked.
That's asking for.
It was in college.
They need an ass kicking.
It was in college in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, at MTSU. I called a strike and punched him out, and this dude he just stared me down, and I said, you good?
Hello?
I said, you good? And then he started just throwing his hat, and then that MF almost said it. He took his batting gloves off and then tossed them at me.
Oh,
God. Hit me in the forearm.
You don't even know I was a top prospect back in the day, dude.
Right.
Blew my knee out.
And it was the way that he did it one by one. It wasn't just he just tossed it one by one, and then. And
Rice was looking at me for third base for my elbow.
I had some of my roommates and some of the other guys get out there and jump out there between us.
Well played.
Yeah, the other umpire came up. I said, because I got to cussing at that dude, and I remember I took his gloves and fired them over the fence from the dugout. Go get him. Go get them.
That sounds like a show move.
That does. It was.
Show came out there.
I think I may have accidentally punched out the whole rest of the team after that. Coming up, the NFL rules. We got to dive into it. The Tush Push lives. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Before I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy, y'all look. It's one of the.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Got a big ass.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Keep you updated. We've gotten to the period of the ball game where Joe Espada / Dana Brown has seen his offense fight back as Paredes and Dubon hit home runs in the bottom of or the top of the 8th inning, and of course, naturally, he goes to get Chuck Whitley to come out here. I'm a real boy. To try to get this thing back to a 1-1 game in the 9th, and Chuck Whitley has walked 2 batters in a row here, and now with 1 out, he's got runners on 1st and 2nd. I'm a real boy. So we'll keep an eye and let you know and tell you what Chuck does in this next inning.
What made you go with Chuck?
His name is Charles Forrest Whitley.
Okay. I asked.
You didn't know it was a Charles?
Just wanted
Charles
to answer.
Forrest, baby. Chuck Whitley. Chuck struck him out here.
Chucky.
Chuck struck him out. Chuck with the old the necklace wedding ring around his neck goes with that number.
Yeah, he's got the band on there. Let wifey know. Keep wifey close to his heart while he's out there trying to
get the best hitter for. Oh God! And then Chuck Whitley just gave up a 3-run bomb
off
to
the Black Monster.
I mean, I didn't even get it. I didn't get out facing their best hitter before that ball was driven straight away center field. And once a 5-4 game, as they fought through it. Let's correct me if I'm wrong. Brian Abreu did not pitch yesterday. I just want to make sure.
Pretty sure he didn't.
Remember, because they stayed away from their big guys. And it was Ort, and it was, I can't remember who else it was, but he did not. And Oak, yeah.
And one more, somebody else.
The big guys didn't pitch.
It was Dubin.
Interesting decision there. Interesting decision there. Diaz, their best hitter, goes up there and feels like he's put the game away. 8-4 now. 8-4. Chuck Whitley walked 2 and now has given up a bomb.
Well, this is not good.
It is not. It is not. And I mean, I was hoping that was just a fly ball, but judging by how confident he was, you know what he looked like after he made that swing?
Who's that?
You know when Tiger hits a ball that is in the fairway and how he likes it and how he sits up there and holds it and kind of spins the
little twirl.
That's what Diaz seemed to do when he hit that thing. Just held it up.
Suck.
So 8-4 as the Astros had fought back to get within 1 and now they trail by 4. So we'll keep you updated there as this thing continues on. All right, Clint, this is the day, and it is now voted on. The Tush push, the brotherly shove, whatever you want to call it, has not been banned. It will continue to be in play, and the Eagles and the Bills and all the teams that have done it, the Ravens, they will continue to be able to do that. The Packers tried to put this in for a vote. They needed, Clint, 24 votes, and they were too short. They got 22 votes. Here are the teams that voted against banning it. The Eagles, of course, the Ravens, the Browns, the Lions, the Jags, the Dolphins, the Patriots, the Saints, the Jets, and the Titans. The Texans, by the way, voted to ban it, according to the 10 that didn't vote to ban it. So that is where we stand. I didn't think it would get banned this year. Another year, at least, where that tush push is going to be in play for teams, especially the Eagles team.
Yeah, survives and advances, man. The tush push is still a thing, man. Look, I think there's a couple things here. I'm shocked that 22 teams said they wanted to ban it, given how the Packers actually worded the proposal to change the rule. Like I said before, it's to me the way that this thing, which is obviously not the case because 22 teams felt confident enough to go ahead and ban it either way it goes. But my thought was the proposal being no offensive player can aid the ball carrier in any pushing way or pulling way at all. I mean, I think that is a strong, aggressive move to try to stop the tush push, right? I think if there was something more tush push specific, where it's, within 2 seconds of the snap of the ball, you can't, that first 1 or 2 seconds, you can't contact the ball carrier and push them. Something along those lines that would address the tush push specifically. But all ball carriers and all assisting of those ball carriers, I think that really made it tough for it to pass this time. But 22 teams say, yeah, we'll ban it. It's a lot closer than I thought, Ron. Given that verbiage, it's a lot closer than I thought personally.
And I'm not surprised. Most of them, if you look at it, most of them are AFC teams. Man, a lot of these NFC teams get it up out of there. The Cowboys sure voted to ban it. The Commanders voted to ban it. The Giants voted to ban it.
What's your point?
Outside of the Eagles, the Lions, and the Saints. The Saints aren't a surprise because their head coach was the OC last year for the Eagles. Those are the only two teams in the NFC. When I'm looking at it being this close, Clint, I do think that this may be the last year. I do think if it's not the last year, I think eventually teams may – actually, it could go either way in doing it, or we could really see, Clint, a lot of other teams potentially taking advantage of it and saying, all right, we're actually going to really give resources and try to work it. Like
the interesting thing, Ron, is like we've still got teams, a good chunk of the teams in the league that can't run a damn quarterback sneak on 3rd and short. I mean, they don't, whether it's the lack of physicality in practice, the inability.
Did y'all practice that?
Well, yeah. I mean, we didn't practice. I mean, you practiced it in scrimmage situations. You practiced it in live situations, sure, but not enough to say you truly practiced it. I mean, if it just happened to come up in an 11-on-11 drill where you were even just thudding, you could still quarterback sneak and they would blow it. They'd blow it dead before I got hit or before the quarterback got hit. So yeah, you practiced it, but not enough to say, hey man, we worked our ass off on this. Like, it's clear that the Eagles, I mean, it's a big part of their preparation. I'd be willing to bet you, maybe not now because they're so experienced with it, but I'd be willing to bet you that there is a period dedicated throughout training camp, probably on a daily basis, to teach any new players or refresh the old players of exactly how they're going to execute the brotherly shove or this tush push. And it's blatantly obvious, like there's teams still that for whatever reason, I mean, they can't simply just get a damn a yard on a quarterback sneak. It's hit or miss whether they can get that done. So, where I was going with that is it'll be interesting this year to see how many teams literally implementing on more now that it's going to be a thing for the foreseeable future. Now, like you said, they could and probably will vote on it again next year. But right now, you mentioned why wouldn't Seattle have Jalen Milroe in there on 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2?
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't they? I mean, he's strong as an ox, not quite like Jalen, but he's strong as an ox. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, easy, especially if you can do it. They didn't even outlaw. You can't even push the quarterback immediately.
Right.
All of it still live. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll keep you updated here on what's happening out in Tampa with the Astros, as Chuck Whitley was not able to complete the 8th inning. He just got pulled, and the Astros are still looking to get out of that inning, but we'll keep you updated on that. And we'll move to the Texans and their defense, and the particular part of the defense that maybe has overtaken the D-line as the best part of this defense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, the tush push is still a thing in the NFL, and guess what? Power outages are still a thing here on the Gulf Coast.
for your chance to be the next big winner. When it must be done right, call Storm Tight.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros move to the ninth. Christian Walker is up. He is currently 0 for 3, hitting 194. He's at the plate in a 2-1 count. Man, just get a hit, man, please. I'll take an error. Just a hit. Just a hit. Come on, man.
A pop up to opposite field to go out of the park now.
Astros and loyal.
He needs that, man. He almost got ejected on balls and strikes yesterday. That's where he hit. He has arrived. Yeah, man, he needs it in the worst way. But they are down 8-4. 8-4 in the ninth. As it was a 5-4 game. And by the way, 5 runs, 5 earned runs attached to Hunter Brown in his roughest start of the season. But he's been amazing up to this point. So he gets he gets kind of a tough one. And by the way, if you watched it, there were some tough hits in there, some grounders that just got through, called errors, but not. And then he gave up a couple of fly balls that just found themselves to the seat. I haven't seen things carry like that in a long time. Yes, Christian.
God, you scared the hell out of me, man.
How about it? Christian with a solid single, baby.
We'll take it.
There you go, 8.
Still going to lose this damn ball game, but we'll take it.
You never know. This is how it gets started. Got to get, but him. You got to get him going.
Bro, this squad ain't about to score 4 runs in any damn inning.
You got. Damn it, Tyler.
Don't you crap on my face and tell me it's a Hershey.
This is where Tyler is in the space of
graphic.
Tyler's in the space of where my mother is. I can't watch the games with my mom. I can't watch them with her. I cannot watch it.
I'd love to watch a ball game with Teresa.
It is like I just get over there and Trey loses it too.
Like any game or a game y'all are fans of?
Man.
I thought you meant like an Astros game. Say, damn, Teresa gets passionate about the Astros?
We're watching the Royals and Giants last night. Oh, here comes Vinny to strike out.
Is that my boy Ron?
Sal's hurt. I don't know why I'm just like, Mom. I said, they are 7 games above 500. Like, my God. Boy, Tyler ain't about to score. Here we go. Jake in here. Super Jake. 310 Jake is up, baby. Maybe not 310 anymore, but he's up. He's above 300. He's up. We'll keep you updated on that, but there it is. They needed that. He is now 4 for his last 39. Is Christian
The arrow's
Walker.
Pointed up.
That was best. That was too fun.
That was top notch. That's what gets you in the top 8, right? All right, Clint, we're looking at this defense, and we have high expectations for this defense, and I don't think there should be any fear, nerves, or concerns about how good the Texans' defense is. But the strength of this defense, it has been, Clint, I believe, that D-line. Like, it has been the edge rushers. It has been that up front. But, Clint, that may be shifting when you look at, and we got to give Nick Caserio and Demeco Ryans credit for this because they've built this secondary in a major way. And now it looks like that. I mean, you got Jimmy Ward on the bench potentially. Like, that is –
thanks, guys.
That is something crazy when you're looking at what they have at the cornerback position, as we know, and how they can be multiple, and the safeties, and you got Petrie and Gardner Johnson and Kalen Bullock. There's a lot that they could do there, Clint. This secondary, Clint, might be the best group that they have on the team. This may be the best spot, best thing on this team right now.
Oh, I don't think it might be, Ron. I think it's without a doubt. I mean, obviously you've got a pair of great defensive ends. But when you start looking at the rest of the defensive line, and no disrespect, not minimizing at all, but to me it just pales in comparison to the secondary. Whether you're looking at the veterans that make plays, you look at the top end player, you look at the depth, you look at the youth high floor with a real associate, combined with a really high ceiling. This secondary is I mean, it's got a chance to. You said this, Ron, I think maybe after they acquired, was it C.J. Gardner-Johnson? I think it was before that. Who was he? But anyway, the point was, you said, man, this secondary's got a chance to be the best secondary in football.
Yeah.
And the closer we get to camp, the more you look at it, I don't know that there's not a real shot for this secondary to be the driving force of how Demeco Ryans gets this team to the next level. It's going to be a defensive-driven team, but when you have a secondary, it's not just a couple of guys that can play man. It's not just a couple of lockdown corners. It is one of the best, if not the best, corner in the game. It is another one in Kamari Lassiter that had a tremendous rookie year that is one of the better corners in the league NFL-wide, at least after 1 year. Jalen Petrie is a high-end nickel defender, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson is as clutch and a playmaker as you're going to find at the safety position. Got a nose for the ball, got a knack for making plays. And Kalen Bullock, I think the sky's the limit for this kid. I think we saw a great rookie year. There's a chance that he could be significantly better than we ever thought he could be in year two, right? And where I get really excited is the rest of this group. We've seen in the past where the second, whether it's Eric Stingley Jr., whoever goes down, and all of a sudden, boy, you're playing guys that are predominantly special team guys that are really, you've got to cater your defense to them. Right now, you look at the depth on this team, guys. Jalen Smith is a third-round corner out of USC.
You really like him.
I really like him. He's got a chance to allow this secondary to go to a whole nother level, because you put Bullock at nickel defender and Jalen Smith at the outside corner, or vice versa, because Lassiter, not Bullock, but Jalen Smith and Lassiter have both played nickel defender, both have played outside. There's some serious flexibility there. Ronald Darby, a backup corner that I would think is better than most backup corners. Tremont Smith, who's a speedster that's predominantly special teams, but when you can run like him, you are a really good backup corner. And then you mentioned Jimmy Ward, potentially being a guy that comes off the bench because you acquired C.J. Gardner-Johnson. This secondary just has a real chance to be definitely one of the top three secondaries in football, if not the best.
Ronald Darby and Jimmy Ward are fighting for time.
Yep.
The Chiefs have one of the best defenses in football. Jimmy Ward would start for the Chiefs.
Yep.
And he's got how many? He's got Gardner-Johnson, Bullock, Petrie. That is depth and a lot of mix of things. Jimmy Ward is capable of covering slots, which means you could potentially use Petrie to blitz, or Lassiter is capable of covering slots where Smith can go outside or Darby can go outside.
Yeah.
And you can be aggressive with those guys, and you can be aggressive with your front seven because you feel really good about the back end.
Yeah.
And Kalen Bullock's only going to get better.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just look at the Texans secondary. And you've got the number one player in the secondary, again, is one of, if not the best corner in football right now, in Derek Stingley, right? You've got two rookies, two guys going into the second year that played well above the expected ceiling in year one in Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter. Again, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, as clutch as there is in the league, and then when you add Jalen Smith and you add Ronald Darby and you add Tremont Smith and you add Jimmy Ward, now all of a sudden you've got an entire secondary that is going to have the ability, and I'm talking about borderline elite ability, to play man and lock your receivers up. They're going to have the ability to obviously play zone and be a problem with the length and the speed and the different guys that play with a high level of instincts. And then you're going to, how about pressure? When you talk about Jalen Petrie coming off the nickel, it's a different level of pressure. The instincts are through the roof. Even if you move Kamari Lassiter in there, the instincts are through the roof. You've got the ability to pressure the quarterback, right? And then you look at the depth with all these guys that can be backups. It's just going to be hard for this secondary not to be one of the best, if not the best, in the league this year.
Yeah.
I mean, you could withstand. Would hope don't have to, but you could withstand a couple of injuries. You got serious position flexibility.
You're not in a situation where Kamari Lassiter gets hurt for a couple of games, and you're
playing reserves.
Yeah, I don't know what that guy. I can't remember that guy, but
man,
it just killed him against Green Bay.
And I do want to mention this. The reason I bring up the secondary, the reason we bring up the secondary is because if you look at the wide receiver groups that the Texans are going to play this year. And we can just look at the wide receiver groups that they're going to play in those first 5 games that I think are going to let us know a lot about the Texans before the bye. We got the bye week 6. It's Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams week 1. It's Evans, Godwin, and Abuka, the rookie out of Ohio State in week 2. It's Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter in week 3. It's Ridley and Lockett. And remember, the Titans now have Lockett. In week 4, and Flowers and Hopkins in week 5. I mean, you got the ability to really, mix things up against that level of player. Remember, there was a time, Ron, when we were looking at this group. You look at this group and you go, boy, you're gonna have to travel Derek Stingley Jr. on Evans. You're gonna have to travel him on Adams. You're gonna have to travel him on Thomas, on Brian Thomas. You're gonna have to travel him on Ridley. Like I look at these groups now and I'm like, none of these guys, they scare me. They're still great players, but with this secondary, you look at it and go, man, we can throw the playbook at them. We can mix and match. We can disguise coverage. We can literally throw the playbook at these big combos and cause real problems. Where I don't know that I've covered a Texans team that could do that.
Well, you listen, as you say, you respect these opponents,
sure,
but you don't go into it like, man, we got problems.
Yeah.
Like we have to play differently, or we have to. No, they've got a lot of different angles and different things that they can do. So, and they play some great. You talked about those throughout the season. They play some teams that have some great weapons. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch that group play coming up. All right, we've talked a lot about this defense, but let's move over to the offense here, and the Texans' offense. And we heard somebody speak about this yesterday, Pro Football Focus, talk about their slow start. If that is true, potentially when you look at the new pieces and the new offense as a whole, how long do you think it takes for this offense to get itself in sync? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, as America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner.
fresh way to Frosty? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
FM 82 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The top-ranked show in the city.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into The Drive. Again, if you are just joining us in, the Astros fall to the Rays 8-4 as a tough run for Hunter Brown. All 5 of the runs that he allowed when he was in there are charged to him. Tough roll as a whole. It was, 3 errors today. Dubon had 2 in the second. And just a bit of a struggle, but they fought back to get it to 5-4 as Paredes remains hot. He goes deep twice in this game, including in the 8th, to make it a 5-4 game after Dubon hit one before him. And then the Astros went to the bullpen, went to Charles Forrest Whitley, and he ended up giving up a 3-run bomb to make it 8-4 to really kind of put it out of reach for the Astros. So they fall and lose this series. They'll come back home. And remember, no days off as they're playing 17 in a row. They play the Mariners in a big series. The Mariners were up in Chicago against the White Sox latest there for the Astros as they lose 8-4 today. All right, Clint, as we roll here, man, we had a good conversation about this defense, and there should be excitement there. The other side is just more of an unknown thing, Clint. And looking at Pro Football Focus, one of the first things they had to say about, Bleacher Report, one of the first things they had to say about the Texans was that it may be a slow start for the offense. And when you look at that, Clint, I've gone through this and the potential of this offense. They're going to have 8 new faces at least 8 new faces that are expected to be key contributors to this offense. They're going to have a rebuilt offensive line. Now, it may be some of the similar faces we saw last year, but it will be different than the start. You may have some guys playing outside of their natural positions across that offensive line. So that's another thing. And then, obviously, you're going to have a brand-new play caller and brand-new system, Clint. So that obviously breeds a lot of change. And luckily, as we just talked about with this defense, the defense probably going to have to do a little bit of the heavy lifting early with this thing while this team gets it together and while CJ and Nick Caley and all this roll together. Clint, you've been around this. You've seen this up close. You've covered it around the league and college and the NFL. How long do you think this potentially takes for this team offensively to get in sync with all?
Well, look, I think it's a huge gamble. I think it's a roll of the dice. I think the one thing that gives me hope is that C.J. Stroud being the main communicator is an absolute game changer, assuming that he can do it at a high level immediately. Now, the terminology is going to be similar to what he's been in from the time he jumped into the NFL, right? What he's going to be asked to do. What he has told us is that it was more like what he was asked to do in college in terms of having more control. The fact that he has Gerard Johnson there should speed that process up. I think that could potentially mask a lot of the other newcomers, if you will, or changes, if you will, in terms of getting off to a quicker start than expected. But to your point, this is a Nick Caley problem, right? To me, it's not a C.J. Stroud problem. It's not even about the offensive line. This is about Nick Caley, and can Nick Caley put this offensive plan together? Can he install the plan in an effective manner? Can he game plan for each opponent, out of the gate in a way that he'll also be able to in week 14 or 15? Or is this a big learning curve for him, having never called plays before? I don't look at this team. Now, they may be bad up front, But I don't look at this team with the pieces that they acquired and go, boy, these guys, it's going to take them 10 weeks to get this thing rolling. I don't look at C.J. Stroud and go, boy, well, C.J. Stroud, he just ain't going to be able to be in 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Like, I don't think this offense, given how similar it is to what you left, what left here in terms of just even if it's just the terminology, I don't see those being a reason. To me, if there's a slow start, Ron, it is squarely on the shoulders of the guy that's responsible for building the offense, game planning, and then ultimately calling plays and managing the game on the offensive side of the ball.
That's interesting you say that. Why would you say the big thing that helps this kind of make the slow start better is CJ get more responsibility? It would seem to me he's got much more on his plate. Like he not only has to learn the offense, he's got to know everything and know all of the calls and all. And not to say he can't do that. It just that in my mind wouldn't lend to say that is the saving grace that makes.
Well, I'm under the impression, Ron, that the reason that you hire the offensive coordinator that you're hired is so that there's as little change as possible around, including Gerard Johnson, including the terminology in the offense. And when I say terminology, I mean a lot of the same concepts. I would imagine the protections are going to be very similar, if not exactly the same, to how you call them. I just don't know why you would bring a guy in like that and then all of a sudden change everything, as if you brought Chip Kelly in here to teach the running back how to stand and change the terminology completely out. You know, I'm operating and generating opinions based off. I think it's going to be very similar. So and again, now I do think that the adjustment comes with Nick Caley and how he adjusts with taking over a new offense and trying to keep the terminology the same and trying to make sure these guys they start on in third or on the third or fourth level and not back in the first level. Like the things we don't know, Ron. Like you can't start. Talk about it again, and I'm not throwing a guy under the bus just because I'm borderline disgusted with his play, but it's a good visual for the fan, right? You can't have Dalton Schultz get absolutely skull drug in pass protection against Minnesota week 4 and then be asking him to do the same things in week 17, week 20 or whatever it was when you're still asking him and he's still getting stuck on true defensive ends blocking and your reasoning being, oh, well, all NFL teams do it. Like you can't. They're all fixable. Right. How quickly does Nick Caley fix things? Right? How quickly does Nick Caley – because remember, we've heard it time and time again, the offensive coordinator's job is ultimately to put the players that you have in position to play to their strengths, not just build an offense, not just call plays, not just manage a game. Like how quickly does Nick Caley go, okay, C.J. Stroud can do this, 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 and this. All right, hey, Nico Collins is best in this role right here. Hey, Higgins is a rookie. He's best in this position right here. How do we get Joe Mixon mixed into this offense differently? How do we mix in Woody Marks? Like those are all things that could potentially take time, but they could potentially take time. I don't think the communicating and bettering the pass protection. I'm just confident that C.J. Stroud's going to. This may bite me in the ass, but I'm pretty confident that C.J. Stroud's going to be able to communicate and protect himself.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it and I'm thinking they're probably going to lean on a lot of the connection that they know they have. All right, C.J. to Nico. I'm familiar with that. Like that's where I'll go. Joe Mixon, another one you're familiar with. You know exactly what you're going to do because I agree with many people who look at him like, man, their receiving core's got a chance. With the two guys they've drafted, there's so many different things. Woody Marks too, but that's a lot, Clint, for not just Nick Caley, but with Nick Caley and CJ. That's a lot of skill stuff to incorporate, right? Because it's Dalton Schultz and Joe Mixon and Nico, and then everything else is Christian Kirk, brand new to the team. Higgins probably going to start on the other side, brand new to the team. Noel, brand new to the team. Woody Marks is a guy that I would imagine is going to have brand new to the team. That's a lot to incorporate. And to me, it would seem like that's not going to get, ironed out completely. And we may not see where the offense can be till maybe the second half of the season with that.
Well, to me, that's a ceiling. That's like, the second half of the ceiling, maybe you see the best version, but if we're talking just slow starts, like I'm not, like, look, Christian Kirk, if Chris week 2 or week 3 or even week 4, like, oh, yeah, well, Christian Kirk knows the whole offense now. Well, hell, what'd you pay him all that money for? He's a veteran. Hell, how does he not know the offense? Like, I will be shocked. If we ever hear – in fact, I'll be disappointed, not shocked. I will be disappointed if Demeco Ryans, Nick Caley, or Nick Caserio step at any point in time, in training camp, opening day, whatever, at any point in time step up there and talk about C.J. Stroud has to get a grip on this offense. C.J. Stroud has to really get reps in this offense. C.J. Stroud this, C.J. Stroud that. Like, to me, Christian Kirk's not getting a pass. C.J. Stroud's damn sure not getting a pass. This is year 3 for C.J. Stroud. We've got to be able to get in the huddle or get to the line of scrimmage, know all your protections, whatever they may be, whether they're new or they're carryovers from Bobby Slowick, and you've got to be able to point your guys in the right direction. Hey, this Mike is to my left. We're going to start the protection there. Y'all's ass is going to slide or you're going to man protect, whatever you're going to do. And I know as a quarterback, I got 1 or 2 guys to my right side that I got to worry about, and my eyes are on them, and I've got good answers. That's not it takes me to midseason to get there. No. I can go over and study your playbook for a week, and I can walk out there in a week, and I may not be able to run and throw that some buck, almost cuss, boy, that some buck anymore, but I can damn sure point who the mic is, and I can damn sure communicate and get myself protected, and I can damn sure look over here and go, hey, Christian Kirk, if either one of them 2 guys right there come, you're breaking out or you're breaking over the middle or you're settling down, you're making yourself available and protect myself. That is, I will be, if C.J. Stroud can't do that from jump in year 3, after we've heard C.J. Stroud adamantly talk about I'm getting the control I want. This is what I used to do in college. Gerard Johnson is my right-hand man. If that is a problem at any point in time from jump, then we've got real problems in Houston. I'm operating moving forward that C.J. Stroud is on top of this stuff and is an elite communicator and a very, very elite processor of defenses. And when you have that, typically my man's going to know how to protect himself.
Text line coming through. That's why they have OTAs, training camp, and preseason WTF. Yeah, no,
I'm telling you, I'll be disappointed if it's not. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I get that, but to the point that of that from that texture with the WTF part is like one of the things that we really loved about last year was, there was some injection, but it was all right. We got veterans like Mixon and Diggs coming into it, but we've got communication. You would think together with the coordinator, the coaching staff, the quarterback. Everybody has been together. Like, yes, the teams that you're hoping the Texans will beat, they've been together for a minute. This isn't their first rodeo. They're not breaking in a new system, breaking in a new play caller. And it'd be the first time he's been a play caller, a new system for the quarterback. I'm not saying it can't be done, but
look, I guess I misheard you there. This is not. That is not why they have OTAs. They have OTAs in training camp for the new guys to learn how to be pros and for the new guys to condition themselves and for the new guys to learn for the first time a big-ass playbook that has 42 protections in it instead of 10, right? You don't have training camp so C.J. Stroud can identify the mic and protect himself. Like, you don't – like Aaron Rodgers, if he goes and signs with Pittsburgh – Aaron Rodgers isn't going into training camp and going, boy, let me learn how to protect myself. No, he goes into training camp and he's like, hey, man, I need some reps with DK Metcalf. I need some reps with Freiermuth, right? I need to know exactly how my O-line is going to communicate and what they need from me, right? I need to learn what Arthur Smith, the OC, what he likes, and we need to get. What I'm talking about is year 3. Like, you've got to. After winning 10 games, after being 10 games, 20 games in 2 years, after being rookie of the year,
with all those
like C.J. Stroud ain't going to training camp. C.J. Stroud's not going to training camp and go in OTAs to get chemistry with Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz and Joe Mixon. No, he's not doing it. To learn how to identify and communicate. That's not what he's doing. Sure, he gets reps to knock the rust off. But if C.J. Stroud in year 3 is still going to training camp to learn how to identify the mic and protect himself with whatever protections, we're in real trouble.
Well, listen, and just to reverse it, think about the defense. This is a defense that has, they're adding Gardner Johnson and Darby, E.J. Speed. Most of the guys that are there were there last year, and hell, some of them have been there all the entire time that Demeco was there.
They're all fixable.
Hey, Christian Harris, as much as he didn't play last year, but Christian Harris and Toa and Aziz and Will and Stingley and now Bullock and now Jimmy Ward, who's been there forever. Yeah. Jalen Petrie, they know they're not learning the defense. They already got that.
Yeah.
They're just getting reps together in this. The offense is the complete opposite, right? And that's why we're saying there is a lend to potentially a slow start. The defense, there's not, because they know they know the system, and they're just adding 2 guys that are veterans.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of moving parts. There may be a slow start, and I'm not going to be mad if there is, but I'm just telling you, I'm going to be.
I expect one.
I am going to be disappointed if it's based off C.J. Stroud and him getting comfortable in this offense.
Yeah,
like that's not why you made the moves that you made. That's not who C.J. Stroud should be in year 3. Like this should be. I mean, from jump, the year that C.J. Stroud's like, hey, man, I got control. Y'all shut the hell up and do what I tell you to do. We're rolling. It may be a slow start with Nick Caley and all these offensive linemen, but C.J. Stroud needs to be the calming part. C.J. Stroud needs to be the guy that makes any insecurity on the offense, whoever it may be, he makes those guys right.
Yeah. Is it 3 weeks? Is it 4 weeks? Is it 8 weeks? That's what I'm saying. Like How long does it take for you to really get comfortable and see them hit their stride? Stock up, stock down. Texans defense. We did offense last week. Texans defense edition of Stock Up, Stock Down. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you've lived.
your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
Done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is right. Every hump day on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program. That'd be this one. The Drive with Clint Stoerner. We're on the show, Hughley. Every week, every Wednesday this time, we do a little stock up, stock down, do our best Jordan Belfort impression for you on something related to these the sports in Houston. Today's edition, today's flavor for stock up, stock down on the Drive is Texans defense. Demeco's defense specifically for the Houston Texans as we get another day closer to going out there and sweating our asses off for training camp. And let's get this thing rolling. I'm going to go back to my old ways, get the negative out of the way first, and I want to start with you. We're on the show, Hughley. What is your stock down in terms of the Texans defense as we get another day closer to 2025 football?
So, look, listen, as we talked about a little bit ago, this is a great, it appears that it has the ability to be a great defense. So the stock downs are a little bit more difficult. But for me, I would go stock down here, Azeez Al-Shaair.
That's not something Texans fans want to hear.
Well, I also think the Texans fans weren't excited about the last thing they saw from Azeez Al-Shaair. Yeah. And it was really tough to watch the next two games of Travis Kelce to see him just get shut down the way he did by the Bills and the Eagles, and then him just have a field day in the middle of the field, and a lot of that was against Azeez Al-Shaair. And I got to believe that was running through the mind, Clint, of Demeco Ryans when he brought in E.J. Speed, in the thought of, hey, man, we got to have some flexibility there. And as we all know, this is a copycat league, and people saw that Travis Kelce, in his mid to late 30s, was just killing him. And teams are probably going to try to put Azeez Al-Shaair in situations, and I think Demeco knows teams are going to try to put Azeez Al-Shaair in situations, and I think he is going to try to prevent that to happen. And so I think his snaps may be cut short. And as I've said last week, I just can't believe Christian Harris is just about to be sitting on the bench like he was and only playing special teams in the playoffs. So to me, Azeez, a one of the great leaders on this team, but I think he may be somebody whose stock is down right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to think. It's hard to get that visual out of your mind that when we last saw Azeez Al-Shaair. And the reality of it is he's a downhill, more physical linebacker, and he's a liability to this defense when you get a tight end and a quarterback that can work the middle.
McVay looking at this.
Yeah. I mean, look, now maybe it's personnel-wise that the Texans have the ability to not do that, but it's hard to adjust, mid-drive or play-to-play in critical situations when you got a guy that is just really a duck in any kind of zone coverage if you play it. So Demeco makes the big bucks for a reason. He's got to try to hide him as much as he can, or to your point, he's going to have to share some playing time with a better coverage linebacker, which I would imagine is highly likely.
Tough, but honest. That's where on the show, Hughley. No Texan fan wanted to hear that, but you're here to give them the truth.
Well, the beautiful thing about it is, T, that honestly, they've very wisely gone out and whether they draft them or they acquire them in free agency, they've got pieces that play a different style.
Yeah, he said, I'm not going to let that happen to me again.
Absolutely.
You are listening to Stock Up, Stock Down right here live on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do it every Wednesday around this time, and today's edition of Stocks is the Texans' defense in particular. We're on the show. Hughley just gave you Aziz as his stock down for the 2025 Texans as it sits. Clint Stoerner, over to you. Stock down for you, my friend.
Yeah, this one's pretty easy for me. Jimmy Ward, I think there's several reasons. There you go. The health, since you mentioned it, I'll start there. The health is a real issue. When you're on the field, when he's on the field, he's a great communicator, seems to be a great leader, seems to be a guy that kind of sets the temperature in the room and can, a real source for the players to pull from. Problem is he gets injured, right? And so the health is an issue. Number two, I think the further the Texans are removed from the rebuild, if you will, from Demeco Ryan's system being new, the further removed they get from day one of that, the less important Jimmy Ward's experience in the system is as it pertains to teaching the defense, leading the defense, communicating the defense, and we're there. And I think it's obvious that we're there because you've got Jimmy Ward is, whether he's healthy or not is irrelevant. He's going to be a depth player on this football team at best. And so I think the stock down, whether it's just Father Time, it's health, or just the fact that they've gone out and acquired players that have taken his spot. Again, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the Reed kid they drafted. I mean, there's a lot of secondary players that have taken his place and moved ahead of him on the pecking board. So Jimmy Ward for me.
All right.
I'm sorry, on the what?
Pecking board?
I hadn't heard that one.
Pecking order? Maybe? I don't know. How about that? In the pecking order.
I like that.
We got the negatives out of the way. You are listening to Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program. That'd be The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every Wednesday around 3:20. We do stock up, stock down. We're doing Texans defense today. Negatives are gone. Time to focus on the positives for the 2025 Texans. We're on the show. Hughley, what is your stock up for Demeco's defense?
My stock up is there are a lot of players on this, young players on this defense that we think Kamari Lassiter is or to name a couple. Kalen Bullock has a chance to have a special season. You could see he wasn't fully grasping everything last year at times, and he was still making big plays for the amount of time he was getting, and he probably had 4 or 5 interceptions, and others where he almost got picks. Like this looks like he could be 6-7 picks. He just has a knack to read the ball and get places. And that was last year, Clint, with him not completely knowing exactly where he was going all the time. I think he's got more confidence. He knows the spot is his. I think Kalen Bullock has a chance to be special.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
That is stock up for Ron the Show. Back over to you, Clint Stoerner, former NFL quarterback of them Dallas Cowboys. Stock up for you, Dirty Red.
Well, it's easy for me. I've talked at length about him today and several times over the last couple of weeks since he was drafted. The third-round pick out of USC, the cornerback, Jalen Smith. Not only the fact that you needed depth at the cornerback position, but he also brings depth and potential real playing time at the nickel defender position. So Jalen Smith could be really critical to this team's ability to mix and match coverages and stay out of Devontae Adams versus Jalen Petrie with the game on the line type situations. I'm going to go with rookie, third-round pick out of USC, Jalen Smith. His stock, he hadn't done anything. I love him.
And that was, and as we said, that was one where people thought that was a reach in the draft, like by at least a round.
Well, when you talk about a third-round pick, and that's evaluated by Nick Caserio and more importantly Demeco Ryans on the defensive side of the football, after what he's done here with Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter and all these guys, man, it's woo.
I can't wait to see where he is on the depth chart. Like, is he
right now
beat out?
They got him at number 2 nickel.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wondered, is he get ahead of guys like Ronald Darby by the season starts? Is he ahead of those guys? It'll be interesting to see what they do with him. All right, coming up as we continue right here on the drive, did what we see last night, was that just one bad night for Minnesota, or is this is this thing about to be ugly between OKC and Minnesota? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Let me tell you who else's stock is up. It's Advanced Hair Restoration, y'all. Look, I know there's a lot of you guys out there, your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing, there's some kind of hair loss issue that
15%. Go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy. HIS.com/JOY.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back here with us on The Drive. Want to give you an update on our Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. We are heading for Stop 8. Stop 8, and there has been a change of venue. Those of you, I know many, look at what we have there on sportsradio610.com, and there's been a change. We will be at Big City Wings Copperfield location, address 8400 Highway 6 North in Houston. So Copperfield location, Big City Wings. I think we've been out there before, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's a good time to be had, man. We have a fun time. We had a fun time last week. All 7 stops. We've had a good time. So Shannon and Steve, make sure you're listening. If you're going to get to 8, now we ain't going to be in Sugarland as it says there. We will be at Big City Wings Copperfield location coming up on Friday. So a good time to be had. Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Yeah.
Sure enough.
What?
Academy, man.
That was a weird reaction.
You hit me with a show now.
Academy Sports.
You all right, man?
Big shout out to all the sponsors, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we got shows. Dads, you talk about?
No, well, I mean,
I think we all got some dad stuff.
About time for that BM.
Probably fair.
About time for that BM. Yeah, right.
Love you, Pops.
By the way, you see me pull this one out? This
Whoa.
is classic.
Clint Stoerner and the show, baby. That's old school.
Oh, I didn't
change the name. That ain't even the drive.
Tyler, did
what
you make
were
this?
talking about?
No, I didn't pull
All I saw was you look down and go, did you see me pull this one out?
No, I didn't pull mine.
I have no idea where you were
I
going.
didn't pull my Larry Holmes out, but no, it.
That one of the OG Stoerner and Show shirts.
Yeah, I think you made this one, Tyler. Pulled it out. I went through, man, did some cleaning of the shirts.
Closet cleaning?
Yeah, boy. 2 bags.
I think I've stuffed more stuff in my closet every time my wife tells me to do that.
Yeah, 2 bags, man. Cleaning people was coming over. I said, let me knock this out.
Went Marshall Mathers on him.
2 bags. Went 2 bags out there. Took it over to Goodwill.
Is 2 bags Marshall Mathers?
Any degree of cleaning out the closet, probably.
Oh,
that's good. Okay. I felt it. I had it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Those are huge. But 2 bags out and went to the Goodwill. Met a white Jerrica Jackson.
Jerrica.
What was that first name?
Jerrica Jackson.
Jerrica.
A white Jerrica Jackson.
So Jessica, but with some R's.
Or just Jerrica.
Or Erica with a J.
Or Erica with a J.
I mean, there's
double R. It was double R's. I read that.
Simple yes would have worked.
She had the first and last.
Did you ask her about it?
I wanted to so bad. I wanted because I ran into her. I'm like, hey, where do I drop these off? Or do I come? She was like, and I saw her name. I said, and she probably thought maybe I was looking at her breast or something because I was trying to get that.
Maybe both.
And you just don't run into a lot of white Jerrica Jacksons.
I haven't to this point. 34 trips around the sun.
Ran into a Jerrica. I remember a Jerrica in middle school. But not a Jerrica Jackson. And I mean, she was, how can I put this? She wasn't.
Was she a Jessica?
I mean, you could always just use a number.
She wasn't white that you would say, oh, I think she's listening to Kendrick Lamar in her car. She was more white that's maybe listening to Natasha Bedingfield in her car. Like it was.
Okay.
That's what the whites used to do.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
So that was what I wasn't ready for. Jerrica Williams.
I got a gal I knew in Little Rock named Juwan.
Oh no, you didn't.
Swear to
Not
God.
Joanna.
I was about to say, what is the name? 713-572-4610.
I ran into her in Little Rock.
Her name was Juwan.
Her name was Juwan.
That's just messed up.
What I wanted to ask Jerica was, what's your middle name? Because I'm surprised you didn't slide over to that. But and to that person as well, Nikki Jackson. Again, the Jackson part is the one that really, the combination of it all is the one that gets me. But 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Who is somebody's name that you saw that you met that caught you off guard? Courtney always tells me there was a girl that went to school with her named Keisha Jackson. White as can be.
I know a white Keisha.
You do not.
Yes, I do.
There are not multiple white Keishas moving around here.
Absolutely.
I
know
would
a
guess
white
just
Keisha.
one.
Someone
my
texted
best
in,
friend's mother-in-law's her name's Keisha.
She hot?
I think they call her Keita. Yes, good-looking older lady.
Send me a pic.
I need to see. I want to meet her bad. Like the next time we're in Baytown, like she's got
not
to
in
come
Baytown.
to
She's in Fayetteville.
Damn it. Well, I don't care. She's got to come down. I want to meet. I mean, I just never seen that text line coming in white with seasoning or no seasoning. Okay, I prefer Natasha Bedingfield or Kendrick Lamar. Don't know why Natasha Bedingfield came rolling in my mind.
I'm trying to think of one to your question you ask.
Somebody said I met a white Rodney. There are white Rodneys.
Yeah.
Rodney Dangerfield. I mean, that comes to mind.
Caddyshack's pretty white.
But I would say, I bet you a lot of white.
Let's say at the top right there, Keisha Brown.
And it's Brown.
And her last name Brown.
And the way it's spelled, it's God. This goes up to
Brown.
Keisha Brown, Kicia. Like it ain't even just that's a funky Keisha.
One of the sweetest ladies on the planet.
Keisha Brown.
Cooler than a fan.
Sweet.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I
think
Tyler, she's an attractive lady.
It sounds like Keisha's winning in life.
She's married with kids and grandkids. I can't. I mean,
a lot of attractive people are. It's not that rare, man.
Keisha.
God, don't hate on her.
You are too, ain't you?
Dang, Keisha.
Yeah.
Keisha Brown. And that photo, there ain't nothing about her that says Keisha Brown. Very much like Jerica Jackson that we ran into. To the texter, most Rodneys, white Rodneys, I think probably go by Rod. Because
okay, the one that comes to my mind, the one black fella I've ever known named Rodney, he's the only one I knew that went by Rod.
Yeah. Most black guys named Rodney don't generally. Oh, that's not Rod Smith. I think he's a Rodney. The receiver for the Broncos went.
Yeah,
I don't know. Most Rods, because like Rod Stewart, he's got to be a Rodney, right? Yeah. And that's Rod. Rod Laver, the tennis player's got to be a Rod. Yeah.
I can't think of one.
My cousin's name is Whitney, and she's white. There's a lot of white Whitneys.
I would say the majority of Whitneys are probably.
I would think so.
Besides the great Eli Whitney, shout out to you.
I would think so. By the way, last night,
Cotton,
that didn't look good for Minnesota yesterday. Glad I quickly changed my tune. As I said, boy, in my mind, I thought, boy, they probably ain't gonna shoot it worth a damn, are they? And they certainly did. It was weird. It was tight. Like they were leading. They were leading at the half, and then. It was like the Thunder said, all right, well, okay, let's start playing. And then that third quarter, they just ran away from them. It was something that looks like, I know there's just one game clip, but it did look like, well, this might be a fight for Minnesota.
Yeah, I just don't know if Minnesota's got the guns, man. I mean, OKC is obviously really good on defense, but man, they can.
That was John Morant.
No, I'm not talking about like guns. I'm talking about just ability to shoot and score points.
I'm with you.
I just don't know that they have the ability. They can keep up with them, bro. I don't know. I don't know if they can.
They certainly didn't look like it last night. Right now, again, it's one game, and OKC has had some weird moments, some weird games like they've had with Denver. But I ain't gonna lie, it did look like the Timberwolves versus the Lakers. Like in that game one where you're like, man, like there are multiple spots on the court they got problems. Like Rudy couldn't play in that game. Couldn't. He played 20 minutes. Couldn't play in that game. Defensively, he was good. Couldn't play in that game. Like there was just some spots where it was like weird. And you know what else with this? And I know we got to get to Dirty's Daily. Like I wonder when Anthony Edwards is going to start getting the treatment like great players do. He has some clunkers in there. And, it took his head coach having to come out to kind of call him out in the last game one they had in the series against the Warriors. But he's got last night and just, didn't seem to be a big part of it, and certainly was outplayed by Shea, SGA. Like, I wonder when he's going to start getting kind of the treatment that other great players get. I mean, hell, Jason Tatum, boy, he can't do nothing without getting criticized. He's got to get it, and I think Anthony Edwards has had some moments like that in the postseason. I wonder if that is going to start coming his way, because boy, Tatum, they lose, struggle. Hey, he gets crushed. Luka, they lose, he gets crushed. I'm talking about guys around his age. Like Anthony Edwards, I think he's very likable, and it seems like it feels like it has slowed people from kind of giving him the treatment that a lot of people get.
Yeah, he's not as polished either. He'll let some stuff fly.
And maybe that's some of what they like, but this is back-to-back game ones where he has just been like, hey man, where is he? And again, I will, and I said this yesterday, I think Julius Randle has been the more consistent player in the playoffs. I think he's had bigger games, but he's in the more, it's at some points like, hey man, Anthony, you gonna help Julius? I mean, that's a little over the top, but yeah, he's got to pick it up. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
The Astros got a first base situation once again, but will their approach be the same, or will they attack it differently with Christian Walker? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
But before we get
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
God bless you too, CJ Stroud.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
That's right, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. I want to remind y'all out there, download that damn Odyssey app, y'all. AUDACY. The Odyssey app, you can take us everywhere you go. You can listen on the AM dial, the FM HD dial, as I do, YouTube, Twitch, however it is you listen. But download the Odyssey app. You can take us anywhere you go. The signal always comes through. It's obviously streaming. You can get all the shows. You can get every segment on every show podcasted. The rewind feature is really cool. The Odyssey app is the way to go. AUDACY. By the way, we may give away 20,000. I don't know what we did last year. You never know when it's going to come in handy. But anyway, make sure you download that. The Astros, a lot going on today. The Astros have already played out there on the East Coast. So they played a little bit earlier. First pitch early, little getaway game earlier than normal. No celebration music was heard on the drive today after the Astros game. The Astros, they fall to the Rays 8-4, and unfortunately this time it was unexpected. Look, right now I'm not real sure what to expect from a lot of the Astros, but the one guy that you at least hope that you can, or one of a couple of guys you hope you can depend on is Hunter Brown. Well, today was not Hunter Brown's day. The wheels came off for Hunter Brown. He gave up 3 bombs, ended up giving up 5 runs. Forrest Whitley then comes in and gives up a 3-run bomb to put the game out of reach late. Paredes did stay hot. Hit a couple of bombs today, and so I think it's going to come a time, boys, where we're going to need to, Ron, at some point, take a look back at what Paredes is doing right now and bump it up against not only slow start Bregman as the Astros, but what Bregman's doing in Boston right now, which I know he started hot, and we were tracking him, going, hey, hit a bomb here, did this, did that.
He was around 300 last I saw.
Yeah. Well, as this season goes along, I think it's fair to compare the two, just for grins and giggles, if you know what I mean, here in Houston, to see what that looks like. I know that piques my interest a bit. But we got to talk about the other corner infield position. Look, I typically don't that Joe Espada juggles the lineup the way Joe Espada juggles now the defensive lineup as well. I'm typically one of those guys that says, hey, man, especially for proven players. I think it was Bregman one year with you and I, Ron, and doing live broadcast from down at what was Minute Maid Park. I remember going, hey, man, be patient with Bregman. Now, in the playoffs, when you get into the play, now it's time to make some moves. We're in win or go home mode.
That's right. Dusty eventually just dropped into the 7th.
Yeah. So
I'm the World Series.
I'm typically a firm believer in that, especially when it's proven vets, y'all. But I am very, very fascinated with this Christian Walker situation. Christian Walker today was 1 for 4 today. Got a hit late. He's hitting 199 right now, and it's not been good. Would you say he's 3 for his last 38, which that makes him 4 for 39, I believe, if I heard you right.
He did get a hit today.
Yeah, he got the hit today.
He got a hit in his last at bat, so he's
4 for 39, right?
Well, this is not good.
But I know that the first base situation with the Astros has the fans' attention. Look, it seems like even the first base situation even has the fans' attention that are typically, hey, man, it's a long season, be patient. A good chunk of that group, I think, is looking at first base with a little bit of a side eye there. Christian Walker has been, it's just been an absolute just disappointment at first base so far with the bat. I mean, he is brought in a time when you lose, Walker comes. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but for me, I expected him to fill in nicely with Altuve and with Yordan Alvarez and be a steady force as a veteran bat.
He was supposed to be one of the top 3 bats in the lineup.
Yeah, man. And instead, we've seen a struggle. Like, I think y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but like I think right now he forget the expectations of who he is, just the everyday starters. I think he's the one that has just continued to struggle from jump.
Yeah, it's gotten better. I thought he was pressing at the beginning, and then after a bit, and I think he's continued, and I think moved down in the lineup. He dropped to the 5th spot. I bet potentially that pressing may get worse.
How many multi-hit games does Christian Walker have this season, if any?
I bet it's less than. I bet it's 3.
Because I know I've seen him hit a homer or 2. Maybe it is.
He had 2 hits.
But it's just never consistent. The guy can't get multiple hits in a game.
He had 2 hits, I believe, the first game of the Rangers series. I think that was the last.
This is supposed to be our first baseman that could hit for the first time in years.
They brought him in to hit behind Jordan.
Son of a bitch.
Well, that's where I want to go with this, guys. Is I think we've watched and we've been frustrated with the first base situation since I guess it was the last year Hughley was here when he struggled all regular season. Luckily, when they got into the playoffs, he swung the bat well then, so we could at least justify with it when it mattered the most. He came around a little bit, but I think that year first base was a disappointment. I think when you obviously those two were disappointments, which got worse the longer he was with the further along we got in that 2-year span. And I only say all that to say there is a real PTSD, not just with the fan base. I wonder if this organization actually has a PTSD of hey man, we just can't let our 4 and 5 hole hitter and our first baseman just all year long continue to be a dead bat in this lineup that doesn't come through for us. I wonder if the PTSD is real, beyond just the fan base.
Well, I think you're talking about in the front office, the decision makers.
Yeah.
It may be there, and I think even bigger though is, see, you had Abreu, but you had Bregman and you had Tucker, they were both in the lineup. Like Abreu was not brought here to you thought, all right, in this lineup, we're he's a complimentary piece. We got Altuve, we've got Bregman, we've got Jordan, we've got Tucker, we got 4 guys right there, and this guy's gonna hit fifth or be the complimentary guy. That's not what Christian Walker is supposed to be. When you walked into this year, we got Altuve, you got Jordan. Maybe Diaz ahead of him, but I don't even think that is the case. I think with Christian Walker, you brought him in $20 million a year, just like you gave Abreu. He's supposed to be one of your top 3 guys. You don't have the luxury of having Tucker and Bregman here to offset him. Now, Paredes is trying to be in that space, but that makes this different to where I think Dana and them, they gotta really look at it, because it's in your 5th guy.
Yes, absolutely. He's playing a bigger role than Abreu and even Hughley, obviously. So is there a PTSD that's reeled beyond the fan base to the front office? And could that lead to the way they handle the first base situation, maybe with a little bit more sense of urgency than we've seen it in the past, right? And then I think there's a couple more things here, Ron. I think when you look at Zach DeZenzo and you look at Yainer Diaz, both of those guys can play first base. And I know DeZenzo has played above, well done, has played better than expected, and Diaz has shown some flashes, but has still not made the stride that we all hoped. But you've got 2 guys there that can also play first base, right? Then you've got, stay with me here, you got Caratini, who is a switch hitter, one of a handful of left-handed bats in this lineup. He's swinging the bat really well. And you want to try, you may be in a position where you have to get his bat in the lineup sooner rather than later. And then you're going to have Jordan come back, and he's going to fill the DH role. So you're going to have less slots for all these guys to get swings. And so I just wonder, Ron, ultimately, if the leash, which I think it has to be, if the leash is shorter with Christian Walker and the lack of production at the first base position for the Astros, given all the circumstances that we just lined up, right? Christian Walker is more important than Hughley was. He's more important than Abreu was in this lineup. DeZenzo's base and have swung the bat better than Christian Walker. Caratini is a left-handed bat and has swung the bat better than any of the above. And Jordan comes back as the DH, and you have one less position to get all these guys swings. it seems like there could be a chance that Joe Espada and whoever the decision makers are make a decision with a little more sense of urgency than we've seen them in the past with that first base position.
My question to you, because I think Tyler looked it up yesterday and said by this time they had sent Abreu to the California Penal League or the Florida Penal League at this point.
Gulf Coast Penal League.
He was on vacation at this moment last year. Yeah.
Like, how far? Because we've already arrived here at May 21st, where he has dropped him in the lineup. He hit 35 times in the cleanup spot. We've now arrived to he's in the 5 spot. Whenever Jordan's hand gives him the ability to come back, we're probably pretty sure that there is going to be a drop maybe there. Clint, how far away do you think, or how bad does it have to get, do you think, for Joe Espada, Dana Brown, because that ain't just a Joe Espada decision, before they have to act and maybe get more into the DeZenzo can play first platoon situation? Diaz can.
I just think, Ron, that I mean you hit the nail on the head with it. That bat is more important, and if you're not going to produce at a top level, you have to get more bats in the lineup. It's more important that you get the hot bats in the lineup. It's more important that you get bats in the lineup that have produced over the year. And because again, it's just not the same baseball team. I mean, you don't have the luxuries that former Astros teams have had. At least I don't think you do. And so maybe a little different approach for all those reasons is warranted here. I've got to believe, I know as a fan for me, and I'm a Christian Walker guy. I was hoping Christian Walker would come in here, and I think everybody was hoping. But, I mean, I wanted to be a fan of the guy, and I want to stick in there with him. But, damn, I mean, it is just I've gotten into the PTSD. Like the PTSD of Abreu has become a thing with me. And, hell, I was a guy that was a little bit more patient with all of the above. And it's starting to affect me as a fan.
His importance and the injury to Jordan has heightened it.
Yeah,
we'll get all these
absolutely. And now Altuve was kind of struggling. Now he did get a couple of hits yesterday, which is good. But yeah, it's heightened.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Ron Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. T-Meal, Tyler Milner is behind the glass. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. There's been some rule change, a lot of rule change conversations going on with the, spring meetings?
Yeah.
Owners meetings going on yesterday and today. And today, the decision has been made on the Tush push. The Tush push has survived and advanced, y'all. It remains in the league at least for one more year. They
Surprised?
I'm not. No, I'm not surprised at all. You brought to the table a little earlier that they needed 24 NFL owners to vote to ban the Tush push. It really wasn't the Tush push. It was the Green Bay Packers were putting out there. But it would have included the Tush push. They needed 24. They got 22. I'm surprised that number was 22. To be honest with you, given how it was worded, I'm surprised it was 2020. It was 22.
By the way, according to Adam Schefter's report, the Texans were one of the 22 that voted to ban it.
Yes, yeah. That doesn't necessarily surprise me, given who you are offensively. I mean, you're not lining up and pushing C.J. Stroud or anybody else forward. We have a hard time getting the first down on 3rd and 1 with a regular quarterback sneak. Hopefully that gets better too, as to be completely honest with you. The Eagles owner, who I'm a big fan of, I know some people don't like him. He wears some people thin. Jeffrey Lurie, he spoke today to the other 31 NFL owners, Ron, and he said this. He said it's like a wet dream for a teenage boy to create a play that is so – yeah, it's like a wet dream for a teenage boy to create a play that is so successful, the only way for it to be stopped is for it to be banned. He went the wet dream route, Ron.
I mean, that was on purpose, right? I mean, Jeffrey could have started that thing off with so many things. Like now, when the way he starts it off, it's almost hard for me to hear the band
to continue to listen
because he didn't. Because he went. It's like a wet dream. That could have been it. It's like a wet dream for a teenager, a teenage boy. How come teenage girls can't have them? I mean,
I don't know. I tell you what, get really pissed off when you wake up in the middle of one, though. I tell you that. I mean, that is awful. Another rule change. Tush Push survived and advanced, y'all. Another rule change here. I didn't even know all these were on the table, by the way, but I do now. I think this, for NFL fans, which everybody out there is an NFL fan, I think this is important. The onside kick rule has changed, boys. If you remember correctly, you had to be losing, and it had to be in the fourth quarter, and you had to declare that you were going to onside kick.
I hated that part of it.
I agree.
Declare.
I agree. I hated all of that.
It's hard enough.
Right. Now, teams can onside kick at any time as long as they're trailing, versus just in the fourth quarter. You still have to declare it, and there's some line. I think you can line up a yard closer versus the way it was set up. So there's a slight change there as well. So your team, you get down in the first half. You want to come out in the second half and kick that thing off with the onside kick, you can do it, which I like this. I mean, there's no reason hey, I cannot steal a possession at all, no matter if I'm down 14 at half and down 21 midway through the third. I can't try to steal a possession. I just got to sit there and eat clock.
Have a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's right.
Possibly.
That's right. So it'll be interesting to see, to your point, of how some of these coaches may decide to come out and get aggressive early, even though there's no longer the surprise factor to it. I wonder, can you line up onside and declare onside kick and then kick it deep?
No, it's just the alignment now that they have of the new kickoff rules. That
you used to could align and pooch it and align and kick. Now you've got to literally onside kick it.
Because especially where you line up, where they have them lined up.
Yeah. Interesting. Also, this is pretty cool. I like this. Get a big shout out to the big fellas out there. The O linemen. There's a new award that is going to be recognizing the best offensive lineman of the year. And NFL executive Troy Vincent announced a new end-of-the-year award, and it's called the Protector of the Year. Again, recognizing the best offensive lineman of the year. I'm here for it, man.
Laramie Tunsil is furious. You know how many Protector of the Year awards that Laramie Tunsil should have in his case?
Yeah.
That's a Trojan advertisement.
That's him. The hell with, what is this, the Outland Trophy? He would have the Protector. The Protector. I mean, he may have won 2 or 3 of those.
Trojan man.
Dang, boy. He could have had that his whole career.
He can still get it.
I know he can still get it.
Now he's got a mobile quarterback that can
But I mean, 27 to 30, those were his prime protective years.
Yeah, well.
I believe.
Sorry about that, Laramie.
Damn, Laramie. Took you right out.
Definitely weren't his practicing years.
No, yeah, that's fair. All right, coming up, there's some news, breaking news out of the NBA we'll tell you about as well. Some tough news for the Astros. It continues. We'll let you know about that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, there's a big focus in America today on your health, on our health.
By Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming from the text line, 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch is in the building as well. But there are a couple of texts here, Clint, as we were talking about the first base situation with Christian Walker. One text in, Walker's defense has been excellent, though. Another one is the only saving grace for Christian Walker is his defense. The guy is a gold glover at first base, so maybe you can treat him like we used to treat Martin Maldonado. Stick him in the 9 hole and just keep them in.
I think my
Gold
biggest
glove first baseman, like a great first baseman. I'm not saying it don't mean nothing.
Hughley was that whenever he started.
So was
sucking.
Abreu. Wasn't Abreu that as well?
He wasn't bad. I mean, you got to hit, Jack.
He's definitely the best defensive first baseman we had.
Yeah, the coolest tattoos.
Like I look. Here's the deal. We see what defense means with this organization.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we got guys bouncing all over the place. I mean, in critical moments last year, we saw Diaz at first base.
What is going on?
So yeah, look, I mean, I get it. I mean, if you're a defensive-minded guy, that's fine. But I mean, this team has shown us that that is not going to take precedence over getting bats in the lineup.
And I can assure you, Dana Brown and company didn't bring him in here for his stellar first base defense.
Yeah,
I kept it real.
Look, I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be fine, Dana. I hear you. I'm going to be fine if they're patient with him. I'm just saying, man, if you start looking at all the different factors, man, it shouldn't shock anybody if they don't get real impatient real quick.
Yeah, they gonna get patient with him, but I mean they're gonna be patient because they got $20 million a year to be patient with them because they already paying somebody else $20 million a year. That's in Florida. I'm not sure where Jose Abreu is. Maybe he's still giving it a go somewhere. But they're gonna be patient. But you passed that All-Star break, Clinton, and we still in this situation, getting close to the trade deadline. That there may be some things, but listen, he's not in there to play no damn defense. This ain't catcher, shortstop, or center field, where those are you take a little less at the plate. Now he was here. He's supposed to hit behind Yordan Alvarez. That's what the hell he was supposed to be here to do. And right now, there are a good, and I may be kind, 7-8 guys that should be hitting in front of him. He was hitting in front of Jake today. Jake's hitting 3-0-something, maybe 310. Jake should have been hitting in front of him.
Khakis.
DeCenzo, these nuts should be hitting in front of him.
Got him!
They finally moved Yiner up. And Yiner's not knocking the cover off the ball, but he should be hitting in front of him. And not because of his stellar defense.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
He's a shortstop. Maybe that's something different. All right, news from the Astros as well there, Clint. This coming through earlier today. Boy, Ronel Blanco has elbow soreness and was sent back to Houston to be seen by team doctors.
Ooh.
What's going on? What is going on?
No, God!
I'm not gonna lie. I was listening in the loop earlier this week because they were kind of reacting to the Hayden Wisniewski injury, who also popped up with. Was his soreness, discomfort? No, it was sore. It was right elbow soreness.
It immediately ended up swelling up. Remember on the off day or whatever, he said he knew something was wrong then.
Yeah,
red alert.
But they were reacting to his soreness then, and they were saying, I know there's a lot of elbow injuries going on around baseball a lot. He said, but I just wonder, is this a league thing or is this an Astro problem? Because we're seeing a lot of guys that come through with this with the Astros. And I just said to myself in the car, I'm like, I don't know, Reg. I was like, man, this is baseball. Everybody, hell, it's like you almost waiting for a pitcher to get one, maybe two Tommy John surgeries. But man, what do we got? We got him. We got Wisniewski. Hopefully this with Blanco is nothing big, but he's now popped up with it. Garcia, Javier, whatever the hell's wrong with JP Franco, I think it's more shoulder than elbow. I mean, Verlander when he was here. Lance, obviously. That's a lot of dudes that are popping up with this elbow situation. So I still think it's just kind of the tenor of the game right now because we're seeing it a lot, but it has really hit the Astros a lot.
Well, it's hard to not think. I mean, just the sheer number. You can count 4 or 5 that's happened in the last calendar year.
Yeah, Wisniewski, Javier, Garcia, Urquidy,
Blanco now.
Just soreness at least.
Well,
all those guys went to Tommy John. Verlander, and Lance has been on a 3-year odyssey.
Yeah, so it's hard to not. It's hard to not kind of look kind of side eye the Astros, but this is a time in Major League Baseball. I've heard several. This, and it's not just this year. I mean, it's this generation of player of just going up there and how hard can you throw it? How hard can you spin it? There's a different approach to pitching, and it's been that way since this generation was 11, 12 years old, and so you're seeing the product of that. I don't know how much of it is Astro specific versus just this generation of player, but I know as an Astros fan, I'm sick and tired of it. That's for damn sure.
Hopefully this is. I would imagine elbow soreness with their issues, they're probably not going to mess with it. I'd imagine he may go to the IL at the very least, skip a start if he's having right elbow soreness. So hopefully it is not what happened to Hayden. And Nail is back at some point this year, but that's one to keep an eye on. But he has complained of elbow soreness, and not just is he sitting there. They sent him ahead yesterday to go back to Houston to meet with doctors. By the way, breaking out of the NBA, Clint, wondered how long they were going to take with this, but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, SGA, wins his first NBA MVP. That has just been announced. I'm certain he'll probably get awarded that game 2, and that's coming off a big win from him, over 30 again, and he deserves it. To me, Jokic made a late push. Those two were the top 2 players this year, but he made a late push. But SGA, man, just him and that team, best team, 68 wins, leading scorer in the league, incredible run. I haven't seen a player get to 30 points as it appears as easy as he does every night since Carmelo or KD when he was younger. Like, he is just getting there easy, so well-deserved to SGA.
Absolutely, man. He's been fun as hell to watch. And look, I understand the Jokic deal. I mean, the numbers that Jokic puts up, to me, the Jokic thing is very similar to Lamar Jackson. Like, as if you just every year he's going to put up the triple-double. He's going to do things that we've never seen anybody do from an assist, rebounds, and points perspective.
At his size.
And they're around him, they're built where they're probably going to win and make runs in the playoffs. And so, that every year it's very clear why he's more than likely going to be in the MVP hunt. But when you get a guy who puts his team at the top of the league all year long, to your point, it's almost a disappointment if he didn't score 31.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I looked, the line last night in the first playoff game was 31.5 on underdog for him. So
you probably thought, well, I'll take it.
Yeah, and they scored 31.
Yeah,
That's where he scored 31.
Right,
so
they know it.
Yeah, so anybody that unless you're just trying to debate on this one, boy, you got to be happy for the guy, man. He did big things all year long.
Brandon Scott coming up real quick. Is SGA a little Scotty Scheffler? Is he, or does he bring you? You enjoy him? Because a lot of people are complaining about his game, talking about he's just a foul line guy.
Well, if he played on a championship caliber team, you got a supporting cast that's really, really good, that draws attention. You got a defense that's nasty. You got other guys that when you can't tote the water, they can. And so it's kind of one of those things for me. If he was with a team that was a 500 team and he was just out there scoring 31 and just I think
he was before.
Yeah, it would be easier to see, right?
Yeah.
But now he just, to me.
You don't see him. You don't see him as boring.
No, not at all. He's not a. For me, he's not one of the guys that play. Like Steph Curry for me personally, like my taste personally. But I got to believe that just NBA heads love to watch him. The ones that if it's not their team playing, love to just watch NBA. I got to believe that they love
mid-range game is refreshing. Yeah. Brandon Scott. Little Texans report, maybe a little Rockets in there too. We'll talk to him coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. We got to talk to you a little bit about Orchard, y'all. Look, if you are in the market, if you're going to sell your home, if you're looking to sell your home and buy your next home, Orchard is the way to go, y'all. There's too many Houston home sellers out there that are making this costly.
That's legacybox.com.
Lease and learn more about Easy Lease from DNF.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Go ahead, Tony.
Happy birthday to you.
I feel this in my soul.
You're going to hit this next one, ain't you?
Happy birthday, dear
B-Scott.
Happy birthday to you.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love Demeco Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ah, yes. Happy birthday. My man is in that mid-30s. In that mid-30 run right now. Brandon Scott joins us. It is the Texans report. Might have a little Rockets in here. Little report here for B. Scott as he joins us every Wednesday. And it is this young man's birthday. Happy birthday, big dog.
Hey, man, firmly planted in those mid to late 30s now. Cannot.
What is it? 30 what?
36.
36.
Yeah, once you get out of 35, it's
I'm on the other side now. Yeah. So, I'm climbing. I'm glad to be here on this side. So,
happy birthday,
it's pretty good, man. Feeling pretty good about it, man. No doubt.
Sure, man. There it is. Happy birthday to Brandon Scott. Send him some love.
Was that Tony singing?
That was Tony, man.
Tony, I think I remember that. That was a couple of years ago for your birthday, right?
It was somebody's
birthday.
She
Shout
let
out
it rip.
to Tony.
Yeah,
Tony holding it down.
Yeah, she does, man. Happy birthday to you, man. We're good. I hope you have a good time tonight. Hope you get everything you deserve to get.
We need to do a little combo birthday, man, for Show and B. Scott.
Yeah, man.
I mean, we're on this weight loss kick, so we can hit the old salad joint down the street or something.
No strippers.
Oh, I thought he was getting wild with it or something.
Oh, no shake?
Y'all thinking salad instead of strippers?
Yeah.
I can go either way.
That's a better thing.
B. Scott, Clint ain't going nowhere.
Hey, I'm good for a good time. I'm down for a good time, man. We'll go either way.
Don't you do that. Wow. Don't you hate in there.
Dang. Wow.
Don't kill the dream, T-Mill.
I do want to get towards, because we're about to make the turn towards the Texans until some of this free agency hits with the Rockets, and we can see some of that stuff there. And of course, we will visit with you on that. But before we get to the Texans, I did want to hit you because we have not talked to you since a lot of these reports are going out with the Giannis stuff, and that's the one that you're hearing the most. We're looking at the Final Four right now, and superstars are coming in different looks now, right? Like, if you look at all of the lead guys, especially Edwards is the first, number one overall pick. You can look at him and you can see he's got the athleticism and all that. SGA, I don't think when they made the trade with the Clippers that's what OKC was going to get, the guy who just got announced the league MVP. Brunson doesn't generally fit the role as a one that we're accustomed to, and neither does Halliburton. But we're seeing the game is kind of changing, and there is maybe a thought that the Rockets look and say, well, maybe we got one of those. Maybe we don't need to get one of those. I don't know. I hope that is not the case. But what's your confidence level that we will see a significant change with the roster?
Yeah, so a couple of those examples that you mentioned are cautionary tales, right? Like if the Clippers knew that SGA was going to be SGA, they would not have traded him for Paul George, right? If the Sacramento Kings knew that Tyrese Halliburton would be the Tyrese Halliburton that we see right now, they wouldn't have traded him for Domantas Sabonis, right? So So they're the cautionary tales, and you got Rockets fans that are looking at it like, hey,
maybe the Mavericks. If the Mavericks didn't know that Jalen Brunson was
that's another good one. If they had known, but of course they also traded Luka. So maybe
they did know.
Maybe letting go of superstars might just be their thing. Watch out for Cooper Flagg. But to the point though,
time's limited.
It is a cautionary tale, and I think you've got Rockets fans who look at that and say, hey, I don't want Alperen Sengun or Jalen Green or Amen Thompson to be one of those guys, to be that Tyrese Halliburton or that SGA story where they go off to a candidate or an actual MVP or perennial all-star in the case of Tyrese Halliburton, who's been incredible in these playoffs, by the way. So I think it is an interesting balance, but in terms of like confidence, what do I think? Like, it's clear that the Rockets, like, you just kind of pay attention. Last time we were in here, we talked about, or I mentioned them talking out of both sides, saying, hey, we like continuity, but not continuity for the sake of continuity. And it's got to be something extraordinary to disrupt the continuity, for lack of a better. I think that's, paraphrasing, of course. Well, what's extraordinary? Extraordinary is out there. And Giannis would be that. Like a guy that has averaged no less than 30 points a game over the last few seasons, and that's after his back-to-back MVP seasons. That, to me, would count as extraordinary. So it was not surprising to find out right as the season was ending that the Rockets, I think this happened on lottery night, that the Rockets at the same time are interested in Giannis, and Giannis, oh, by the way, is now interested in exploring his options. And so it seems like a natural fit or a perfect fit, I would say. It's just a matter of what you're willing to give up and who are the Rockets willing to, and also the Bucks, like both sides of the coin. Who are you willing to part with?
Hey, B. Scott, now that you've seen more of playoff basketball, NBA basketball,
right,
beyond the first round, the Rockets losing in the first round, how do you feel as a Rockets fan? How do you feel they stack up against what you've seen beyond the first round of the playoffs?
Yeah, so it's funny because they could have easily, I say easily, they didn't do it, but they obviously could have beaten, but they could have given Minnesota a competitive series. Now, after in hindsight and watching what I've watched, I'd probably give Minnesota the edge there, and they've been one of the better teams, a hot team over the last couple of months or so, one of the hotter teams going into the playoffs, so you got to give them credit for that. But I think it's pretty obvious, the thing that we keep talking about, what are the Rockets lacking? They got all of the tools and all of the ingredients except that one key thing, and you look around, you look at the landscape, the SGAs, the Anthony Edwards, save for the night that he had last night, but you would rather have him than not. Tyrese Halliburton, the Jalen Brunson, even these guys, the second guys on these teams, talking about, Karl Anthony Towns, you got another all-star, like bona fide all-star on your team. What Jalen Williams has been for Oklahoma City, right? And you just kind of go down the line. Of course, Julius Randle has been incredible. Supposedly the second guy around. You made the point earlier. He probably has been their most consistent guy.
Their most consistent.
Yeah, funny enough. And of course, you got the Tyrese Halliburton with Siakam and Miles Turner. So you got to look around and say, hey, do we measure up to that? Do we have guys that we can rely on when the going gets tough at the end of the game?
All right, let's switch things up. Brandon Scott in on his birthday. Send him a happy birthday shout out. I'm seeing some on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. B. Scott, this is not going to get a Marconi Award with this question here, but very simple.
Don't sell yourself short.
Did the Texans have a good offseason?
I would say a simple answer, no. No, and here's why. Because I think it's a fine offseason because they didn't necessarily get worse. Here, how about this? I picked them to go 10-7 when the schedule came out. When the schedule came out, right? Where did they go last year? 10-7. Where did they go the year before that? 10-7. And so, like, from the standpoint of consistency, I feel like they're about what they've been, for the most part. But they didn't take that step. They didn't take that next step from, you think about it, from year 1 to year 3 under Demeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud. It feels about the same. I'm curious what y'all think. Like, is it greedy to kind of be bored with 10-7 and winning the division and one playoff game? Like, that's pretty cool. That's successful. I don't think anybody could argue with that. But that's about what they feel like. That's what they've been doing. It feels like that's what they're probably going to do this year. I'm a little bit bored with it. I would have liked to have seen them do more or to at least feel a lot better about them going into the season. So from that standpoint, I would say no, even if I don't feel like they took a significant step back.
Yeah, I think it's more than fair. I think it's time for CJ. I think ultimately this is the tell-all, the CJ Stroud tell-all. I mean, because you look at what they've done, there is a significant amount of pressure on CJ Stroud to make this work.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, it's not like it's going to be like, oh boy, that damn Nick Caley, boy, he ain't never done it. So it's not like Nick. I mean, we're talking about C.J. Stroud's been there 2 years, his third year. He's supposed to be on the same planet as the best guys in the league, and he's right now rolling, getting what he wants, which I think is tremendous, by the way. And I think he'll do fine with it, but the pressure's definitely on CJ in a big way to make it work.
Well, if Nick Caley is some really good offensive coordinator, then that changes the answer to the question, right? And the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Even if Nick Caley is just average, if the new system or the change, if you will, unlocks something in CJ or reaches back into something that he had his rookie year and improves him, then the answer is yes, right? If the addition by subtraction on the offensive line, and despite the fact that they don't have stars on the offensive line, but they got a bunch of guys who have played a lot and they're playing on the string and the offensive line play is better, then, of course, the answer to the question definitely changes. But from where we sit right now, it's hard to really envision.
I like your kind of assessment of, was it good? No, because I feel like they're in the same spot of what they've been competing in the last 2 years. There wasn't, because it felt like they were taking a step coming like this time last year with the moves they made. It felt like they were trying to take a leap and a step. But it doesn't feel that way.
The frustrating part is you look at the two big issues, obviously the O-line issues, and you go, okay, did you go out and did you for sure get better? No. You look at what really happened late in the season where just Nico Collins wasn't enough of a threat offensively to keep defenses from really making you struggle offensively. The loss of Steph Diggs, the loss of Tank Dell really hurt you offensively. Now what do you got? A bunch of rookies and Christian Kirk. Right? Like it's hard to look at what went bad last year and go in terms of the offseason. Now I'll say it again, and we'll circle back to this at some point, Ron, but I just believe C.J. Stroud is having more communication, having control is going to absolutely change the game for this offense.
All right, happy birthday, B. Scott. He joins us every Wednesday, 4:40.
Yeah, man.
Check him out as he's all over the station in the loop on Tuesdays at 11, and you can catch all his work at SportsRadio610.com. 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you caught up on the Astros and the Rays. Also news on Ronel Blanco, and the Tush push is dead. No, it ain't. It's staying. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, I tell you what, man, when it's a man's birthday and you get a chance to get out a little bit and maybe hit your local watering hole, maybe grab a little dinner, maybe just
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congrats. Luckily for you, old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest, and the latest is the Astros. They had a little day baseball. Almost 12:45 first pitch in Tampa.
Early day baseball, East Coast over there.
Why not? And they fall and drop the series to the Tampa Bay Rays.
Astros ain't loyal.
Which I'll be honest, Clint. Which this is a testament to how good he has been. Like I'm borderline shocked that they didn't win this. That they didn't win this series. I thought, all right, they won game one. We know Hunter Brown is coming, and you take a look at that Rays lineup. It feels like one that he would dance down. And listen, Tyler, I ain't gonna put him out there, but I know he had a little action on them strikeouts, which would have made a lot of sense with that lineup and what Hunter Brown's been doing. But this was his roughest outing of the year thus far, as he gave up 5 earned runs in his outing today, and just seemed to be bad luck at times. And Clint, that is, and listen, I kind of love it. I love the fire from him, but it is the thing that he's going to have to probably clean up or curb a little bit, and he's still young. But man, when he gets frustrated and he gets emotional, shows it out there.
Yeah.
And when I say he shows it out there, I think it kind of, he overthrows, and maybe it seems like he's pumping in fastballs at that point. Like he's pissed, and it is, I'm not pitching, I'm about to just blow these jokers away.
I think it's fair to say that to some degree he loses his composure, and he lost his composure today. He just gets to a point where a ball gets hit that I think he gave up 3 home runs and 5 runs, and it looked like, to be honest with you, 2 of the 3 home runs would not have been out of a major league ballpark because they are playing in a spring training ballpark down there. But
the wind was just
the wind was crazy. But they just looked like routine pop-ups. A few of them that went out of the park. And the thing is I think really only one of them would have not. They went out because it was the ballpark and it was a short porch apparently in right field. But nonetheless, the point being, Hunter Brown, I do think you're onto something there of, like, just from a composure standpoint, a poise standpoint, that bulldog mentality. A lot of times he can just get up there and just throw gas by somebody, and I think that probably.
I think when he gets frustrated, I feel like, which is not uncommon from young guys, I feel like that's where he goes. And to be honest with you, Clint, is generally pumping 97 or 98, and he probably is going to be successful more times than not. But you could see it over his face. I think Todd Callis. What did Todd Callis say at one point, Tyler? He said there was like
I thought someone had passed. I don't know.
He said there was like a BS swinging bunt.
Yeah.
He said
he's going to hope he was somewhere else.
Gunnar Brown's going to hope he was somewhere else other than where he is right now.
He rolled off that mound, and it went right where he was, and oh God!
But you could see Hunter. I mean, he was dead red. I mean, pissed, jaws clenched. I mean, he was hot. But listen, he's going to have some rough ones right now. And let me check that. He's going to have a few rough ones, a couple rough ones.
Hold on, so
and it is just heightened with the injuries to the pitching staff. And hang on, because we'll tell you about the latest. The other injuries to the pitching staff that has forced guys like Colton Gordon in the lineup, and our guy last night, Brennan Walter, big time performance for you, made you a little money last night. The bullpen blew that one, but it has forced those guys in, so it is heightened when they lose his starts, and with the offensive issues as well. But hell, he deserves it. He has been a Cy Young caliber pitcher the first part of this season, and you're just gonna have some tough ones. The offensive side of the ball, Paredes continues to stay hot as he is holding on for that Kyle Tucker trade. He hit another 2 home runs today, Clint, and almost got them back in the game. They were down 5-4 going into the 8th before Forrest Whitley just gave it on up. But Paredes continues to stay hot, and listen, they got a big series coming up. They got tomorrow starting against the Seattle Mariners here at Dyke Park, and just one game over 500.
Yeah, the Paredes thing is going to be fun to kind of dig into, man, because the way he's raking right now, and I don't know what point I'm trying to make here, other than it just be fun to bump his season so far up against Alex Bregman's and kind of see what you got there versus what Boston got. Clearly with Bregman's starts in the past here in Houston, them slow starts, you're getting more production out of third base than you did with them slow season and slow starts that Bregman had. But now that Bregman's raking in Boston, what does that look like? So, Paredes, man, fun to watch, man. Dead pull hitter. I mean, when he gets a pitch over the plate inside, he is a dead pull hitter, and he absolutely crushed it today.
Yeah, he did multiple times. Like,
I didn't see the first one. It was the second one. It just
didn't have nothing to do with the win. Let me tell you that right now. He yanked his right out of the ballpark. So big for him. Other Astros news. If you are just jumping in your car and you're hearing this, there is another potentially concerning injury with the Astros pitching staff and rotation, and that is now Ronel Blanco. Ronel Blanco has elbow soreness, according to the Astros, and was sent back to Houston to be seen by the team doctor. So they're heading to Houston, but they had to send him back earlier because of the elbow soreness, and he's going to be looked at the team doctors. And Clint, this is a concern when you have obviously the news of Hayden Wesneski, who is out for the year with Tommy John, and with Spencer Arrighetti, and that issue with the hand. And now Ronel Blanco has elbow soreness to go along with Garcia, who had a setback and I don't think has started throwing yet. Christian Javier, who is just now, throwing on flat ground, and those guys, Clint. This is a real potential concern right here with Ronel Blanco.
Well, I mean, the one part I don't think you mentioned was you got Lance McCullers, who's out there trying to find himself. You know what I mean? I mean, so it's when again. It just seems like maybe all teams do it. We just cover the Astros, so I'm a little bit more in the know. But, man, it just seems like every year, boy, there's just a surplus of arms that you feel like you can depend on to at least chew innings throughout a season. And every damn year, at least recently, it's felt like we max some suckers out, don't we? I mean, we end up using like every one of them and some. So here we are again with these injuries piling up, and the Astros not having enough arms. But, like you said, you've had a couple of guys in the Rays series step up and at least chew innings and at least give you the confidence that you can roll them out there again and see if they can continue to do so for another couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I would say, Clint, obviously we don't know what's going on. I would imagine that the Astros would be extra cautious with Ronel Blanco when you hear elbow soreness. So I would assume that at the very least we hear his start is getting skipped because, they're playing 17 in a row. I think this is either 12 or 13. 13, yeah. I think next start at the very least would be skipped, or he might go to the IL with this elbow soreness, and we'll see. Maybe they have to make another. Maybe they have to, the 7th in 2 years, potentially debut. Hopefully not. Word on the street is that Colton Gordon is probably going to be up with this team again and be a part of this rotation. Definitely if Ronel Blanco has to miss some time.
7 time.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, coming out of college basketball with U of H. Kelvin Sampson, Clint, got a new 4-year contract. The deal keeps him among the highest paid coaches in college basketball, and it goes through 2028-2029 season, and he absolutely deserves it.
Go Cougs!
What he has done with this program, they have come into the Big 12, which is one of the best college basketball conferences in the country, and immediately running it. Back-to-back Big 12 championships, a 1 seed, probably I'm sure they think should have won a national championship this year, but getting to another Final Four. Kelvin Sampson absolutely deserves this and is one of the best coaches in college basketball, and they got him there for another 4 more years tacked on to where he is.
Yeah, no surprise here, right? I mean, no surprise whatsoever. And I mean, I got to believe that Kelvin Sampson's going to coach at Houston until he wants to call this thing a career.
Well, yeah, and and Tyler, check this for me, or you or Cheryl. I believe Kelvin's son has already been announced as the coach in waiting. Because I mean, is that pretty accurate? I thought that is.
Yeah, that's put in place.
Because I've been sitting over thinking like, man, you sitting over there. I know somebody's come calling to you. I know somebody.
Yeah, Kelvin had it put in that last contract that his son would take over the reins.
Yeah. So he's over there thinking, all right, another foe, I guess.
Thanks, Dad.
Another foe. Nah, it ain't a bad life, man. You in Houston. Chilling.
I'm sure he's got a little deal worked out with Dad. Give me a little piece of that contract.
Right? Yeah, he's probably making a little bit more. Yeah. But no, man, that's good for recruiting, and I want to see how much they can take this. And is this a program that is on the rise and will continue, or is this a program that they're in good shape while Kelvin's there? But it's because there are some programs, Clint, that compete. This is college football and college basketball. That compete. And then if the coach, that one coach that was there leaves, the program completely looks different. And, we'll see if he can continue to build Houston into a program and not a coach that is there.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we talked about this a little bit, the big news. We were looking to see what the NFL would do and how the vote would go, Clint, for the Tush push. And it will not be banned this year. If you're just jumping in the car, the Tush push will continue to be a play that is allowed. Clint is explaining the last day or so. It is not just the Tush push, but the ability for offensive players to assist other offensive players or ball carriers to have the ball moving forward as well. So the NFL needed 24 votes today to ban the Tush push, Clint. But they only got 22, so they were 2 off. The 10 teams that voted against the Tush push being banned were the Eagles, the Ravens, the Browns, the Lions, the Jags, the Dolphins, the Patriots, the Saints, the Jets, and the Tennessee Titans. So, yes, the Texans were a team that voted to ban this process. 22, does this make you feel like that there is a potential in the future that we're getting closer to where at some point they will be successful in banning
a lot closer than I thought, even given the wide verbiage that was used, which I think was the mistake here. I mean, I think with knowing that it's now 22 and you were 2 votes short of getting this thing banned or getting the ball carrier assisted by any pulling or pushing of any other offensive player, you almost got it banned with that. I think if this would have been something, again, I don't know how you couch it, but just to give you a picture of what's in my mind is if there was a penalty associated with pushing or pulling a ball carrier within 2 seconds of the snap, that would change completely a game where you're pushing immediately, damn sure within 2 seconds. You're pushing, and it would still allow the assistance of if a running back gets hit 5 yards down the field and he's still got momentum and defenders are hitting him offensively, you can jump in. I think that if you find a way to couch it more as we are taking the tush push completely out of football and not the assisting of forward momentum by any offensive player in any capacity,
that man had a better shot.
I think that probably would have had a better shot to pass. It's hard for me to think that an offensive-minded coach is going to be like, "Yeah, man, to hell with it. Let's. I don't want to assist any of my offensive players in any way, shape, or form." Who'd you say voted for it and against it?
Again, let's.
I know there's two offensive-minded coaches in our league.
Eagles offensive-minded, Ravens special teams-minded head coach in Harbaugh, Browns offensive-minded, Lions offensive-minded, but he's interesting. Jags offensive-minded, Dolphins offensive-minded, Patriots defensive-minded with Vrabel,
yeah.
Saints offensive-minded, Jets defensive-minded with Aaron Glenn, and then the Titans offensive minded.
Majority offensive minded.
A little mix. A few other ones in there. Yeah. All right. That is the latest there. We'll see. But real quick on this, I do think when you see this go down, teams should look at this and say, "All right, we're going to try to do this and take advantage of this if we can." And going through Kaylee and Demeco Ryan's mind with this offense to do it, and if they're capable, they have guys capable. I don't think you want to do it with CJ. I don't know, maybe long neck. Davis Mills is somebody that maybe you could do it with, but I do wonder if teams like the Texans, who have never really had that as a part of their package or their offensive game plan, if that will be something that they'll change and do.
It's going to take a hell of a commitment, man, because I think it has to be, again, like with the Texans, I don't know, even though C.J. Stroud being thicker and stronger, I would think in the lower half would probably not be bad at it. To me, it's one of the tight ends would probably have to assume that role. That would be something you have to work on. The offensive line, they're taking all the physicality out of practice, so I don't know how you would – I don't know how the Eagles go about it. I don't know how Buffalo goes about it. I'm going to assume they practice with a little bit more physicality than the next guy. I don't know, but that would be my guess. So, boy, it would take a hell of a commitment. It's not like you just put it in and go, hey, we're going to do it. I think it takes a commitment. You got to work on it. You got to be dedicated to it to make it all make sense. And I wonder how many teams are going to be willing to do that.
Yeah, you brought this up earlier. Like, the Texans haven't been – fabulous when it comes to short yardage here of late. And we see, even though teams don't do it to the level of maybe the Eagles do, like Buffalo still did it at a really high rate right now. So maybe you start to implement that and you start getting people who are comfortable with snapping the ball, because Mark Andrews is the one that is doing it for the Ravens. Right, Cade Stover can't. Like, could that be something he's done? I'm sure there are a lot of guys on football teams, Clint, that have played quarterback in high school, that have played it in college, that have some sort of comfort in taking snaps. Because I think that's the big thing. You don't want to mess up snaps. So I would imagine that you should at least be exploring, trying to look at and take advantage of this play that even if you're not the Eagles, Buffalo's knocking it down at 80% clip.
Yeah.
So it seems like 3rd and 1 just easy to get it done. All right, coming up, we got to talk about maybe I don't think it's a maybe even, the absolute strength of this football team and how strong it is, and maybe we're not giving it enough justice. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. All the fellas out there, I need you to listen up one time. And, hell, the ladies too, man. You got men in your life.
The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Come hang with The Drive. It's Wednesday, but that means we are 2 sleeps away from going to our 8th stop of the Sports Radio 610 Crawl Fish Circuit, and it takes us to Big City Wings in Copperfield. Big City Wings, Copperfield location, 8400 Highway 6 North. Come hang out with us. Copperfield location, Big City Wings. You got a chance to win prizes. We hook people up with a prize each hour. You got a chance to win the grand prize, which is a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and beer for a year. Bud Light, Budweiser. We appreciate our two sponsors helping us out with our Crawfish Circuit, Academy Sports and Outdoors, and Bud Light. So come hang out with us. And Bud Light girls are generally there hooking people up with things as well. So come on out, have Big City Wings, Copperfield location. Should be a good time. All right, Clint, if you had to look at it, is it – I mean, listen, the Texans are a team that I think are expected to win their division, expected to make the playoffs. They've got some high-end talent. They've got some dudes. What would you say is the best, I guess, position group, the best part of this team? If you had to pick one group that you look at and say, this is the best group on the team.
Top to bottom, I think it's the secondary. I mean, when you look at the Houston Texans secondary, whether you're talking about a top-end lockdown corner, you got it in Derek Stingley. If you're talking about young guys that played well above their ceiling and have extremely high floors in Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, you got that as well. You want a veteran that has the savvy, the clutch, the always around the ball, the dog in the middle. You got C.J. Gardner-Johnson now. You want to talk about a nickel defender that plays with great instincts and is special in terms of stopping the run and rushing the passer. You got that in Jalen Petrie. Now you want to have the flexibility of having a nickel defender in there and going more man-to-man coverage, more coverage type style of defense. You've got Jalen Smith, the rookie, the third-round rookie out of USC. You got Ronald Darby, the vet in the league. You got Tremont Smith, another vet in the league. You've got options. You've got pieces. By the way, Jimmy Ward, I didn't even mention Jimmy Ward, who can play safety or nickel, what the health of each position is at the time. It's whether you're talking about depth or you're talking about position flexibility, coverage flexibility, or you're talking about like just top of the line, lock you down and play man. They've got all options. All of the above is available to Demeco Ryans in this secondary, which I believe will determine or dictate or allow the defensive coordinator to play whatever fronts he wants to play, to dial up whatever kind of pressures he wants to play. And also disguise your mans and zones and pressures. And it's just going to make the Texans' defense very versatile. Now, can they handle it? Can they execute it? We'll see. But, boy, Demeco Ryans, because of the secondary, I think Demeco Ryans has his playbook is wide open, baby.
Yeah, I think it's got to be the deepest secondary in football, right? Yeah. Like where you got a guy like Jimmy Ward, who I think can absolutely start on – not just contending, first off, not just other teams in the league, and not just contending teams, but I think teams that fancy themselves having a really good defense, I think he could start at and start on. So, and he is somebody that is, a depth play right now. And this group is, it's going to, and I think as you kind of talked about, it is going to allow Clint for Demeco and Matt Burke to just have a lot of fun and a lot of to help their front seven with their D-line and whip that secondary back there, because you can, I mean, it, like right now, unless there's going to be a rash of injuries, Clint, like you should never have Jalen Petrie in positions that he's vulnerable in. Like, you should never have a Jalen Petrie in the, Devontae Adams one-on-one in the slot situation. You should never have, because you just have so many pieces. I mean, you don't have like the Jeff Okudas walking around out there, and some of these guys who played all right. This is a deep group that not as just ready for any kind of an injury if it hits, but a deep group that allows you to be able to do a lot of different things because you have multiple guys. How many guys do you have can play the slot that can play it? Right, maybe not great, but they can play.
Well, you got two that I feel like could play it great, and that's Jalen Petrie and Kamari Lassiter. You got another in Jalen Smith, the rookie third-round pick that's played it in college. That can play inside or outside from recovery. Jimmy Ward's played it. Look, I don't know exactly how this is going to unfold, but the Reed kid they just drafted in this year's draft, I don't know what kind of skill the guy has. I didn't watch him in college.
Kid out of Penn State.
The kid out of Penn State, but I know a lot of people were high on him. A lot of people felt like he slid in the draft. And when I saw him in that rookie minicamp, now he looks more like a linebacker, like a box safety, if you will. But you play some of these teams that want to go these heavy sets with two tight ends, that kind of thing. That guy could factor into it. So, yeah, I mean, you go away across the board, whether you want to talk a smaller corner that can play that nickel position that's more of a coverage guy, to Jalen Petrie, who's a little bit more of a hybrid and can do it all with great instincts, to somebody like Jimmy Ward and maybe even this Reed kid that can bring a little bit more pop, a little more physicality. I mean, you've got some real options. Didn't even mention the super athletic linebackers that are in the bunch now that could factor in at that Sam and Will linebacker, also known as nickel and dime defenders. So, yeah, Demeco's got options in a big way, man.
So with that, and as somebody that has played the quarterback position and look out and see secondaries, what does he have the ability to do with these players and the depth that he has and the type of players he has? Like, what can he do to confuse and give offenses problems like they're going to have this year?
I think before we ever get to the confusion part of it, let's just talk about game planning, right? I mean, again, if you've got a team like the first half of this lineup, if you've got a team like, let's say, Mike Evans, Godwin, and Igbuka can run out there, you got three wide receivers that look, I don't know if I want Jalen Petrie covering one of those, being stuck in one of those guys in the slot, right? Then you slide Lassiter down, you bring Smith in, or you bring Darby in, or you bring one of these other corners in, and now you got three true corners. You really got four corners that I believe you're going to have faith in, right? So from just a game plan perspective, you're going to be able to immediately jump down into more of a man package, which you can play to your help. You can bring pressure. You can play two-man in third and long situations. I mean, or obvious passing situations. So from a game planning perspective, if you play, again, like I said a while ago, if you play a two tight end team that's a heavier, kind of a run-oriented team, like Baltimore, do you, again, Jalen Petrie can be in there. Even the Reed kid can be in there. Christian Harris may be a little bit of a hybrid guy that can cover some of those bigger tight ends in those situations. So you have flexibility in the way that you can game plan. Then let's talk about adjustments at halftime. If you're out there and somebody's out there just torching Jalen Petrie's ass, now you have the ability to go more coverage, a guy that is more athletic and could cover better in that nickel defender position. So the adjustments are big. I mean, if you've tried everything under the sun and you've played zone, and now, okay, I got to dial some pressure up. And from a nickel personnel, I got to dial some pressure up because their quarterback's sitting back there and he's just Cadillacing. They're protecting the hell out of him. He's way too comfortable. I want to get in and around his feet. Again, Jalen Petrie in that situation is special. So I think any way you slice the defensive, whether it's game plan, adjustments, or just being able to on the fly, boom, throw a wrinkle at them, disguise coverages and show other things. You have veteran guys. You have guys that are long in the tooth in the league as well as in this system to where you ought to be able to disguise and roll coverages and really make even veteran quarterbacks work a lot harder than just get a pre-snap read and just shred you, right? It's like we talked about last – you mentioned the Devontae Adams throw. Like Aaron Rodgers knew where he was going with the ball 5 seconds before he ever snapped the ball,
yes.
Right? I mean,
they told him.
You have the ability to give different looks, roll to confirm before they throw it. Demeco with his secondary's got to be smiling, man.
And the other part about it is, and quickly before we go to break, is like the other scary part to the league and the thing that, and especially combined with Demeco and the way he wants to run defense is not that they're just, we got heavy hitters back there or they can cover tight, make it. There are multiple dudes back there that are like hunting to turn the football over.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what takes it to the next level. Like Kalen Bullock is a guy that I talked about it earlier. If you missed it, we did stock up, stock down. He was my stock up at 320 earlier, 325 earlier. You can check it out on the podcast page. that is a dude that is going after the ball. Derek Stingley goes at – I mean, he's just got as good as ball skills as some receivers in the league, right? Jalen Petrie is a guy that has a knack of causing turnovers. They've got a – Lassiter did that a lot last year, and I think maybe he gets more comfortable. You can see that some more too. So they got a chance to turn the ball over, and then you combine that with maybe the best edge room in football. Then you combine those things. So you could see a lot of turnovers coming from that secondary with what they got back there and with what they have up front coming off the edge. Coming up, we will get you to win a little money. It's a little win of money. Give you an update on the Astros. If you missed that, they took an L today. But they'll get ready for a big series coming up starting tomorrow against Seattle. We'll get you ready for all of that. And a little bit with this offense. Should we be looking at a slow start from the Texans offense? And if so, how long will it take for them to get where we want them to be? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
A quarter of the way through baseball season, an unexpected hero has emerged to help keep the Astros above 500.
Hey, Jake Meyer's doing his best, Jake.
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, yeah, man. What? Listen, 5 for 5 on Monday. Tuesday wasn't great. She's gonna put it out there.
It's in the rear view.
Yep. Yeah, took some chances there. Christian Walker, why you did that?
What was that thinking?
I don't know. 1 for 4. Did get a postponement in that, and lucky for you, the postponed game today that they played. That would have been a flat-out loss for you as well.
Low-scoring game.
I think 2-1.
Yep.
I think it was a 2-1 number I saw earlier. 5-1. Just missed it. Just would have missed it. 5-1. So that's all right though. Time to bounce back. Now, luckily, I don't know. Tyler may be off to a rough start already on the day with the Hunter Brown bet that he had earlier.
Very much.
But he's going to try to.
Got a big old red number so far today, boys.
Hey, Hunter's going to win you more than he loses you. That costs you. That's for damn
fair.
Yeah, he's not thinking about that right now. Now I'm putting money. Now, I listen. I like the bets are coming up. I like you're not putting your hands in weird people like Carl Anthony Towns. Like you don't know what he's unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to do. So
learn that lesson.
Let's go win some money. You got to get serious now. Got to get serious with that thing. So T-Mill's best bets coming up here in a little bit. Also, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris have Texans All Access behind us. They'll take a look at the new ruling on the Tush push and
rock and roll. Meow.
with that too. They'll meow themselves talking about the Hard Knocks, as the Buffalo Bills are the latest team to be on Hard Knocks. So they'll get that for you. And then after that, Area 45, which is live and local, the best late-night sports talk show in Houston. They'll take over afterwards. And that man you hear there, Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, and Chris Santiago will hold it down for you. So stay tuned for that. All right, Clint. Texans are breaking in a new coordinator, right? I would assume a new system. When you start to go and look through this team and the guys that you would imagine, Clint, would be contributors, the guys that you would think, all right, these guys are going to play a role. There are several guys that are new to the team or will be new to this group. Christian Kirk is one. Right, Cam Robinson is one. Potentially Ursery, the Ariante Ursery that they drafted from Minnesota. Laken Tomlinson could. You have guys like Jalen Knoll and Jaden Higgins are new people. Woody Marks are new players. Like that's at least 8 guys, Clint, that could be brand new to this lineup that are expected to make. Contribute big time for this team. New system, new guys, new play caller. C.J. Stroud, his second system, a brand new system he'll be learning. Do you expect them to get off to maybe a slower start offensively for this team?
I don't expect them to. Now it's not going to surprise me if they do. They've got a play caller that's never designed an offense. It's never called plays. It's never built a playbook. It's never made the adjustment to make sure that he's putting his players in position, calling the right plays to put his guys in position to play to their strengths. Like we've never seen that. So, it wouldn't surprise me if they got off to a slow start, Ron, but I don't expect it. Look, this is the 3rd year for C.J. Stroud. He is getting more control of the offense. While it is a new offense for some people, I don't believe that this is a new system through and through. I will be shocked if they didn't keep a huge chunk of
coaching staff.
Well, the coaching staff for sure they did, but I mean I'm talking about the verbiage that was in the last offense, the concepts that were in the last. If they literally bring in Nick Caley, who again has never done this. He doesn't have his own playbook. I mean, he literally may, but he doesn't have. It's not like he's bringing a system in here. What makes sense is if they kept all the terminology the same, and Nick Caley's got to adjust, according to whatever he knows or doesn't know, or whatever his terminology was, which again I would imagine it crosses over fairly similarly, but it'd be easier for him as the offensive coordinator in a group effort that's not necessarily running the whole show, and more of a group effort offensive staff. It'd be easier for him to adjust his terminology than everybody else have to learn a new language. So I'm just under the impression that it's not just learning a new system. In fact, the majority of these guys should know the system. And now that C.J. Stroud has more control than he's ever had, I expect things to be significantly better from jump. Now, if they do have a slow start, I think it's because Nick Caley is new at his job. I know this. I know that I'm going to be disappointed if I'm hearing week 2 or 3 that if we're being warned because of a rough start offensively, and it's C.J. Stroud, our quarterback's got to get time in this system, and our running back's got to get time in this system, and our veterans got to get time in this system. That to me would be a real disappointment if that is the case. We're talking about C.J. Stroud year 3, and again, this is not a new system, and the terminology different, but getting a grasp on what needs to go on at the line of scrimmage in order to correct some of the issues from last year. I don't think it's going to be because of your quarterback. I don't think it's going to be because Cam Robinson's in a new system. I don't think it's going to be because Nico Collins and Joe Mixon are in a new system. Sure, the rookies, they got some work to do. But if we're slow stepping because Dalton Schultz is struggling with the system, then boy, we got problems.
I just look at the first year, and obviously you had a rookie there, but it took them a little bit of time to figure out exactly what they wanted to be and who
but I mean, I think Demeco was new at that point. The culture was new at that point. What the expectations were for them was new. The only person they knew in the entire staff really was Nick Caserio. And so that was the terminology was totally different going from what Lovie Smith, I don't remember who his offensive coordinator was. Who was it? Pep Hamilton to Bobby Slowick. That is all brand new. First time I've ever heard.
That's interesting.
It's really about the 69.
That's first time I've ever heard the language type stuff for C.J. Stroud. CJ's heard this.
We kind of hinted towards that early when it happened. They did. They kept the only change on the coaching staff, right, it is Nick Caley. Right, because even
the O-line coach,
but
they kept the guy in the room.
But he was there. He was there last year. So everybody else, running back coach, receivers coach, tight ends coach, O-line coach was here last year. They were all here. So maybe there is the thought of you learn more of our system than.
Well, I would be willing to bet you
sprinkle some of your stuff.
Yeah, here's the thing, though, Ron, is in the playbook, so I may be speaking a little out of pocket. I think Kyle Shanahan, Bobby Slowick, I think their terminology, whatever their offense was, I would be willing to bet you there's 80% terminology carryover in Sean McVay's offense.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm willing to bet you that it is a huge chunk that's all carryover. And then you look at what Gerard Johnson's done, and he spent some time in Minnesota, right, with Kevin O'Connell. I bet you there's a huge chunk of because he came out of Sean McVay's system. I bet you there's a huge chunk of terminology that's the same there. So the carryover, literally word for word, is more than likely very significant. So that I don't know. I'm not until I hear them tell me that everything was totally new. I'm not going to accept the terminology change and learning a new offense as a reason you get a slow start. Now maybe a guy had never done a job before. That makes more sense.
Yeah. And they may have some of that going on.
This
year.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler. Let's get to T-Mill's best bets. What you got as you try to walk off that 1 for 4 last night?
Yeah. Time to get back in the green on a hump day. We're still in the green for the week. Still looking good, really overall for the last month and a half.